problem and only lessened the threat of the plague. But its effect was minimal, like a child trying to stop a car. Damn it, the battle with the Black Bear King expended over half of my primeval essence. My primeval essence will be used up soon. Meng Qiuzhen was forced into a predicament again. But right at this time, he heard rustling noises. It's that mortal's footsteps. Good! Meng Qiuzhen's eyes shone as he used all his strength to shout. Help! Help! Chapter 2144. Pulling mushrooms. Even though he used all his strength to shout, Meng Qiuzhen's voice was still faint. Who is asking for help? A mortal girl pushed aside the brambles and came to the place. Here, look below. Meng Qiuzhen spoke, his voice so faint that it was like a whisper. The mortal girl did not hear him, mumbling. Did I hear wrongly? Sigh, it is getting late. I need to quickly gather mushrooms and sell them in Clan Village. Eh? There are so many mushrooms here. The mortal girl saw Meng Qiuzhen. But right now, Meng Qiuzhen's body was already covered with mushrooms. The mortal girl squatted and started picking the mushrooms on Meng Qiuzhen's body. Every mushroom she picked, the cause of Meng Qiuzhen's falling vitality would decrease by 1. His illness was alleviated rapidly, and his strength slowly recovered. That's right, there are still 2 days before my illness truly breaks out. For now at least, my life should be safe. Meng Qiuzhen quickly realized. He then spoke. Girl, the mushrooms on my body are delicious, it doesn't matter if you pluck them all. The mortal girl jumped from shock. Don't be afraid, I am also a person. It was me who asked for help earlier, thank you for saving me, kind girl. But I did not do anything. Meng Qiuzhen gave a forced smile. Pluck all the mushrooms from my body and that will be saving me. These mushrooms are harmful to us mushroom men, but they are harmless and even beneficial to other races. The girl was shocked before smiling. So you are a mushroom man, I have heard rumors about you guys since I was a child, the rumors said you were gentle and never harmed people. I had never seen a living mushroom man before I met you. Meng Qiuzhen quickly said. Pick the mushrooms quickly, I can't last much longer. The girl's hands were nimble, she rapidly picked the mushrooms from Meng Qiuzhen's body. He was out of the hopeless situation and rescued from the brink of failure. There is still one last mushroom. The girl said seriously. Wait. Meng Qiuzhen's expression changed. You don't need to pick that mushroom, ah. The girl blinked her pure eyes and her face reddened slightly. I can't pull it out, does it hurt? Meng Qiuzhen was pale as he took a sharp breath. Don't pull it. But the girl shook her head, saying stubbornly. That won't do, mushroom man big brother, you said it earlier. I need to pick all the mushrooms from your body for you to be cured. Don't. Ah. The girl pulled up her sleeves, showing an extremely serious and cute expression. Humph, I don't believe I can't pull it out. Meng Qiuzhen. A huff. Amidst the miserable cries of Meng Qiuzhen, the second stage was finally passed. His sight changed from a chaotic whirlpool of colors to gradually clearing up. This was a bustling and busy market with people walking everywhere. This is Clan Village? Behind Meng Qiuzhen, the mushroom man Huang Xiaomi, who was covered tightly, said in a low voice. Meng Qiuzhen's mind shook slightly. In the previous 2 stages, he had played the role of Huang Xiaomi, but in this 3rd stage, his identity was actually changed. This situation was not common. Meng Qiuzhen quickly inspected himself. I became that human girl. Meng Qiuzhen sighed inwardly. Huang Xiaomi's strength was barely enough, and now, Meng Qiuzhen was immortal, a young girl at that. The change in identity caused Meng Qiuzhen to feel some doubts. What was the main mission in this Paradise Earth dream realm? In the previous 2 stages, he had Huang Xiaomi's identity, and had estimated the dream realm's main mission was to save the Mushroom Man tribe by curing the plague. But now that his identity changed, Meng Qiuzhen immediately felt his speculation wavering intensely. No matter what, since Huang Xiaomi followed the human girl into Clan Village, I should still try to help Huang Xiaomi to find the Mushroom Man witch. Meng Qiuzhen decided to continue following the previous trail. Fan Tu, you came? Quick, the position beside me is very good, take it quickly. The evening market is not like the morning market, it only lasts for a short period of time. A middle-aged uncle waved at Meng Qiuzhen. Thank you, uncle. Meng Qiuzhen thought for a bit, and placed her basket filled with mushrooms at the space beside the uncle. Huang Xiaomi silently helped Meng Qiuzhen set up the mushrooms. The middle-aged uncle took a glance and exclaimed, These mushrooms are really fresh. Naturally. Huang Xiaomi said proudly. The middle-aged uncle's gaze moved towards him. This is my distant relative, he came to help me. Meng Qiuzhen quickly replied. The middle-aged uncle did not ask any more. The evening market had already started, crowds of people were moving around and everyone was busy. Some were busy buying, some were busy selling. The traded goods were all mortal materials like mushrooms, vegetables, bean cakes, and so on. This was a mortal market, and had daily necessities. There were no transactions of goo worms, unless a merchant caravan passed through Chu Clan village. After about 5 minutes the crowd began to grow sparse. At this time, sounds of disturbance came from ahead. Step aside, step aside! Move aside, can't you see Lord Green Beast is here? A young man shouted. 5 to 6 people were pushing through the narrow pavement. Everywhere they went, pedestrians made way in fear and nervousness, while some even showed disdain and hatred inwardly. Fan Tu, hide quickly. Don't let that beast see you, the middle-aged uncle quickly reminded. Ah? Meng Qiuzhen was dazed. Lady Fan Tu! At the next moment, the leader of the group, the bald youngster, shouted. His eyes let out a sneaky light as he noticed Meng Qiuzhen from far away. What's going on? Meng Qiuzhen narrowed his eyes as he saw the bald youngster walking towards him with quick steps. The bald youngster had thick brows and large eyes but had not even a single hair on his head. Instead, there was a tattoo of a green beast on his head. The bald youngster rubbed his green beast tattoo and smiled widely. Lady Fan Tu, you are selling mushrooms again. I want to buy them. Oh? Meng Qiuzhen was inwardly vigilant while asking. How much do you want to buy? The bald youngster raised a finger. I want to buy 1 kilogram, help me pick the big and good ones. Meng Qiuzhen began to pick the mushrooms. This is good, that one is also good, I want them. The bald youngster nicknamed Green Beast pointed here and there. I told you, I want this one and that one, the bald youngster said. Which ones do you want? Meng Qiuzhen frowned, sensing that the young man seemed to be toying with him. The bald youngster grinned. Forget it, Sister Fang, let me help you, we will choose together. The bald youngster acted immediately. Soft, so soft. He chose several mushrooms and said. Meng Qiuzhen replied. These are all fresh, I picked them just today. Smooth, so smooth. The bald youngster praised again. Meng Qiuzhen slowly looked up and said with a frown. You are touching my hand. Ah, sorry. The bald youngster laughed. Meng Qiuzhen opened his eyes wide. You are still touching? Accident, it was an accident. Meng Qiuzhen was speechless, he was actually being molested. Pfft, shameless guy, actually molesting an innocent girl in broad daylight. Huang Xiaomi could not endure it anymore, he shouted. Who are you? Why are you standing beside my Lady Fang? The bald youngster was immediately provoked, and stared at Huang Xiaomi. The two started arguing, sparks seemed to be flying in the air. This is the limit of Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo. Meng Qiuzhen sighed inwardly. Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo could inspect the details of the next event of the Dream Realm, but it could not inspect what the owner of Dream Butterfly would encounter. Because the changes in the Dream Realm would occur when the Goo cultivator entered and interacted with the Dream Realm. Meng Qiuzhen had already inspected the bald youngster and this two-clan village's market in the previous stage. But he was unable to know what he would encounter specifically in advance. The two argued in front of Meng Qiuzhen. Their argument got increasingly heated to the point of nearly exchanging blows. Meng Qiuzhen was just about to persuade them to stop when a flash of inspiration hit him, and he kept quiet. Ugh, I am getting angry. Brat, you are looking for a beating. The bald youngster suddenly rubbed his head and attacked. Humph, who is afraid of you? Huang Xiaomi did not show weakness, attacking immediately. The two started fighting. Don't fight. Meng Qiuzhen called out while retreating. He was in a mortal body now, and had no ability to interfere in a Goo Master's battle. But fortunately, be it Huang Xiaomi or the bald youngster, they both cared about Meng Qiuzhen. When Meng Qiuzhen retreated to a safe distance, they started using Goo cultivator methods. After several rounds, Huang Xiaomi was clearly at a disadvantage and was not the bald youngster's match. This ruffian is really strong. Meng Qiuzhen was slightly surprised. He was well aware of Huang Xiaomi's strength, after he acted as the latter in the first and second stage of the Dream Realm. But he did not expect the bald youngster to be so strong. He had already suppressed Huang Xiaomi. Wait a second, you are not a human, you are a variant human, the bald youngster suddenly called out. In the heat of the battle, Huang Xiaomi's identity was exposed. Amazing, you spy, what are you trying to do by entering my two-clan village? You definitely have bad intentions. Ha ha ha, I am going to make a great contribution. The bald youngster continued to shout. Attack him together, he is a mushroom man, we don't have to uphold the moral of humanity against such a person. Despicable. If you are a man, fight me alone. Huang Xiaomi was heavily outnumbered and captured, but he was still shouting indignantly. Ha! I will be two clans' hero by catching you. The bald youngster laughed, kicking the bound Huang Xiaomi. Just lie still, you very inhuman. After saying this, the bald youngster ran towards Meng Qiuzhen and asked in concern. Sister Fang, are you alright? You definitely had no idea or were forced by this mushroom man. Haha, how will you thank me now? Chapter 2145. Being a bystander. Meng Qiuzhen shook his head, saying in an impatient tone. Brother Mi is a good person. The bald youngster interrupted him, shouting hurriedly. As expected, the scheming mushroom man threatened Lady Fang. Let's go and report to the elders. Move! Under everyone's gaze, Meng Qiuzhen went with the flow and entered two-clan village with the bald youngster, Huang Xiaomi, and the rest. On the way, the bald youngster reminded Meng Qiuzhen softly. Sister Fang, you need to report properly, otherwise you might be implicated as well. Very inhumans like this mushroom man are vicious things, he is already sure to die. Meng Qiuzhen did not respond. The tied Huang Xiaomi shouted. That's right, I deceived Fang Tu and threatened her. You are creating a huge trouble for your two-clan by capturing me. Someone will definitely come to save me. Huang Xiaomi was saved by Fang Tu, he clearly did not want to implicate his benefactor, thus saying this intentionally. The bald youngster led Huang Xiaomi to two-clan village's prison, and received praises from two-clan village's elders. After everyone left, the bald youngster invited Meng Qiuzhen to his home. It is already late, Sister Fang, come to my home to have dinner and stay for the night. Back when we were neighbors, we used to play together. My mother will also be very happy if she sees you. So this green beast had this kind of relationship with Fang Tu? Meng Qiuzhen nodded and let the plot develop. Soon, Meng Qiuzhen followed the bald youngster to his home. This was an ordinary two-storied bamboo building. Only the bald youngster and his mother lived here. The bald youngster opened the door to the kitchen and said loudly, Mother, look who I brought. Ah, little Fang. I haven't seen you for many days. Are your parents okay? The bald youngster's mother was very enthusiastic. They are both fine, thank you, Auntie. Meng Qiuzhen said half-heartedly. The bald youngster's mother nodded, smiling. Little Fang is here as a guest, take a seat, I will prepare some dishes. The bald youngster said impatiently. Mother, you should prepare more delicious food. This meal will be your son's celebration feast as well. You brat, what have you done this time? The bald youngster's mother frowned. The bald youngster patted his chest. Mother, your son made a huge contribution this time. I arrested a mushroom man and locked him in prison. What? The bald youngster's mother paused. The bald youngster quickly narrated the event. The bald youngster's mother frowned as she looked at Meng Qiuzhen. Little Fang, this brat likes to talk nonsense, is what he said true? Yes. Meng Qiuzhen nodded before adding. But big brother Huang Xiaomi is a good person. Before he finished speaking, he was once again interrupted by the bald youngster. All right, Sister Fang, I have warned you several times. You can say this at home, but don't talk about it outside. Okay. The bald youngster's mother waved her hand. Brat, there is no more soy sauce left. Go to the nearby shop and get some soy sauce. Hurry up and go, how can I make food without soy sauce? Oh, all right. After the bald youngster left, his mother walked towards Meng Qiuzhen. Come, little Fang, tell Auntie what is going on. The Dream Realm's third stage passed like this. Fourth stage. Deep in the night, underground prison. My identity changed again? When Meng Qiuzhen came to his senses, he immediately realized this. He had left the mortal Fog 2's identity and become a Goo Master again. Moreover, his cultivation was rank 4. I am actually the bald youngster's mother now. Meng Qiuzhen shortly discovered that the bald youngster's mother was actually a mushroom man. Meng Qiuzhen immediately had a guess. My current identity is probably that Huang Wan. This dream realm originated from Paradise Earth. What was special about it was the identities in the different stages of the dream realm were not fixed. I might even play the role of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable in the next dream realm. Meng Qiujin smiled. Till now, he had not seen even the shadow of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. In the first stage of the Dream Realm, Meng Qiujin learned that Huang Xiaomi's Mushroom Man tribe had a former witch Huang Wan. She had great strength and was the only doctor that might be able to cure the plague. However, he knew from the old granny that this former witch Huang Wan was expelled from the tribe for some reason. This Mushroom Man Huang Wan concealed her identity and lived in Tu-Clan Village, a human territory. She even adopted a human child to perfectly conceal her identity. If that bald youngster knew his mother was actually a Mushroom Man, I wonder what expression he would show? Meng Qiujin laughed. He used a very short period of time to get familiar with the goo worms on him. The goo worms were comprehensive, covering attack, defense, movement, healing, and other aspects. Meng Qiujin intuitively sensed some of these goo worms could combine to form a mortal killer move. Unfortunately, the situation now did not allow Meng Qiujin to test the killer move or its possible combination. The third stage already gave obvious clues. Although this Mushroom Man Huang Wan was expelled from the tribe, her heart is with the tribe. She immediately moved during the night to save Huang Xiaomi. I must move quickly. Meng Qiujin immediately went deeper into the underground prison. The structure of the underground prison was simple and clear. Very soon, he saw Huang Xiaomi, who was tied to the wall in the deepest part of the prison. Meng Qiujin used his goo worms, silently melting the lock on the prison door. Huang Xiaomi, wake up. Meng Qiujin walked towards Huang Xiaomi and was about to inspect his condition. Suddenly, Huang Xiaomi detonated, turning into ash that covered Meng Qiujin. Shortly after, alarm bells rang and guards started shouting. The whole prison started emitting dark yellow light. The concealed goo formation was activated. Oh no, it is a trap! Meng Qiujin helplessly discovered that Huang Xiaomi had completely disappeared. He hurriedly retreated, using poison goo to corrode the goo formation, but it showed little effect. Such guts! Breaking into my Tu-Clan's jail! It is indeed like that captive said, someone came to save him. Humph! Surrender quietly, and we might spare your life. Two elders with similar faces like they were twins were transported by the goo formation and arrived in front of Meng Qiujin. Meng Qiujin sneered as he started the fight. The battle lasted for 60 rounds before he was defeated and captured by the two elders. The dream realm dissipated. I failed. Meng Qiujin's soul returned to his body as he sighed. Paradise Earth's dream realm was not easy to explore, but Meng Qiujin had plenty of experience. He reached the fourth stage before failing. His soul was quite injured. Meng Qiujin began to think about the events while healing his soul. Those two elders are really strong. They both have rank 4 cultivation, and they have extremely good teamwork when fighting, like they are one person. Not only do I have to fight those two elders, I also have to deal with the goo formation. It is quite straining. Naturally, there is another important reason. I am not familiar with poison path goo worms. I should use this time to deduce the hidden poison path killer moves. There is another reason as well. Meng Qiujin reflected on himself, and realized he had been fretful in the dream realm. Although that fake Huang Xiaomi deceived his initial detection methods, if he was in his normal mental state, he would not have rashly entered the prison, and would have used goo worms to inspect the situation once again. At that time, Huang Wan's mood was extremely anxious and I was unknowingly affected by it, clouding my judgment. There were emotional disturbances in the previous 3 stages as well, but they were all suppressed by Meng Qiujin. At the 4th stage, the dream realm's emotions would naturally be deeper than the 3rd stage. This was also one of the difficulties of exploring dream realms. Using this time, Meng Qiujin deduced 5 poison path killer moves which were mostly based on poison goo. Entering the dream realm again, Meng Qiujin inspected patiently this time. He made an astonishing discovery. Not only was Huang Xiaomi fake, the whole underground prison was also fake. This is a fake prison, the real prison is still below. The goo formation's main body is also below. Meng Qiujin carefully entered the real underground prison. Tu-Clan Village's real underground prison was unexpectedly complicated and extensive. The underground prison was like an ant nest. It was filled with thousands of paths intersecting each other. Meng Qiujin felt like he had entered a maze. The whole mountain seems to have been dug and made into a prison. This Tu-Clan village is clearly an ordinary force, but it was actually able to do this. No, there is a trace of earth tunnel here. Meng Qiujin was probing carefully, and soon discovered traces of one of the 10 earth tunnel. This mountain must be a famous mountain level. It contains a natural earth tunnel. Clan Village just slightly developed the earth tunnel and was able to gain a large amount of resources. No wonder they were able to nurture 2 rank 4 elders. Meng Qiuzhen was moving everywhere in the prison. The underground prison was mostly empty, and there were more beasts than mortals locked up in it. Meng Qiuzhen was still unable to find any clues even after some time. The dream realm had exhausted a large amount of his soul foundation by now. Those 2 Gu masters! Meng Qiuzhen suddenly heard the sounds of Gu cultivators traveling through the earth tunnel from ahead. He quickly moved aside and hid. Swish, swish. The 2 Gu masters slipped out from the earth tunnel. The 2 rank 4 elders. Meng Qiuzhen was observing secretly, and immediately recognized them. They were all along in the underground prison, so they were able to reach the fake prison immediately in the previous situation. The 2 elders talked while moving. This mushroom man is quite tight-lipped. He actually endured such cruel torture. Even if he does not say it, we are already aware that a mushroom man tribe has been hiding in the surroundings of Clan Village. It is just that we don't know the specific location. Right, we must obtain the specific location of the mushroom man tribe from this captive and eliminate them. In a few days we will be able to remove the defensive methods on his soul. At that time, we will know everything by searching his soul. The title is literally translated as Buying Soy Sauce. Chapter 2146. Prison Break. The 2 elders gradually stopped, entering another tunnel as they moved along instead. The 2 of them rapidly left the place. Meng Qiuzhen's eyes twitched. The scene in front of him reminded him of certain memories in his mind. In the 500 years of the main body's previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, a super clan known as Clan emerged in southern border. Their Gu immortals were most skilled at digging tunnels and using them to launch sneak attacks in battle. Does this have anything to do with this 2 village? There were several possibilities regarding this. Firstly, 2 villages' inheritance was excavated by someone. Secondly, 2 villages' bloodline was spread by descendants. They rose to become immortal during the era of abundant dream realms, or they were simply secluded Gu immortals. Thirdly, 2 villages' members revived in Tomb Earth. Meng Qiuzhen successfully found his way to Huang Xiaomi after following the route of the 2 rank 4 elders. Huang Xiaomi was curled up in a corner of the cell, having fallen asleep. This time, Meng Qiuzhen investigated carefully. After finding out that there were no traps here, he entered the prison cell. He immediately found that Huang Xiaomi was in poor shape, at the brink of death. Huang Xiaomi had the Mushroom Man plague to begin with. It was quite fatal. If one had insufficient resistance, they would die. Today, he first fought against the bald youngster before getting interrogated by the 2 elders. His entire body was overgrown with mushrooms. If Meng Qiuzhen did not arrive in time, he would die in just a few more breaths of time. Meng Qiuzhen sighed to himself. It was a close shave. If he came later, this dream realm exploration would have failed entirely. He immediately tried to save Huang Xiaomi. Thankfully, he was prepared for this. The mushrooms on Huang Xiaomi's body continued to shrink until all of them went back into his body. Who are you? Huang Xiaomi was barely able to open his eyes. His vision was still blurred. Meng Qiuzhen answered immediately. I am Huang Wan. I have already used a killer move to suppress the Mushroom Man plague in your body. Your situation is dire. Your life force is almost depleted. I cannot pull out the mushrooms casually as it will consume your life as well. Huang Xiaomi immediately thanked. Thank you for saving my life, senior. Sigh, it is still too early to say that. Let's go out. I need to research on this plague. You don't have much time left. Meng Qiuzhen said. He had not created a poison path killer move that could heal Huang Xiaomi's illness yet. However, the next scene might request for him to heal this Mushroom Man plague. Naturally, that was just his guess. While searching for Huang Xiaomi earlier, Meng Qiuzhen did not have a chance to activate Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu, thus he did not know what the following scenes would be. You need to persevere, let's go. Meng Qiuzhen helped Huang Xiaomi to get up as they left together. But halfway through, they met the bald youngster. Stand there. As expected, someone came to save you. The bald youngster shouted. The 2 elders were behind him as well. They were furious and shocked. Such guts. Vicious thief, you dare to break into the prison. Quickly activate the formation, capture this person as well. Once he said that, the Gu formation activated, the 2 elders fought while the bald youngster assisted them. Meng Qiuzhen sighed internally as he fought against them. He had many poison path killer moves. They were evenly matched after fighting for some time. But soon, the bald youngster saw a weakness and attacked Huang Xiaomi instead. Huang Xiaomi could not resist. He was a huge burden to Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen had to grit his teeth as he helped Huang Xiaomi time and again. Eventually, he lost the initiative and got suppressed by the two elders. In the end, Huang Xiaomi was killed by the bald youngster, dying on the spot. All variant human mushroom men deserve to get killed. The bald youngster shouted with a righteous tone, filled with excitement. At the next moment, the dream realm shattered. Meng Qiuzhen returned to the sovereign immortal aperture, healing himself while collating his insights about the dream. I used Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo earlier to investigate this dream realm, but I did not find the bald youngster. To think that after exploring this dream realm to a degree, it would develop on its own and create new characters. Why did the bald youngster come to the prison? From his tone, he seemed to have discovered my traces. What method did he use to find me? Unless he already found out about the secret of his identity, he knows that his mother is a mushroom man variant human. So he went along with the flow? After his injuries were healed, Meng Qiuzhen went back into the dream realm with several questions to answer. The route did not change. Meng Qiuzhen arrived at the prison cell in advance. He lurked at a corner and watched as Huang Xiaomi was beaten and interrogated by the two elders. These elders had outstanding strength. More importantly, they had the help of the Gu formation. Meng Qiuzhen did not want to use brute force. After 2 failures and accumulating experience, his own strength already surpassed the original Huang Wan. But his greatest weakness was still Huang Xiaomi. His earlier failures already proved that as long as Huang Xiaomi died, the dream realm would fail. It seemed that this scene of the dream realm required him to save Huang Xiaomi successfully. Meng Qiuzhen waited patiently. After the two elders left, he immediately went to Huang Xiaomi's side. Not waking him up first, Meng Qiuzhen directly used the Poison Path Killer move to get rid of the Mushroom Man plague in Huang Xiaomi's body. Next, Meng Qiuzhen woke Huang Xiaomi up. Huang Xiaomi found out that his illness was cured. He was overjoyed. "Thank you, Senior! Please save the Mushroom Man tribe. Many of our members are afflicted with this plague." Meng Qiuzhen nodded, giving Huang Xiaomi some Poison Path Goo so that he had some battle strength. Huang Xiaomi did not need Meng Qiuzhen's help. He was barely able to walk on his own as they sneaked out. But this time, the bald youngster still found them along the way. "Stand there. As expected, someone came to save you." The bald youngster was very excited. Meng Qiuzhen had a peculiar expression as he asked, "I used many methods to conceal my traces. How did you find us?" The bald youngster chuckled. "I'm not afraid to tell you. With my genius talent, I created a move called Earthly Underground Chi. After I captured this Mushroom Man, I secretly used this Tracing Killer move. How can you get rid of it in such a rush?" "Not bad. Even though you are an external member of the clan, you have some talent." "Very good. All thanks to you, we found this problem today. This is your merit." The 2 rank 4 elders looked at the bald youngster in a renewed light. "Thank you, lords." The bald youngster was very excited. He had the demeanor of a lackey. "I will do my best." Meng Qiuzhen. After an intense battle, Huang Xiaomi still died in battle. Meng Qiuzhen failed his 3rd exploration. After deep analysis and deductions, he went into the 4th exploration. This time, he sneaked in early and hid in a corner. After the 2 elders left, he immediately entered the prison cell, healing Huang Xiaomi's illness and even giving him healing goo worms. "Wait here and heal yourself continuously. Do not step out of the cell. There is a tracking method on you. If you try to get out, the enemy will find out," Meng Qiuzhen instructed. "After I kill the crucial goo masters, when you see this healing goo worm fly in the air, get out and escape." Huang Xiaomi was very obedient. He nodded. "I will listen to Senior's instructions." Meng Qiuzhen made the optimal arrangements and left the cell. At the other side, with the development of the dream realm, the bald youngster appeared. He was summoned by the 2 elders and made his way to them, but was suddenly attacked by Meng Qiuzhen. Even though the bald youngster had great strength, he was not Meng Qiuzhen's match, not to mention that Meng Qiuzhen had prepared for this assault. The bald youngster died on the spot. But Meng Qiuzhen found that he could not move. An intense feeling of sadness, guilt, and regret overwhelmed his heart. He found that he lost control of his body. "What is going on? It seems that I cannot kill the bald youngster?" Maybe because they lived together for so long, the Mushroom Man Huang Wan had already treated him as her real son. The feeling was so intense that even with Meng Qiuzhen's fortitude, he could not suppress it. Mushroom Man Huangwan shuddered as tears flowed down her cheeks. It could not be stopped. Clank, clank, clank. Alarm bells suddenly rang. The goo formation was activated as the two elders found their way to Meng Qiuzhen. They must have gotten suspicious after waiting for the bald youngster for so long. They came over to check. Eventually, Meng Qiuzhen's exploration failed as well. So this guy cannot be killed either? Meng Qiuzhen was troubled. Because he could not unravel and dispel that earthly underground chi killer move. Even though it was a mortal killer move, Meng Qiuzhen did not know what goo worms were used in it. And more importantly, even if he knew, could the goo worms on him achieve such an effect? If only I knew how many goo worms the bald youngster had. It is a pity I have already lost the opportunity to find out. In the third scene, Fan Yuan's identity was Fan Tuesday. If he tried to investigate, with the bald youngster's affection for her, he should have gotten some clues. Earlier, when Fan Tu sold mushrooms, the bald youngster flirted with her. It was a great opportunity. But back then, Meng Qiuzhen had not thought of this. Because Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo did not let him see this scene. Back then, the bald youngster did not exist in this scene in the first place. The dream realm changed on its own after saving Huang Xiaomi, causing the bald youngster to appear. Now, after reaching this scene, the earlier ones had vanished already. After deep consideration, Meng Qiuzhen went into the dream realm again. This time, he did not enter the cell directly and wait there. Getting there early was useless. Meng Qiuzhen had to wait for the elders to leave before he could try and save Huang Xiaomi. Meng Qiuzhen set up some arrangements on the route that the elders would take instead. He used Create Dream Immortal Goo to establish a complicated tunnel along the way. After making his arrangement, Meng Qiuzhen came to the prison cell. The two elders had just left. He immediately saved Huang Xiaomi but did not leave him in the cell, bringing him away directly. The two elders were just about to meet up with the bald youngster, but they lost their way. With this crucial gap in time, Meng Qiuzhen successfully brought Huang Xiaomi away. During this period, the bald youngster chased them and wanted to stop them. But Meng Qiuzhen did not kill this troublesome guy, instead making him faint on the spot. After stopping Huang Xiaomi from taking revenge, he successfully passed the scene of the dream realm. Chapter 2147. War. The Goo Masters reacted and quickly retreated. Meng Qiuzhen stomped on the ground with a loud sound. A hole immediately appeared below him. A Goo Master was caught off guard. He fell into the trap. Wanting to restrict me with this method? He was just about to fly out of the pit, when Meng Qiuzhen held a huge rock that was the size of a horse carriage and tossed it down. Don't! Boom! The huge rock crashed down and sent the Goo Master into the pit, losing all signs of life. From below the rock, bright red blood started to spread into a puddle. What are you doing? Are you crazy? You are actually attacking our own clan member, a two clansmen? The remaining two Goo Masters watched this as their hearts jumped intensely. Aren't you guys indignant? Meng Qiuzhen snickered as he approached. Even though the bald youngster had limited Goo worms, against Meng Qiuzhen's combat attainment, how could these mortal Goo Masters resist him? After a short while, they were all sprawling on the ground. Stop it, we give up! The Goo Masters pleaded in a hurry. The sixth scene of the dream realm. Meng Qiuzhen became the Mushroom Man Huang Xiaomi again. His injuries had healed already. The Mushroom Man plague was successfully healed through Huang Wan's secret treatment. Huang Xiaomi also obtained some poison path goo from Huang Wan. Using these goo to form killer moves, he could completely get rid of the plague that troubled his Mushroom Man tribe. Huang Xiaomi moved stealthily in secret, trying to escape. The surroundings of Two Clan Village had surveying Goo Masters that did patrols regularly. A group of rank 2 Goo Masters, with a total of 5 members, were moving in the forest. Stop, we will rest here. The leader suddenly extended his hand, instructing. The moment the group rested, a colorless and odorless poisonous gas spread towards them. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 Goo Masters fell on the ground, falling unconscious. Huang Wan's poison path killer move might only be effective against rank 3 and below Goo Masters, but it has no aura at all when used. It is very valuable in realistic situations. Meng Qiuzhen evaluated as he set off again. He could not kill these 2 clan Goo Masters, even though they could not resist him now. Once he killed them, 2 Clan Village would get alerted, they would chase after him. But a change happened before Meng Qiuzhen's very eyes. The dream realm suddenly changed. A Goo Master group led by the bald youngster met with Meng Qiuzhen head-on. Very inhuman thief, you are still here? Stop there! Where are you trying to escape to? The bald youngster was slightly stunned before shouting and chasing after him. It seems that this happened in history as well. Meng Qiuzhen was helpless about this. Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo could not detect such sudden changes in advance. In fact, even if he saw it, Meng Qiuzhen could not do anything about this. No matter what route he chose, with the natural development of the dream realm, the bald youngsters group would still meet up with Meng Qiuzhen regardless. And looking at it from another perspective, this was a necessary event for this dream realm. Only by escaping from the bald youngster's pursuit could he successfully pass this scene. An exciting chase and escape battle erupted between the two sides. The bald youngster chased while Huang Xiaomi, who had recovered, did not waste time fighting him. He escaped while setting up traps, killing the rest of his group members. The bald youngster was the son of Huang Wan. To play safe, Meng Qiuzhen did not attack him. Eventually, Meng Qiuzhen successfully escaped. The bald youngster stood behind him without any hope of catching up. He shouted, "Mushroom Man thief, I will remember you! One day, I will kill you!" Their grudges intensified. 7th scene. 8th scene. 9th scene. Meng Qiuzhen acted as the bald youngster Green Beast at times, while acting as Huang Xiaomi at other times. Using the Poison Path killer move that Huang Xiaomi brought back, the Mushroom Man tribe successfully healed from the plague. But war ensued. Even though the location of the Mushroom Man tribe was not discovered, with 2 clan villages' rampant searches and investigation, they could not hide for long. The two sides started to send their Goo masters to engage in small interactions and battles. The two sides suffered heavy losses, but because of that, champions appeared. 2 clan village had the bald youngster, who was Huang Wan's adopted son. The Mushroom Men had Huang Xiaomi, the tribesman of Huang Wan. The two interacted occasionally, fighting against each other frequently. Because of their contest, their strength grew rapidly. They reached rank 4 at the same time. On both sides, their clansmen and tribesmen died terribly at each other's hands. They became the greatest enemies of each other's lives. Finally, at the 12th scene of the Dream Realm, Meng Qiuzhen acted as Huang Xiaomi. He set up a trap and sowed discord, causing 2 clan villages' higher-ups to feel wariness against the bald youngster. Green Beast was not a 2 clansman after all. He was not truly one of them. The Mushroom Men set up a trap that did not seem obvious. It seemed to be the true gathering spot of the Mushroom Man tribe. 2 clan village immediately dispatched the bald youngster to go and probe them out. Even though the bald youngster knew that something was up, he was uncertain. After going and investigating, the bald youngster fell into a trap. He was in a life-and-death crisis. "Green Beast, today, you will die!" Huang Xiaomi shouted, leading his troops to encircle and attack the humans who were lower in numbers. "Even if I die, I will drag down 10 Mushroom Men with me to die together!" the bald youngster shouted. He was bathed in blood and covered in injuries, but his morale was high. Even the Mushroom Men attacking him realized that this person was a true warrior. Eventually, the bald youngster used up all his strength and primeval essence. He was all alone. Tens of Mushroom Man corpses were lying around him. "You variant humans will not live for long. Damn it, damn it! I want to kill my enemies, but I have no way of doing that anymore." The bald youngster smiled coldly as he knelt on one knee, raising his head up with pride and arrogance. He shouted at Meng Qiuzhen, "Huang Xiaomi, come and kill me! Even if I die at your hands today, I have merely lost to the schemes of those 2 clan elders. You understood it after all." Meng Qiuzhen smiled coldly as he walked forward, ready to deal the final blow, but suddenly a change occurred. Huang Wan concealed her appearance and appeared suddenly. A wave of white poisonous smoke spread out. She saved the bald youngster successfully. But at the next moment, a human Goo master who had rank 5 cultivation level made his move. Boom! With a loud sound, not only was the white smoke dispersed by the human Goo master, everyone's vision cleared up and he even obstructed Huang Wan from escaping. Huang Wan held on to the bald youngster as they landed at the periphery of the battlefield. Village head. The bald youngster was overjoyed when he saw the rank 5 human Goo master. He also looked at the female Goo master who saved him. From this female Goo master, the bald youngster could sense a familiar yet foreign aura. He asked in curiosity, "Benefactor, who are you?" Chapter 2148. Le Tuesday. At this time, 2 clan villages' Goo masters appeared from all directions, surrounding all the Mushroom Men as well as Huang Wan and her son. The Mushroom Men fell into panic as they got encircled. Huang Xiaomi shouted, "Don't panic. I have already requested for help from the tribe. They will arrive shortly. We need to persevere until then. The Mushroom Man Goo Masters forced themselves to calm down. Two Clan Village's leader did not attack directly. He took a few steps forward and stared at Huan Wan with a complex gaze. Wan Air, as expected you came. Huan Wan snorted coldly. What do you want? Once she said that, the bald youngster realized at once. His body and mind shook, gasping. Mother? Her identity was exposed. Huan Wan got rid of her concealment and returned to her original appearance. At this point in time, I can't hide it from you anymore, little rascal. Huan Wan looked at the bald youngster and sighed deeply with a melancholic expression. The Mushroom Men were all shocked. This is the previous generation witch? Why did our former witch save the human Goo Master Green Beast? From their conversation, it seems that they are mother and son? So Huan Wan was exiled from the tribe because she had an affair with Two Clan Village's head. They even had a son. The truth was unveiled before everyone. They quickly understood the whole situation from start to finish. Mother! Are you really my mother? Are they speaking the truth? The bald youngster was so shocked he could not control himself. All along, he had lived as a pure human. To think that he was actually a mixed breed of human and mushroom man. Huan Wan sighed deeply. They are all correct. I am sorry for hiding it from you for so long. The bald youngster took in a deep breath as he stumbled back for a few steps, looking at Huan Wan with wide-opened eyes. He had never seen his mother's mushroom man form. With the truth of his identity exposed, he could not accept it so easily. Two Clan Village's head looked at the bald youngster deeply before turning his gaze to Huan Wan. Wan Air, is he really our son? I did not expect that after leaving me back then, you would stay behind and lurk within Two Clan Village. You even raised our son all alone. It has really been tough on you. Huan Wan snorted coldly. You are Two Clan Village head, while I am the witch of the Mushroom Man tribe. We are destined to be separated. But our child is innocent. I only stayed in the village for a reason. That was because my son, a hybrid, will not be accepted by the tribe. Thus, all these years I let him grow up in Two Clan Village. Eventually, I would reveal the truth to you and make you take him in. Saying so, Huan Wan looked towards the bald youngster, saying gently, Didn't you ask me who your father was when you were young? Now you know. I had my own plans, but reality is often not under people's control. Today's scene was something I did not anticipate. Child, no matter what, regardless of how much you hate me or your father, you need to remember something. People who live in this world, be it humans, variant humans, or mixed breeds, have to be happy and blissful. They should not dwell on grudges or hatred. A big heart will allow you to see a big world. Thus, Mother named you Le Tuesday. Hearing this, Meng Qiuzhen was shaken internally. What, Green Beast is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable? He actually has mixed blood, but how can a mixed breed become one of the 10 human venerables? No wonder I felt such intense emotions after killing Le Tu as Huan Wan earlier, causing the exploration to fail. So it turns out my deductions were wrong. They really are mother and son. Mother, say no more. Le Tu shook his head as he stepped backwards, looking at Huan Wan in disbelief. How? Are you a mushroom man? Huan Wan's heart jumped. Ah, look, you lived among the humans since you were born. I know you cannot accept it immediately, but... Boom! The ground behind Huan Wan cracked open as a Two Clan Rank 4 elder came out and sneak attacked her. Huan Wan was caught off guard. She was sent flying as she spat out a mouthful of blood while in midair. This Two Clan Rank 4 elder did not have strength to chase her after using this move. He had a twisted expression. Huan Wan! Back then, you saved Huan Xiaomi. My brother died at your hands. For today, I practiced this cracked soil-shattering life-killer move for a long time. How does it feel? Ha! Mother! Le Tu subconsciously ran towards Huan Wan. Lady Huan Wan saved our Mushroom Man tribe from the plague. Quickly save her! Meng Qiuzhen shouted too. Too late, my fellow Two Clan Village members, kill them all! Two Clan Village head shouted as he unleashed a barrage of attacks. The Mushroom Man Goo Masters quickly defended against their enemies. They were unable to care for anything else. Lord Village Head! Le Tu was anxious at the moment. He could not call that person his father. He defended Huan Wan as he looked at Two Clan Village's leader in disbelief. Le Tu was not a 3-year-old, he was a veteran in war. He knew about people's hearts. When the situation occurred earlier, Two Clan Village's leader had used words to distract Huan Wan. He used Le Tu to draw away her attention and kept the elder hidden so his sneak attack succeeded. You made this decision after all! Huan Wan stared at Two Clan Village's head, her former lover, with a cold expression. The situation was urgent, there was no time for healing. She quickly suppressed her injuries and stood up. I am the head of Two Clan Village, I am responsible for all the lives of my Two Clan Village's members. Moreover, culling variant humans is the righteous duty of all humans. Two Clan Village's leader snorted as he attacked. You have such a cruel and wicked heart! Huan Wan screamed before pushing Letu aside, fighting against Two Clan Village's leader. Boom boom boom. The two fought with a huge commotion, the effects of their attacks spread out, causing unguarded Gu masters to die continuously. Thus, the surrounding Gu masters moved away, creating a huge space for these two to fight in. Stop fighting! Letu was anxious, he screamed in his anxiety and helplessness. His body was in poor condition, he could not join the fight now. Allah, escape! Huan Wan shouted. Allah, you are a mixed blood but you are still my son. I've seen all your achievements so far, quickly come and help the village, these mushroom men deserve death. Two Clan Village's leader shouted. Stop fighting, stop fighting! Letu's entire body shook, he was completely lost at the moment. A dark light flashed in the eyes of Two Clan Village's leader, as he thought of a plan. His cultivation level was higher than Huan Wan. With the latter injured from the sneak attack, Two Clan Village's leader had the upper hand, he controlled the situation. Two Clan Village's leader purposely forced Huan Wan to approach a certain Gu master of Two Clan Village. This Two Clan Gu master unfortunately fell into Huan Wan's attack range, but his cultivation level was only rank 2. Huan Wan did not think much about it. Her attack landed on this Two Clan Gu master and killed him on the spot. No! Letu shouted, subconsciously running over. It turned out that this Two Clan Gu master was his close ally, they had gone through dangerous situations many times in the past. Go away, Allah! Huan Wan saw that Letu charged in. She screamed with a pale expression. Two Clan Villages had used the chance to attack thrice, landing 3 attacks on her as she fainted on the spot. Mother! Letu shouted, using his body to block the leader's path, protecting Huan Wan behind him. Don't harm my mother! Two Clan Villages leader burst out with killing intent. He was about to attack when he suddenly heard some shouting from afar. The Mushroom Man tribe's reinforcements! Their tribe leader arrived too. Two Clan Villages had squinted as he thought. We came here stealthily without many people, but they are all elites, it is not worth losing them over these Mushroom Men. Moreover, so what if we win? As long as we cannot find the Mushroom Man tribe's hideout, they will not lose against us. Thinking so, Two Clan Villages had ordered. Retreat. What are you thinking of doing? Seeing Two Clan Villages head approach, the bald youngster called out nervously. Two Clan Village head sighed as he showed a gentle expression on his face. Letu, I will not attack you. You are my son after all, but your mother, she is a Mushroom Man. A variant human. His voice suddenly became sharper and louder. Do you want to side with the variant humans? Two Clan Village's head shouted again. Letu gritted his teeth but did not speak. All these years, how many Mushroom Men have you killed? Do you think they will accept you if you side with them? Two Clan Village's head smiled coldly. Letu snorted coldly, staring at Two Clan Village's head fiercely. I want my mother to live. If you have any ill intentions towards her, I will not let you off. Two Clan Village's head chuckled. If you continue keeping her in that state, in just a while, she will die from her injuries. This. Letu was completely lost at the moment. Two Clan Villages had suddenly attacked, causing Letu to faint. He brought both son and mother away. Kill! Kill these humans! Bring Huan Wan back, she knows the secret of our tribe's hideout. The Mushroom Man Gu masters chased relentlessly. The Huang Xiaomi that Meng Qiuzhen was portraying also shouted among them, but he did not do anything. Because he had already used Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu to check the next scene. After the Mushroom Man Gu masters failed in their pursuit, Meng Qiuzhen arrived at the next scene. This time, he became Huan Wan again. His body was bound by chains that pierced through his bones, he had no primeval essence at all, he was completely out of strength. In the dark prison cell, the door was suddenly opened. Two Clan Villages had walked in. Meng Qiuzhen squinted. From the situation of the previous scene, this was clearly an ambitious and formidable person. Two Clan Villages had smiled, he came prepared. You know my objective, don't be too rash to reject it. Let me show you this. Two Clan Villages head took out an information path Gu worm. Immediately, a video played itself in the air, The scene within it was vivid and lively. In a well-decorated room, 2 clan villages had opened the door and met with Le Tuesday. I heard from my subordinates that you are awake. I immediately came to meet you, my son. 2 clan villages' head had a warm expression. Le Two was covered in bandages. The moment he got out of bed, his body wavered as he fell back onto the bed. How is my mother now? Le Two immediately asked in an urgent tone. Note: Le Two, these are the same characters as Paradise Earth, his later venerable title. Chapter 2149. I confess everything. 2 clan village heads sighed deeply. Your mother is a noble mother. For your sake, she took a huge risk and stayed within 2 clan village for so many years. 2 clan village heads' tone suddenly changed. But I cannot let her off. She is a mushroom man, a variant human. You are also clear about these mushroom men. Those of other races will have different motives. The best outcome for these mushroom men is death. But you are different. You are my son. You know that I have no other children. You are my only son. Allah, come and help me. Only I can accept you here. This 2 clan village is your home. As your father, I owe you a lot. I will do my best to make up to you in the future. After this huge battle, you have already accumulated sufficient credits. I know that you want the 2 surname. Originally, the village would need to test you, but father will allow it now. From today onwards, you will be a true 2 clansman. With the new surname, you will no longer be Le Two, you will be called Tu Le. Child, father is proud of you. This is your new life. Le Two laughed loudly. His voice was filled with mockery and sadness. The goal that he had always pursued was finally achieved, but he felt no sense of accomplishment or happiness. I don't want the 2 surname. I want to exchange for my mother's life using all the contributions I've done for 2 clan village over these years. Le Two called out. But 2 clan village's head had an expressionless face. He shook his head with a firm attitude. Le Two gritted his teeth, blood flowing out from his teeth as he pointed at 2 clan village head. If you kill my mother, I will not live alone. In fact, I will stake my life against yours. Ah, Le! 2 clan village's head shouted coldly. Le Two did not speak. He stared at 2 clan village head fixedly. The atmosphere in the room became immensely tense. The father and son stared at each other with a deathly gaze. Eventually, the expression of 2 clan village's head changed. He shifted his sight towards the ceiling as he sighed deeply to himself. His sigh was filled with complex emotions. There was anger, hatred, helplessness, and sadness. 2 clan village's head looked at Le Two deeply as he said with deep emotions. All these years, father did not discover you. I really owe you a lot, my son. If I had taken care of you, things would not have gotten to this stage. Never mind. Since it was my fault, I will satisfy your request. I will let your mother escape, but I will only let her go secretly. However, the Mushroom Man tribe needs to be eradicated. Not a single one of them will be left. This is your father's limit. It is also the greatest compromise I can give you as the head of 2 clan village. Ah, Le, you need to understand my difficulties as well. Le Two's expression was immediately moved. He gulped. Village head, as long as you let my mother off, I don't care about those Mushroom Man tribe members. All these years, Le Two had been fighting against the Mushroom Man tribe. They had immense grudges and mutual hatred. He only cared about Huangwan after all. Good child. 2 clan village's head was very excited. He patted Le Two's shoulders. But I cannot let your mother go now. You know that even though we have the advantage, as long as we cannot find the Mushroom Man tribe's location, we cannot obtain true victory. But your mother knows the location of the Mushroom Man tribe. She knows how to find them. Allah, I need your help. Convince your mother to tell us this secret. I promise you, I assure you, as long as we eliminate the Mushroom Man tribe and get rid of this huge threat, I will let your mother off and she will live in peace for the rest of her life. This. Le Two hesitated. Even though he wanted to eliminate the Mushroom Man tribe, he understood that his mother had deep feelings for her tribe. 2 clan villages had patted Le Two's shoulders, saying in a kind tone, Father will not force you, think about it yourself. You are still injured, you need to recuperate. I will give you enough time to think, I believe in you. The video ended here. 2 clan villages had smiled coldly as he approached Huangwan. What do you think? Do you want your own son to come and convince you personally? Think about it, Wan Air. You can disregard your own life, but what about your son's life? If our relationship really turns sour, either of you will have a good ending. I may not kill him. But I just need to send him to fight on the front lines and kill all of your tribesmen. What do you think? Meng Qiuzhen looked at Two Clan village head with a look of appreciation. Unscrupulous and shameless, you are quite something. Ha ha ha, a great person would not mind small sacrifices. Have you just found out about it? It is too late now. Two Clan village head laughed loudly, but he felt that Huang Wan's gaze was not normal. Meng Qiuzhen nodded in a serious manner. Exactly why I appreciate you. As his laughter stopped abruptly, Two Clan village's head could not believe what he had just heard. What did you say? Meng Qiuzhen had a straightforward attitude, his gaze flickered. Actually, you don't have to go through the trouble. Don't you want to know the location of the tribe? I'll tell you directly. What? Two Clan village's head was dazed. Meng Qiuzhen shrugged. During this period, he used Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo to check the next scene, and the following one as well. He obtained crucial information. In the end, Two Clan village's army attacks the headquarters of the Mushroom Man tribe. This meant that Two Clan village's head would learn of the location of the Mushroom Man tribe eventually. In history, Huang Wan might not have exposed the location even after interrogation and torture, or after Two Clan village's head threatened her using her son. But this was the dream realm. Huang Wan was not really Huang Wan, she was Meng Qiuzhen. Not only will I tell you the location of the tribe, I'll even tell you that the tribe has a small secretive tunnel. You can send elites to attack it while the main troops are at the front. Meng Qiuzhen suggested. Two Clan village's head had a look of deep disbelief and suspicion. The more cooperative Meng Qiuzhen was, the less he believed in the words that were said. Two Clan village's head was silent for a moment before he laughed coldly. As a captive, you dared to toy with me? Good, very good. To think that you would disregard your own son, you are such a cold-blooded person. No, listen to me. I am really telling you the truth. Meng Qiuzhen said sincerely. But Two Clan village's head shook his head, his voice became even colder. I won't listen. Do you think I will believe you? You can test out what I just said. Meng Qiuzhen could not help but roll his eyes. Two Clan village's head continued his cold snicker. Do you think I am stupid? In the earlier battle, your Mushroom Man tribe created a trap. This time, it must be a trap too. You want me to lose my elite members? Meng Qiuzhen sighed deeply. If you do not test it, what will you do now? Without knowing the Mushroom Man tribe's location, how can you attack? Two Clan village's head laughed loudly. I am prepared for that. Clap, clap, clap. He clapped and said, Master Wu Xiao, please come out. Wu Xiao greets Two Clan village's leader. A Goo master with a grim expression, having a tall and thin body, was created by the Dream Realm. I'll let you know, this is the famous doctor of Southern Border, Master Wu Xiao. Did you think I came unprepared? Two Clan village's head introduced. Meng Qiuzhen sighed. What's the point of all this? Wu Xiao walked forward and used goo worms to investigate Meng Qiuzhen and said, reporting to village head, this captive has tight defenses. If we soul search her abruptly, not only will her soul dissipate immediately, it will even cause a backlash on the attacker, and cause them to get badly poisoned. Two Clan village's head nodded. Precisely so, I asked for you to come here. Master Wu, you cultivate soul path, you can use soul healing methods and are one of the 6 great doctors of Southern Border. In the current Southern Border, only you can resist the Mushroom Man poison path methods, while preserving their souls at the same time. Wu Xiao smiled proudly. Village head, I am flattered, please watch me as I use my methods now. Wu Xiao started to use his killer move on Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen grunted, intense pain assaulted him as his body shuddered, cold sweat broke out. The Dream Realm intensified at this moment, causing his soul foundation to dwindle. Stop it, don't you want to know their location? I'll tell you directly, isn't that enough? Meng Qiuzhen shouted. Do you think I will believe you? Wan Er, I know you too well. Saying such words is an insult to my intelligence. Two Clan village's head snorted and waved his sleeves in anger. Ah. Meng Qiuzhen pretended to cry out in agony. I am telling the truth. Two Clan village's head was enraged. You dare to lie further. Ah. Meng Qiuzhen pretended to have broken down. I can't take it anymore, I'll tell you everything. Two Clan village's head waved his hand. Say no more, I will soul search you either way. Meng Qiuzhen shut his mouth at this moment. He was certain now. At this juncture, he needed to pass the Dream Realm's test. Some Dream Realms were like this, they could only be passed after expending Soul Foundation. If one's Soul Foundation was too low, they would die in this dream realm. Guh. Suddenly, Dr. Wu Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood. He took several steps back, his forehead was covered in sweat, he panted heavily, there was purple blood flowing down his lips. Amazing, impressive! A poison within a poison, to think that there is such an amazing method in the world. To think that I was actually hit by it, it seems that I have to use my final method. Wu Xiao turned his gaze to Tu Clan village head, reporting. But this method has a drawback. What drawback? This is considered forceful soul search, the target would go insane, but their insane words are truthful thoughts. Tu Clan village's head did not even look at Huang Wan, he said without hesitation. Please go ahead and use your method, there is no need to hold back. Yes. Wu Xiao immediately took action. A few moments later, Huang Wan went insane, she lost her mind completely. This was the first time Meng Qiuzhen had encountered such a situation. This condition directly influenced his thoughts as well. Tell me the Mushroom Man tribe's location. Tu Clan villages had asked. Meng Qiuzhen wanted to tell him the truth, but his words that came out were, La la la, my homeland exists in my heart. Huang Wan started to smile foolishly. How do I get into the Mushroom Man tribe's headquarters? Tu Clan village's head continued to ask. Use your legs to walk in, of course, you can crawl too. Ha! Huang Wan started to laugh madly again. Chapter 2150. Crazy Mother. Tu Clan village head became anxious, he started to fire off questions. But even though Huang Wan spoke the truth each time, her replies were all nonsensical. Tu Clan village head did not get the answer he wanted, he looked towards Dr. Wu Xiao with an unkind gaze. Dr. Wu Xiao was shocked too. Amazing, too amazing! This mushroom's will is too strong, even though she lost her mind and has fallen into insanity, she became even purer as a result, each of her actions resonate with her true feelings. In her heart, she will definitely not betray her tribe, even if they exiled her. Tu Clan village head, there is nothing else I can do. You. Tu Clan village head was very angry, he controlled himself. Then Master Wu Xiao, you can go rest now. In the jail cell, only Tu Clan village head and Huang Wan were left. Tu Clan village head looked at Huang Wan and laughed coldly. Don't worry, even if you are crazy, I can still make use of you. If I cannot get an answer from you, I will capture more Mushroom Man higher-ups and ask Master Wu Xiao to take action. I do not believe that I cannot find out the location of your Mushroom Man tribe. Thus, in the next scene, Meng Qiuzhen turned into Huang Xiaomi. The elite Gu masters of the Mushroom Man tribe were beside him. The night was dark, they had already stealthily arrived near Tu Clan village. Brother Xiaomi. Fan Tu secretly went to receive him. These years, Fan Tu had received the help of Huang Wan and Le Tu, she started her cultivation journey and was now a rank 2 Gu master. She had received immense help from Huang Wan. Because of her fortuitous encounter, she bore goodwill towards the Mushroom Men. How is the situation? Meng Qiuzhen asked immediately. Fan Tu answered. The village head is already prepared. Tomorrow morning, Andy Huang Wan will face the trial publicly, she will be beheaded. On the other hand, I have already found out about the location where Le Tu is kept in. Alright, we will split into 2 groups. One group will head to the execution ground and lay in ambush. The other group will save Le Tu and pass him those goo worms that we prepared. Meng Qiuzhen instructed. The sky gradually lightened up. Right when Huang Wan was about to be beheaded, Meng Qiuzhen led the Mushroom Man Gu masters to attack the execution ground. You came after all. Tu Clan village head laughed. Everything has gone according to leader's estimations. The elders praised. Mother! On the other hand, Le Tu also arrived with his reinforcements. Tu Clan village head frowned. You chose the other side after all. Forget it, today, I will slay my kin in the name of justice, I will correct my past mistakes. Kill that pair of mother and son. Try your best to capture all the remaining Mushroom Men. A chaotic battle started. Tu Clan village soon gained the upper hand, this was a trap that they had set in the first place. The Mushroom Man tribe also predicted this, but there was no choice. Huang Wan was the former witch, she knew too many secrets of the tribe, she could not be allowed to stay in Tu Clan village. Huang Xiaomi and Le Tu fell into tough combat, they were surrounded by strong foes. To think that the day would come where we fight on the same side. Le Tu looked at Huang Xiaomi, smiling bitterly. Meng Qiuzhen suddenly laughed heartily. Don't worry, our reinforcements are here. At the crucial moment, The dream realm changed once again as a large number of Mushroom Man Goo Masters joined the fight. It turned out that the Mushroom Man tribe leader had gone all out. He led the entire tribe to attack Two Clan Village in a last-ditch attempt. To win or to die trying. There was no other possible outcome. Most of Two Clan Village's higher-ups were at the execution ground. Because of their temporarily weakened defenses, the Mushroom Man army actually broke in and charged all the way into Two Clan Village. An intense battle erupted. The village head and tribe leader were both rank 5, they fought against each other. Le Tu and Huang Xiaomi's alliance became the crucial element that could break this stalemate. They were too familiar with each other, even though this was their first alliance, they had immense coordination in working together. Both of them had rank 4 cultivation level. Once they joined hands, their battle strength rose greatly, even Two Clan Village's head could not resist them. In the end, the Mushroom Man tribe won while Two Clan Village suffered a terrible loss. The remaining Goo Masters escaped into the prison, resisting with all their might, desperately attempting to survive. Meanwhile, Two Clan Village's head was heavily injured, he was on the brink of death, captured by the Mushroom Man tribe. "Mother, how are you? What happened to you?" Le Tu managed to save his mother in this chaotic battle after suffering huge injuries. But he found that Huang Wan had already gone mad. Huang Wan looked at Huang Xiaomi. "Son, oh son, you must live in happiness and bliss. That is why I named you Le Tuesday. Come, smile for mother, show me a smile." "Oh mother." Le Tu was covered in tears. "It was my fault. If I had not barged in, you would not have gotten hit by the village head. You would not be in such a state." At this time, Wu Xiao was brought over. He begged for mercy. "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I know what happened to your mother." "Speak!" Le Tu roared. Two Clan Village head who was heavily injured smiled and replied in a cold tone. "Ha ha ha, your mother cannot be saved, she had gone completely insane. That's right, I caused it, this Dr. Wu Xiao is the direct culprit behind it as well. You will all die." Le Tu's expression was distorted, he was about to make a move. But Huang Wan suddenly stopped him. "Don't kill him, don't kill anyone. That is not good, you must be a kind person, you stupid rascal. Mother, you finally recognized me." Le Tu cried. Slap. Huang Wan suddenly slapped as Le Tu became stunned. "Who are you calling mother? My son is right here." She grabbed Huang Xiaomi, patting the latter's chest. "This is my son. Look at my son," Huang Wan said proudly. "My son is so strong and tall. He is such a wonderful lad. Oh son." Huang Wan was smiling earlier but suddenly she cried. "Mother let you down. I hid your identity from you and shaved your head because I was afraid that your hair might grow into a mushroom cap instead. Will you blame me?" Le Tu wept in agony as tears flowed like a river. But Huang Wan paid him no attention, she only looked at Huang Xiaomi. For the first time, Le Tu looked at Huang Xiaomi in a pleading gaze. Huang Xiaomi nodded as he acted. "Mother, I won't blame you, you will always be my wonderful mother." Huang Wan shed tears of joy as she said, "Stupid rascal, I'm glad you forgive me. But don't kill your father, don't kill anyone else. I want you to live in peace and happiness, that is all I want. Let them off, conflict and slaughter only breeds deeper conflict and hatred, it will make you empty, it will torture you, it will make you unhappy. If you are not happy, you will not be Allah anymore." The surrounding people were silent. Even Two Clan Village head was the same. "You want me to spare these people?" Le Tu's eyes were red, he clenched his fists as his expression became distorted with rage. "How can I do that?" He forced that question out through the cracks between his teeth. Two Clan Village had smiled coldly, he had already lost completely, he became disheartened, he had no fear towards death. But Dr. Wu Xiao suddenly shouted. "There is hope, there is still hope. Your mother still has a chance of regaining her sanity." Le Tu grabbed Wu Xiao's shoulder and lifted him up. "Tell me, what method is it?" Wu Xiao quickly answered. "Even though your mother is mad, she still has a bit of her mind left in her. Look at her actions and words, they are pure and sincere, this is her inner heart. As long as you do not go against her wishes, in time, her condition will not aggravate, her mind will grow and recover. After that, with my healing, she will definitely be able to recover, there is still hope." Wu Xiao shouted for his life, in order to live, he did not give up any opportunities. Bam! Le Tu threw Wu Xiao to the ground. Ah! Le Tu raised his head to the sky and shouted in pain and agony. His two enemies were right in front of him, They were completely defenseless, but he could not take revenge. For the sake of his mother, he had to follow her wishes. Fine, for my mother's sake, I will spare you two today. Le Tout gritted his teeth. He used so much force that his teeth were bleeding. The dream realm ended here. Meng Qiuzhen's soul returned to his body. He sighed deeply to himself. To think that Paradise Earth had such an arduous and difficult life. Heroes often experience difficulties beyond an ordinary man. No wonder he had no hair in the depiction of his appearance that was left behind in history. But that green beast tattoo is also gone. Paradise Earth is actually the mixed blood of human and mushroom man? How did he become venerable? After that, did he manage to save his mother? When he was still young, he had a rash temper and deep killing intent. He was no different from any other person. How did he end up being the person he was? The dream realm gave Meng Qiuzhen many questions. And they could not be answered for now. But the fact was that his attainment level had risen. Fan Yuan's Earth Path attainment level jumped to Great Grand Master. Not only that, his Poison Path attainment also rose to Great Grand Master. Before this, Fan Yuan's Poison Path attainment level was at Grand Master. This dream realm that Paradise Earth left behind contained the true meaning of both Earth Path and Poison Path. Fan Yuan took a risk to raise his Dream Path clone into an immortal. The gains were quite apparent now. Not only were Food Path, Poison Path, and Earth Path elevated to Great Grand Master, even Luck Path and Ice and Snow Path were Grand Master now. Space Path, Metal Path, Wind Path, Cloud Path, Lightning Path, Information Path, Light Path, and Dark Path were also at Master level. After passing Paradise Earth's Dream Realm, he only had a few Dream Realms left. Before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fan Yuan would definitely be able to use up all of these Dream Realms. At this moment, he had basically no weakness in most cultivation paths. However, Painting Path, Weapon Path, and Pill Path were still blank. This could not be helped. These paths did not exist in any of Spectral Soul's Dream Realms. This might be part of Spectral Soul's plan. Or maybe even he did not have attainment in those paths. After all, they were produced after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's era. Meanwhile, Painting Path was kept in the hands of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. He did not let any information leak out. It was even more secretive than Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Luck Path inheritance. Moreover, a portion of Spectral Soul's Dream Realms were taken by Feng Jin Huang while pursuing Fan Yuan. But she obtained very few Dream Realms. It was not worth it for Fan Yuan to take them back. After all, Feng Jin Huang had immense luck. After becoming an Earth Path Great Grand Master, Fan Yuan immediately started to modify the details of his Earth Vein project. He saved a lot of cost and reduced the time needed for it. Looking at the time, Xian Hong should have already arrived in southern borders Wu Clan and met with Wu Yong? Fan Yuan counted and planned. Chapter 2151. Refining Goo in exchange for famous mountains. Southern border. Wui Mountain, Wu Clan's headquarters. In a hall. Xian Hong had a faint smile as he greeted politely. Xian Hong pays respects to Wu Clan's first supreme elder. Wu Yong sat and smiled. Esteemed Anva, no need to be so polite. Xian Hong spoke openly and straightforwardly. I came here with Fan Wind Goo. It has already been refined and raised successfully. Please do examine it now. Wu Yong could not help but feel surprised. So quickly? Does Fan Yuan have a method to refine fake immortal goo? Is he here to scam me? He received it and checked thoroughly. There were no flaws at all. It is a genuine rank 8 immortal goo. But how can Fan Yuan refine a rank 8 immortal goo in such a short period of time? Thinking of this, Wu Yong was uncertain again. In his mind, Fan Yuan's main traits were craftiness, viciousness, shamelessness, unscrupulous, and ruthlessness. This number one demon in the world could not be assessed using common sense. Anvo, please hold on. Our Wu Clan Goo Immortal will come and check it. Wu Yong answered. Wu Clan had their own refinement path Goo refinements, but they were not strong. Wu Clan was not specialized in refinement path, they were best at wind path. Not only in southern border, even in the 5 regions, Wu Clan was first rate in wind path. After a few minutes, Wu Yong received information that rank 8 Fan Wind Goo was the real thing. It could not be fake. Wu Yong had a complex emotion. Immortal Goo were unique. Because rank 8 Immortal Goo were too hard to refine, they had an extremely important significance. Ordinary rank 8 Goo Immortals did not even have one rank 8 Immortal Goo. For example, old ancestor Shui, who lost everything that he had worked to accumulate for many years on snowy mountain blessed land after trying to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. Of course, this was because his ambitions clashed with heavenly courts and longevity heaven's benefits. Even though the world has been changing in the last few years, with the movement of earth veins and rampaging of chi tides, a vast amount of immortal materials surfaced, it will likely cause a large increase in rank 8 immortal goo. But for ordinary rank 8 goo immortals, especially the lone immortals, they will still face problems getting one rank 8 immortal goo. To think that my Wu clan has gained a new rank 8 immortal goo. Wu Yong was happy but also gained increasing wariness regarding Fang Yuan. Even though I know that Fang Yuan had annexed Lang's sect, it is still hard to believe that his refinement path ability has become so incredible. It feels like he had an easy time refining a rank 8 Fan Wine goo with no problems encountered at all. On the other hand, Ke Xian Hong added, "Since you have checked it, which 2 immortal goo does your clan want to refine next? I can bring them both back next time." Wu Yong became hesitant. Should he pass the 7-face prestige wind goo to Ke Xian Hong? If he could refine 8-face prestige wind goo, Wu Yong would gain a huge boost in strength. But precisely so, 7-face prestige wind goo was extremely important. If he gave it to Fang Yuan and the latter snatched it, what would he do? Come to think of it, there are many options. At this moment, Wu Yong felt that 3 chances were too few. He would want nothing more than to raise all of Wu clan's immortal goo to rank 8. To think that you acted so quickly, I am quite spoiled for choice at the moment. I need to think about it carefully. Envoy, why don't you stay here and give me 3 days to consider? Wu Yong asked. Wu Ba Chong heard this and added, urging Ke Xian Hong. Speaking of which, this is the 3rd time you've come to Wu clan. Let us host you and bring you around. All right. Ke Xian Hong smiled lightly. I do like Wu clan's style a lot. I'll trouble you with my stay. As for First Supreme Elder's considerations, I understand. In fact, I have been tasked with another mission. I wonder if your clan would like to undergo another transaction with us? What transaction? Wu Yong became alert. He thought of the secluded domain of heaven and earth Wu land. It was akin to a quasi-rank 9 immortal goo, but Fang Yuan forcefully bought it. Thinking of this, Wu Yong felt a slight heartache again. Ke Xian Hong explained the details while Wu Yong fell into contemplation. Wu Ba Chong shouted in shock. What? Fang Yuan wants to dig away our Wu clan's famous mountains? In return, he will refine rank 8 immortal goo for our Wu clan? Precisely. Ke Xian Hong nodded. Wu Ba Chong snickered. How can that be? Any famous mountain is a large resource point at least. Most of them are giant resource points, a select few are super resource points. They can produce rank 8 immortal materials. Even though you can refine rank 8 immortal goo, you are still using our immortal goo as the foundation to raise their rank. You are not giving us additional immortal goo. Furthermore, immortal goo are hard to feed, rank 8 immortal goo are too. Even if they are refined, they will expend our resources. Yet, famous mountains are able to produce resources continuously, they will almost never dry out. You want to take our famous mountains, you are trying to cripple our foundation. What intentions do you have? What schemes are you up to? Towards the end, Wu Ba Chong was basically screaming in anger. But Ke Xian Hong was prepared for this, he spoke calmly. Not so at all. Elder Wu Ba Chong, you are too pessimistic about this. Think about it carefully. Your clan has just gotten many goo immortal seeds to undergo immortal ascension recently, but you only gained 6 new immortals, with most of them being external members. Even with more goo immortals, Wu clan's territory is too big, you cannot defend it. Since that is the case, you might as well sell some territories. In that case, not only would Wu clan have higher ranked immortal goo, you will even have sufficient manpower. Furthermore, Ke Xian Hong continued, immortal goo are unique. I am sure Elder Wu Ba Chong knows how priceless rank 8 immortal goo are. Immortal materials can be sold and bought, but can immortal goo be easily bought? They are unique, they can only be traded. Even if Treasure Yellow Heaven is the #1 market in the world, let me ask you, how many immortal goo have been traded in it over these years? The 5 regions are now won, the 5 regions' chaotic war cannot be avoided. Goo immortal battle strength is the most important thing. You can only consider the rest after having sufficient strength to defend yourself. A rank 8 immortal goo can cause your clan's strength to rise sharply. Not only can you protect yourself, you can invade others and gain a huge amount of wealth in war. This. Wu Ba Chong hesitated. Ke Xian Hong looked at Wu Ba Chong, He cast a secretive glance at Wu Yong without showing any signs, continuing to convince them. Human Smoke Mountain is Chai Clan's headquarters. They sold it to us recently. What? There is such a thing? Wu Ba Chong was stunned. Ko Xian Hong did not elaborate further. He took a step back. If Wu Clan does not want this trade, we will not force you. This time, other than bringing back immortal goo for refinement, I also need to find other clans and undergo this trade with them. Wu Ba Chang's expression changed mildly. If Wu Clan did not deal with Fan Yuan but the other clans did, their battle strength would surge instead. Even if they give up on resources now and lose future potential, what if they decide to expand through invasion? By then, if Wu Clan refuses to work with Fan Yuan, their battle strength would be surpassed by other clans. By then, Wu Clan would fall from their throne of the number 1 southern border force. They would be bullied by others. Wu Yong tapped on the table with his finger, as he fell into deep thought. Fan Yuan is so domineering even when doing business, he gives others no way of rejecting. However, even though Ko Xian Hong is trying to convince us, he is not wrong about it. This trade is sensible, but we need to control the extent of our dealing. At almost the same time, in Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace, Gon Ni pays respects to Master. Earth Extremity of the 8 Extremities knelt before Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Earth Extremity Gon Ni was a female immortal. She cultivated Earth Path and Refinement Path. Her Refinement Path attainment was quite deep. At this moment, she held 4 rank 8 immortal goo and handed them over respectfully. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun inspected them for some time and felt pleased. Gon Ni, you are our Longevity Heaven's Refinement Path expert indeed. Since the Fate War until now, you received my orders and refined 4 rank 8 immortal goo. You have made a huge contribution. Gon Ni quickly answered. It was all thanks to Master's luck path methods. Otherwise, with just my mere talent, we could not have refined so many rank 8 immortal goo in these few years. But because of that, Longevity Heaven's luck fell greatly. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun interrupted her as he waved his hand. In this world, there are losses where there are gains. To refine these immortal goo, luck expenditure was a necessary investment. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun took one of these 4 immortal goo and observed it carefully in front of him. This goo had a peculiar shape. It was cubic and resembled a wooden box. This was imitation goo. It was 8th place on the list of mystical goo, originating from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. If one placed this goo with any immortal goo in the world together for some time, the goo cultivator could activate imitation goo to turn itself into that immortal goo. Immortal goo were unique, but imitation goo could bypass this logic to some extent. However, the imitated goo could not compare to the real one in power. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable asked Heavenly Court for human chi immortal goo and failed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable took another path, refining imitation goo and turning it into human chi immortal goo. Next, with this human chi immortal goo as the core, he established 88 True Young Building. Other than this imitation goo, the other 3 rank 8 immortal goo were all blood path immortal goo. Divine Emperor City. Light flickered, the 10 children of human path came out of the painting world, returning to the real world. We are finally back. It is a pity that we did not manage to take down those 2 new paintings. We were nurtured by Heavenly Court, but the time is up, we needed to leave. What are you worried about? Even though we did not take it down entirely, the situation has been set. There are so many beast tamers in the painting world, even cultivators have appeared. Moreover, with the deep foundation that we created, there is no chance of failure. That's true. After the 10 children of human path conversed for some time, their sex goo immortals arrived to bring them back. Qin Ding Ling and the rest concealed their traces, watching the scene unfold before them. These 10 people are the human path immortal seeds of our Heavenly Court. Regardless of the results from this crazed demon cave expedition, we need to nurture these people, invest fully in them. Qin Dingling announced. Yes, madam. The Goo Immortal in charge listened to Qin Dingling's words and engraved it in his mind. Let's go. Qin Dingling turned around and said to Genesis Lotus Will. Genesis Lotus Will nodded. At the next moment, Divine Emperor City moved, the huge city flew up again, heading straight from Central Continent with unparalleled momentum. The target was Crazed Demon Cave. Chapter 2152. Earth Veins Initial Formation. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, several variant human men gathered into a circle. They were busily engaging in an important business. Slowly. Guys, relax a little, don't be so anxious. Faster, I can't endure it anymore. Bam. A loud sound was heard. A gigantic hill landed on the ground. This hill was not tall, it did not have clear waters or beautiful vegetation, there were mostly dust rocks and iron-cloud stones on the mountain, causing it to look gray in most areas. And most amazingly, this entire hill was completely silent. Even though there were many life forms, when two immortals spoke here, no sound could be transmitted unless they used specific methods. This was Silent Hill. It had the same reputation as Western Desert's anti-sound desert, famous in the world. Any sound path killer move used here would be greatly weakened and suppressed. Silent Hill was a famous mountain in southern border, but because it produced little resources, it had not been very useful to anyone. This time, Fan Yuan sent envoys all over the place to negotiate in transactions. Silent Hill was sold to Fan Yuan as a result. These variant human goo immortals moved in groups. They were in charge of moving Silent Hill back into a specific location of the sovereign immortal aperture. But relocation was just the first step. Next, they had to develop its mountain roots. The one in charge of this was a Rockman goo immortal. He activated a method as Silent Hill's mountain roots began to grow rapidly, stabbing into the surrounding environment. "Deeper, go deeper!" the leader instructed as he suddenly sighed. "Sigh, why did you stop? Are you finished so quickly?" the Rockman goo immortal said impatiently. "Say, leader, can you keep quiet? I want to go deeper too, but I only have rank 7 cultivation level. This is a famous mountain, it is very exhausting to influence and manipulate its mountain roots." But the leader said, "That's why I said you need to work harder. Your cultivation level is too low, when will you become a rank 8? The Rockman goo immortal rolled his eyes. "Boss, I was still rank 6 some time ago. I only went to pass the tribulation and reached rank 7 because of our master. I also want to reach rank 8, but that is just too difficult." The other goo immortals quickly spoke. "Leader is right, in our group, you're the only one that can deal with the mountain roots, allowing them to grow thick and long. If you were stronger, we would complete our mission to a greater extent, we would receive better rewards as well. You are in charge of the mountain veins, your contribution is the highest among us. I heard that you went to sleep recently?" "I have not slept in 2 months, I have been doing mountain relocation missions the entire time. Master has such grand ambitions and inspirations, he is managing a project to create artificial earth veins. But this plan will eventually be completed, aren't we grabbing onto this chance when it is available to us? Look at the other groups, the more missions they complete, the fewer we will have for ourselves." The other goo immortals stared at the Rockman goo immortal, they had a look of expectation and disappointment. The Rockman goo immortal was very helpless. "Don't you guys know? We Rockmen have no lack of sleep in our lives. Because our bodies are too heavy, it is a huge burden on our soul. We need to sleep to pacify our soul. Then use the liver life formation. I already used it. On Master's contribution board, aren't there soul path methods to raise your soul foundation? But I cultivate earth path, soul path methods are less effective on me. Instead of using my contribution points on them, I might as well raise my earth path attainment instead." The leader gritted his teeth. "Stop arguing, let's pool our funds and help our little Rockman brother. Let's gather some points and raise his soul foundation." The other goo immortals agreed together. Right now, the Rockman goo immortal was their group's weakness. If he got stronger, the entire group would benefit from it. Fan Yuan handed out all sorts of missions. They were created after wisdom path deductions. Their contents were simple but they had deep meaning. Be it the difficulty of the mission or the content itself, goo immortals often had to cooperate with others. It was hard to do any mission alone. This gave the goo immortals of various races a chance to work together intimately. After a long period of cooperation, they naturally developed camaraderie and friendship. Thus, within the entire sovereign immortal aperture, all the different tribes and races were seamlessly fusing together into one big community. Humans, rockmen, feathermen, inkmen, snowmen, and others, they were all working together, contributing blood and sweat for the sake of building their wonderful homeland. Excellent, Silent Hill has been relocated already. All the famous mountains are distributed around the mini-5 regions. The most basic requirement has been met, we can now start developing the earth vein. Fan Yuan had been paying huge attention to the famous mountain relocation plan. After seeing the situation over at Silent Hill, he started to take action personally. In order to construct the earth vein, he had already created many immortal formations in the important areas of the mini-5 regions. At this moment, Fan Yuan willed as immortal essence was expended, the immortal formations started to activate on their own. The ground of the mini-5 regions was shaking with greater intensity as time passed. The variant humans living in the various areas were lost and confused, while some showed expressions of joy. What is happening? Is there another earthquake? Most of the mortal goo masters did not understand the situation. Master has started to take action. Oh heavens, he is affecting the entire mini-5 regions in one go. This is truly a huge project. The goo immortals sensed the situation. They all felt intense joy and also deeper admiration towards Fan Yuan. Rumble. The ground continued to rumble, but the extent was not too severe. There was not much loss from this. An earth vein started to form in a chain due to the effect of the goo formations in various areas, using the famous mountains as its various nodes. This earth vein crossed through the mini-5 regions. It was present in mini-Eastern Sea, mini-Central Continent, mini-Northern Plains, mini-Southern Border, and mini-Western Desert. If one looked from above, this earth vein would resemble an irregular geometric shape. The lines were very clear and simple. It barely covered the area of half the mini-5 regions. The earth vein was successfully constructed. The ground returned to normal. The immortal formations of various places came to a halt. They were basically fueled by immortal materials that were almost completely expended. The formations were now incomplete and could not be used again. Fan Yuan started to carefully assess the outcome. He was very patient and thorough. After some time, he nodded in satisfaction. It had gone according to plan. The entire earth vein was created perfectly. No flaws could be observed. Of course, this had to do with the simple design of the artificial earth vein. It was simply too crude. The truth was, the hardest part of the artificial earth vein project was not the creation of the earth vein. The problem was the way to gather enough famous mountains to use as the nodes of the various regions' earth vein. The second hardest thing was the method to create an artificial earth vein. The earth vein is completed in its initial state. It is quite crude now and does not have an immediate impact on the entire sovereign immortal aperture. In fact, it might even cause problems to occur frequently during this initial period, but after some time, when things go back to normal, the sovereign immortal aperture will become more stable than before. Fan Yuan estimated in his mind. He withdrew his attention from the sovereign immortal aperture and used Cooking Luck Pot to inspect his luck again. With one glance, Fan Yuan's eyes shined. Joy was expressed in his gaze. The creation of his artificial earth vein had a huge effect on his luck. His luck was originally a grand pillar of silver light, but it was quite loose like cloud soil. It could scatter with one touch. Now, even though the silver pillar was smaller, it became more condensed. This was quite an assuring development. But the luck of the other venerables has also grown stronger. Fan Yuan frowned to himself. At the top of the silver light pillar, 3 clouds were looming over it. They represented Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star Constellation's cloud was still in control of the first level. It had expanded slightly. Spectral Soul was at the second level, while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was at the third. But there was an odd scene now. Star Constellation's cloud seemed to be devouring Spectral Soul's cloud. This scene was quite confusing to Fan Yuan. He had many guesses in his mind, but he was not certain about anything. There was also another transformation. At the bottom of the silver light pillar, yellow-brown dust started to spin around it again. This earthy dust moved around the silver light pillar, seemingly stabilizing it. Through luck inspection, Fan Yuan confirmed that the artificial earth vein plan was very useful to himself. He became even more resolved to continue this plan. But after getting an earth vein, I can no longer use Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. Fan Yuan reminded himself. Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation Killer Move was the ultimate method of Beast Calamity Immortal. It contained the highest profundity of transformation path, able to turn Dao marks of all other paths into transformation path Dao marks. It could even influence heaven path Dao marks, thus all sorts of tribulations could turn into beast calamities. Fan Yuan's main body could not use it anymore. This move that transformed Dao marks had a huge effect on the sovereign immortal aperture's habitat. Fan Yuan had a terrifying number of Dao marks now, ignoring anything else. Just refinement path Dao marks alone amounted to over 6 million. If these 6 million Dao marks suddenly turned into another path's Dao marks, the sovereign immortal aperture would not be able to adapt to the change. By then, a huge issue would occur in the environment. The terrifying tribulation that occurs would have unimaginable consequences. For example, it was like a fish swimming in water, but the water turned into lava. It was easy to guess the outcome of the fish. In the past, when Fan Yuan used Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation, The sovereign immortal aperture's development was still quite low, there were very few life forms inside. At that time, he also had far fewer Tao marks. If he used myriad beings assimilation transformation now, there would be too many Tao marks transformed, it could not be done. But if he transformed fewer Tao marks instead, against venerables, it would not have any purpose in combat. Immortal killer move, heaven and earth travel. At the next moment, Fan Yuan's main body went from eastern sea to southern border. A tall mountain peered into the clouds, frost energy emanated from it, its mountain roots were cut already. Fan Yuan was here to retrieve it after the preparations were done. This was Frosty Peak. Back then, Fan Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai and sneaked into Wu clan. He had gotten into conflict with Xia clan over this mountain. Frosty Peak was a famous mountain, of course, it produced ice and snow path resources. However, the originally white and beautiful Frosty Peak was now littered with holes all over as a result of excessive excavation. Not only was it ugly, the production of resources was also affected. Thus, this Frosty Peak was sold to Fan Yuan by Wu clan. At this moment, there were many Gu immortals surrounding Frosty Peak. Other than the variant human Gu immortals that Fan Yuan dispatched, Wu clan's Gu immortals were here as well. Wu Yong was among them. Fan Yuan, have you been well? Wu Yong took the initiative to greet him, showing a complex expression at the same time. Chapter 2153. Lord Fan Yuan, time to get going. Wu Yong wanted to meet Fan Yuan personally. If the pursuit of Fan Yuan had just ended, Wu Yong would not dare to get close to him at all. Fan Yuan was the #1 demon in the world. Wu Yong would not dare to approach him, there was a threat of getting killed. It was too dangerous. But now was different. Fan Yuan had an entire series of methods for foreign affairs. He engaged in transactions with many major forces without using brute strength. The initial effect might be small, but after so long, super forces like Wu clan, Fan clan, and Chai clan could see that Fan Yuan was someone who could work with principles and rules. After these super forces reassessed Fan Yuan, they decided to work with him. It was not easy to reach this stage. Would a rabbit have the guts to make transactions with a wolf? But this man in front of me achieved this feat. Wu Yong looked at Fan Yuan while feeling complicated internally. Wu Yong was a current generation hero, his talent and aptitude were top-rate even among rank 8 Gu immortals. Seeing Fan Yuan's actions these days, even Wu Yong sighed to himself as he developed feelings of admiration. Having strength but not abusing it or bullying the weak casually, this was not something easy to achieve. On the surface, this seemed like the demeanor of someone with self-control and an understanding that one could not abuse their advantage or they would eventually falter. But the truth was, he was unaffected by greed or ambition, his logic had always suppressed other emotions. In the current world, no, throughout time, throughout the history of mankind, how many people could reach this stage? Fan Yuan could even make these weaker forces undergo transactions with him without worries. Initially, there was only Wu clan. But Wu Yong soon found that almost all super forces were transacting with him. They sold some useless famous mountains in exchange for the chance to refine rank 8 immortal Gu. This was not easy. It showed that Fan Yuan had incredible interpersonal skills. Be it through threatening or temptation, even if he used other methods, the result was that he succeeded. Fan Yuan is truly an incredible person. Even though he started from the demonic path, his mannerism and mindset has never been restrained by shallow ideas like factions. He can be righteous or demonic, he can either help the world or cause chaos in the world, everything depends on the methods he adopts. Even throughout history, such a demon is truly the most terrifying. Being born in the same generation as this person is also my blessing. Wu Yong was wary of Fan Yuan, he had felt disappointment and rage because of Fan Yuan, but he had also gained morale and inspiration, he even saw the beauty of life because of Fan Yuan. Because from Fan Yuan, he saw himself. It was a testament to his own ideals. He had too many similarities with Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's series of actions during this period allowed Wu Yong to see Fan Yuan's vision. He knew that Fan Yuan was someone who saw 10 steps ahead of each action. Since everyone's opinions and actions have changed because of Fan Yuan, why can't I try to cooperate even more deeply with him? After losing Hu Land, Wu Yong developed this thought. What to do with an enemy you could not beat? The best way was to cooperate with them. To turn from enemies to allies. Cooperating with Fan Yuan had huge potential for gains, it was very helpful to Wu clan. Wu Yong was someone with high restraint, but he also had the honor of the righteous path. Except that the honor of an ambitionist like him was worth less than a piece of paper. As long as the benefits were high enough, Wu Yong could tear this paper into pieces with no second thought. Thus, Wu Yong took the initiative to come and meet with Fan Yuan personally. He wanted to talk and try to see if he could deepen their cooperation. Seeing Wu Yong, Fan Yuan also revealed a faint smile. Wu Yong had once chased after his life, but so what? If you can kill me, that is testament to your strength. This is a world where the strongest survive. If I die because of you, that is because I am weak. It is my own lack of capability, it is my fault. The weak were devoured by the strong. Was this not a natural thing? Thus, in Fan Yuan's heart, he had never felt any pointless hatred or grudge. Wu Yong came here of his own accord. His intention to cooperate was obvious. Then let's cooperate. For Fan Yuan, working with Wu Clan had benefits and gains too. Wu Yong was the leader of the Southern Alliance, while Wu Clan was the #1 superforce in Southern Border. They would become a role model for other forces if they chose to cooperate. Like how Fan Yuan traded with other forces for famous mountains, he had used Wu Clan's transaction records to tempt them. But just when Fan Yuan was about to talk with Wu Yong, a Gu immortal flew over in the sky. This Gu immortal was dressed in a gray hemp garment and conical hat. He had a muscular body and a chin that was wide and thick. It was Lu Weiyin. He had always been calm and composed, but now, he showed an anxious expression. Lu Weiyin saw Fan Yuan and shouted from afar. Lord Fan Yuan, I finally found you. What's the matter? Fan Yuan smiled. Lu Weiyin flew towards Fan Yuan, casting a glance at Wu Yong but not greeting him. Wu Yong became quite curious. He had never seen Lu Weiyin in such a frantic state. Lu Weiyin spoke directly in front of Fan Yuan. Lord Fan Yuan, do you know that yesterday, Divine Emperor's city brought heavenly court's immortals from central continent straight towards northern plains' crazed demon cave? Oh? Fan Yuan's expression moved slightly. Lu Weiyin continued. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has likely revived. If she joins up with Heavenly Court, they will be able to work together. Crazed Demon Cave's situation will be very dangerous. There is no time, we need to head there immediately and take control of the situation. What? Wu Yong heard this and felt incredibly shocked. What in the world was going on? Why were Heavenly Court and Crazed Demon Cave involved in something? Wu Yong was very perceptive. He immediately realized that this was an incredibly important fight. Regardless of the result, it would definitely affect the entire Gu immortal world, as well as the 5 regions and 2 heavens. But Fan Yuan was not anxious. He consoled Lu Weiyin. Your information network is really broad. But don't worry, don't be anxious, I still have matters to settle. Saying this, Fan Yuan used a method to put Frosty Peak into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. How can I not be anxious? Lu Weiyin took off his hat as he stared with wide eyes, urging. We are going against Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven. The location is also Limitless Demon Venerable's Crazed Demon Cave, as well as that secluded domain of Heaven and Earth, Primordial Domain. Lord Fan Yuan, we cannot lose our initiative in this fight. What? What? Heavenly Court, Longevity Heaven. Limitless Demon Venerable. And Primordial Domain? The secluded domain of Heaven and Earth recorded in? Wu Yong had more and more questions in his mind. He felt more anxious as well. He wanted to know everything. Fan Yuan had a solemn expression. I know that you want to make contributions, I've already promised you. If Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wants to revive, I will help you. But I have my own judgment towards the situation. If I do not use my time to strengthen myself, how can I go up against the Venerables? There is no need to rush me any further. This. Lu Weiyin pondered without speaking further. Fan Yuan turned to Wu Yong as he smiled again. Wu Yong, regarding the sale of famous mountains, I think we can expand the scale of transactions. For example, Moon Bowl, Corpse Mountain, Phoenix Peak, or Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, and others. Wu Yong showed a difficult expression. These famous mountains have higher value than Frosty Peak. The true value of Phoenix Peak is that phoenixes will gather every year to lay eggs. If you take the mountain, it might not have great value anymore. As for Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian or Corpse Mountain, they are things that Wu Clan needs. Not long ago, we obtained the enslavement path true inheritance of the Corpse Emperor. We are trying to develop and use it. These 2 mountains are not for sale. As for Moon Bowl, as long as the price is reasonable, we can consider selling it. Wu Yong spoke with a sincere tone, but his mind was wandering elsewhere. He had been anticipating this conversation for a long time. But because of Lu Weiyin's words earlier, Wu Yong's attention was drawn away to the issue instead. Fan Yuan negotiated with Wu Yong for some time. Lu Wei-yin was left unattended beside them. Fan Yuan truly needed more famous mountains now. Even though the earlier transactions were helpful, they were mostly useless mountains. But if Wu Clan led the transaction, this huge deal between Fan Yuan and Southern Border's super forces could go one step further. After the discussion, Fan Yuan waved his sleeves. "All right, I'll see you both another time." Lu Wei-yin stretched out his hand. "Lord Fan Yuan?" Before leaving, Fan Yuan cast a cold glance at him. "I have other matters to attend to." Lu Wei-yin could not speak any of the words that he had bottled up inside. At the next moment, heaven and earth travel was activated. Fan Yuan vanished on the spot. He really had things to do. This time, he went to Rotten Mud Mountain and took the mountain. Sigh. Lu Wei-yin sighed deeply to himself. Wu Yong smiled. "We have not met for some time. Why don't we?" Lu Wei-yin waved his hand. "Wu Yong, I have matters to attend to. When I am free, I will definitely visit Wuyi Mountain." Saying so, Lu Wei-yin left. He did not have the mood to explain things to Wu Yong. Wu Yong also had a bunch of bottled-up questions. He felt horrible internally. He immediately turned his gaze towards the variant human goo immortals that were present. His smile did not change. He asked these people. But what did these variant human goo immortals know? The leader replied calmly. "Without Master's permission, how can us subordinates speak out of line? Please do not blame us, Lord Wu Yong. We need to continue moving the mountains." Wu Yong was helpless as he watched these people leave. Even though he spoke to Fan Yuan and achieved his original goal, Wu Yong could not be happy. He sensed acutely that he was starting to get left behind by Fan Yuan and others. He had no idea what was going on in Crazed Demon Cave, for example. No wonder Fan Yuan is trying to work with the major forces. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived? One can only imagine the pressure he is facing. Maybe I should use this to haggle for more conditions with Fan Yuan? After understanding Fan Yuan's difficulties, Wu Yong started to develop some thoughts. Wait. His eyes burst with bright light. Lu Wei-yin could have transmitted those words to Fan Yuan. Why did he speak in front of me purposely? It is likely that I can gain more information by asking him. He rejected me earlier to try to raise his status and get a higher price. Wu Yong smiled bitterly internally. He knew that if he contacted Lu Wei-yin now, he would be extorted by the latter. But if he did not ask for information, how could he know if there was a chance to benefit from this situation? Chapter 2154. Looting everything. Immemorial white heaven. Intense winds blew. Fan Yuan's hair fluttered in the wind as a result. After preparation, he activated his killer move. A rank 8 Earth Path Grotto Heaven was devoured by the Sovereign Immortal Aperture under Fan Yuan's method. Like what he did earlier, Fan Yuan did not annex this Grotto Heaven wholly. He chose to split it into different portions and place them into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's various areas. Of course, because this was a Rockman Earth Path Grotto Heaven, most of it landed in the Mini 5 regions, only a small portion ended up in the Mini 9 heavens. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, as profound light faded, a mountain range appeared in Mini Central Continent out of nowhere. It's here, our tribe's Myriad Ravine Mountain Range. Sure Sanbai was incredibly excited. Yes, this is our former sacred mountain, but now that it is inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, it has become quite ordinary. Sure Guabai had a complex expression. He felt dejected but also happy. These few Rockman Goo immortals gathered together for this moment. They were the Goo immortals of this former Grotto Heaven, but they were sent into Fan Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture in advance. During this period of time, their cultivation levels rose rapidly. They also gained many immortal Goo. They were simply on a whole new level than before. Let's go in. The Rockman Goo immortals flew into Myriad Ravine Mountain Range. Greetings to Supreme Ancestor. The ancestors have finally returned. Myriad Ravine Mountain Range still had a large number of Rockman Goo masters. After seeing the Rockman Goo immortals, they cheered loudly. Indeed, this is our new home. We have a bright future living here. After the Rockman Goo immortals gave them a speech, they started to take action. They had missions to do. This Myriad Ravine Mountain Range was a famous mountain too. It was going to be one of the cores of an earth vein. Fan Yuan spent several hours annexing this Earth Path Grotto Heaven. During the process, certain changes developed in various places across the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. In Star Collection City, Combat Beast King held the fort as he observed the commotions in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture along with other Goo immortals. During this period of time, Master annexed several grotto heavens and caused the down marks to rise in number. It can be expected that the various areas of the sovereign immortal aperture will have increasing commotion over time, with rising intensity. Isn't this good? The more incidents there are, the more missions we have to do. Sigh, when will our tribe's grotto heaven be annexed by Master? The Goo immortals talked among themselves, feeling expectant towards their future prospects. Their mindsets had already changed drastically. In the past, they were against Fan Yuan annexing their grotto heavens, but now the situation was different. They looked forward to it. It was as if they could not gain their master's acknowledgement if their grotto heaven had not been annexed. Many Goo immortals who had their immortal apertures annexed felt that they were a true part of the sovereign immortal aperture. They felt superior to the Goo immortals of the two heavens. Lord Fan Yuan! Lord Fan Yuan! Lu Weiyin shouted. He flew over from afar. Fan Yuan turned around and smiled. It has been tough on you. You came all the way here to immemorial White Heaven. Lu Weiyin smiled bitterly. He said in an urgent tone, Lord Fan Yuan, you must know why I came here. Let's set off now. Do you know that yesterday, a rank 8 immortal Goo house flew from immemorial Black Heaven to Crazed Demon Cave? Fan Yuan nodded. Many people saw that the immortal Goo house should be the one that giant sun immortal venerable left behind, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, right? Indeed. Lu Weiyin nodded continuously, staring at Fan Yuan. Right now, Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court have moved. If we still do not start taking action, we are going to lose this prime opportunity. Fan Yuan nodded. Fine, let's go. Really? Lu Weiyin heard the answer he wanted, but he could not believe it. These last days he had used information path methods to urge Fan Yuan to go, but he kept on refusing it. To think that Fan Yuan was actually going to move now. Can I confirm when Lord Fan Yuan will go? Lu Weiyin was still in disbelief. Fan Yuan smiled. How about now? Lu Weiyin was overjoyed. Lord Fan Yuan is truly resolute. That is the best answer. Let's go, let's go. The truth was, Fan Yuan had already decided to go to Crazed Demon Cave now. He had already used up all of the dream realms. His attainment levels rose accordingly. Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, Refinement Path, Time Path, Enslavement Path. Great Grandmaster, Theft Path, Transformation Path, Rule Path, Chi Path, Fire Path, Wisdom Path, Water Path, Earth Path, Poison Path. Grandmaster, Blood Path, Strength Path, Star Path, Dark Path, Formation Path, Soul Path, Sword Path, Human Path, Wood Path, Food Path, Phantom Path, Luck Path, Ice and Snow Path. Master, Dream Path, Space Path, Metal Path, Wind Path, Cloud Path, Lightning Path, Information Path, Light Path, Sound Path. As for the remaining paths like Bone Path, they were not at master level yet, but he still had some progress. Heaven Path was the same. Even though he did not reach Spectral Soul's level, Fan Yuan's attainment levels were already top rate in the current world. Be it breadth or depth, he could be considered the number one person in the world. After all, Spectral Soul lost his attainment levels after leaving behind the Dream Realms, while Star Constellation and Giant Sun would not retain their Supreme Grandmaster attainment levels even if they revived now. Of course, he still had insufficiencies. For example, Painting Path, Weapon Path, and others, they were completely blank. These paths were just too rare. Painting Path was intentionally concealed by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, while Weapon Path was crudely created by Heavenly Court's Gu Immortal Che Wei recently. With the rise of attainment level, Fan Yuan could annex more grotto heavens. The sovereign immortal aperture reached its limit once again. If there was some time to digest the new gains, the sovereign immortal aperture would become more stable. But there was neither time nor opportunity. Through luck inspection, Fan Yuan found that the situation had worsened again. Even though there was still leeway, it had clearly gotten quite severe. With a resolute decision, Fan Yuan immediately went to Northern Plains with Lu Weiyin. Ever since that pursued battle over Fan Yuan ended, he had already used all his time to the limit, recuperating and raising his strength as much as he could. Now, it was time to face the Venerables head-on. Years had passed. Fan Yuan returned to Crazed Demon Cave again. Initially, when he first came here, he only had rank 7 cultivation level and was restricted by an alliance agreement. Now, he looked down towards Crazed Demon Cave, ready to engage in battle with Venerables. The first layer of Crazed Demon Cave was a huge land of yellow soil. This was a huge cave. It was almost circular at the entrance, spanning hundreds of kilometers. It looked extremely grand. Inside the cave, There was a lush rainforest, filled with the colors yellow and green. Desolate beasts formed into groups, vines and trees tangled together, growling could be heard everywhere. It was a primitive sight. "We will go down from there," Lu Weiyin said. "No rush." Fan Yuan raised his hand. "These immortal materials are useful to me." He opened his immortal aperture's entrance. Many variant human goo immortals were let out. These goo immortals were talking among themselves. They went down in groups, causing chaos in the entire first layer. "Quick, there is a desolate plant here. Dig it up, bring it back. Oh, there's a group of desolate beast monkeys here. Let's work together." Squeak, squeak. The monkey group cried out together. "These rocks are immortal materials. Bring them back. Bring them all back. These are all contribution points." The goo immortals worked enthusiastically. They were like a group of bandits that entered a mortal village. Even though the first layer of Crazed Demon Cave had wild beasts and plants, Fan Yuan's subordinates were superior in numbers. There were also many rank 8 goo immortals among them that possessed rank 8 immortal goo and rank 8 killer moves. The first layer of Crazed Demon Cave was completely looted. Lu Weiyin watched with a dazed expression. In just this short period of time, how did Fan Yuan's subordinates become so strong? Didn't their strength rise too absurdly? "I have too many people under me. Our resource expenditure is very high, especially when I made the artificial earth vein recently. This is really embarrassing." Fan Yuan smiled. Lu Weiyin quickly waved his hand. "Of course not, I feel admiration towards you instead. In the current world, only Lord Fan Yuan is capable of making use of these chaotic immortal materials." Because Crazed Demon Cave had demonic sounds at set intervals, down marks would become chaotic and all the immortal materials would be useless. Living beings would rampage and lose their senses. Even rank 8 goo immortals became lunatics in such an environment. A while later, the first layer that was filled with vitality became a barren land. The variant human goo immortals were still not satisfied as they brought the vast amount of resources back into the sovereign immortal aperture. Fan Yuan and Lu Weiyin went into the second layer after that. Crazed Demon Cave's second layer was an incredibly hot land of burning rocks. A large amount of rocks were piled up together, big and small. The large ones were like huge elephants, the small ones were like pebbles. These goo materials also had chaotic down marks, but they were mostly made of fire path and earth path down marks. "Take them all," Fan Yuan ordered. The variant human goo immortals moved again. They swept the area like a locust swarm, emptying the entire second layer. After that, Fan Yuan and Lu Weiyin went into the third layer. The third layer was covered in dense fog. It had a vast number of fog worms and cloud bamboos. These life forms were also senseless and chaotic. They were all taken down or chopped down and collected by the variant human goo immortals. There was even a fog city here. A ghost city of dead people. The goo immortals who died in Crazed Demon Cave gathered together with vengeance and created this fog city. When Fan Yuan came here before, he avoided it as he had rank 7 cultivation level. If he entered it, he would definitely die. There was no way to escape. But it was different now. "Fog City? Mine. Take it away." After looting everything in his path, Fan Yuan arrived at the 7th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. He spent much less time compared to his previous expedition. Back then, Fan Yuan was led by not immortal. They kept taking detours. The deeper they went, the more turns they had to make. Sometimes, the straight distance seemed to be short, but they had to make a long detour. With their strength back then, detours actually saved them more time than taking a straight path. But now, Fan Yuan moved unhindered. No matter what obstacles he met along the way, he placed them all into the sovereign immortal aperture. The 7th layer of Crazed Demon Cave was filled with bright colors. The rocks, grass, soil, and trees were all shining in bright lights. Every piece of soil or rock here was a quasi-rank 9 immortal material. But the down marks were chaotic, they could not be used at all. Of course, that was the case for most goo immortals in the world. Chapter 2155. Paradise Earth's Sacred Tomb. Fan Yuan was the exception, of course. As demonic sounds rang, Fan Yuan had already prepared himself. Back then, he was able to deal with the demonic sounds. Now, it was simply too easy. Under the demonic sounds' influence, down marks of the same path in the 7th layer gathered together, and formed large areas of beautiful rainbow lights. They were no longer as scattered and random as before. "Such an incredible sight!" Lu Weiyin sighed in amazement. At the next moment, he saw Fan Yuan taking out immortal goo house thieves, then steel Dao killer move activated. Large numbers of Dao marks were stolen, forming into corresponding rank 9 immortal materials within Thieves' Denver. These rank 9 immortal materials were very pure, they only had one path's Dao marks, they had immense value. Lu Weiyin watched, he became tongue-tied. He estimated that in just over 10 breaths of time, Fan Yuan obtained at least 3 rank 9 immortal materials. Rank 9 immortal materials! Wasn't he obtaining them simply too easily? Fan Yuan and Lu Weiyin moved together, everywhere they went, large areas of Dao marks vanished. The beautiful sight turned into something that resembled cheese gnawed by rats. Everywhere Fan Yuan went, there were large pieces of black and white spots. Lu Weiyin watched, his eyes turned slightly red. Fan Yuan's gains were too huge, the benefits were large enough for him to feel envy internally. Such wealth, he's earned a fortune! This is the first time I've seen anyone gain a vast number of rank 9 immortal materials so easily. Lu Weiyin shouted internally to himself. He could no longer guess how many rank 9 immortal materials Fan Yuan had obtained. The only thing he was knew, his gains were huge, enormous, unthinkable. Continuing to move forward, they finally arrived at the entrance of the 8th layer. Fan Yuan's expression was slightly pale, the burden of using Thieves' Den and the killer move Steel Dao along the way was not small, especially in terms of immortal essence expenditure. Lu Weiyin became slightly worried. Lord Fan Yuan, do pay attention to your immortal essence storage. No need to worry. Fan Yuan smiled mildly. I have rank 8 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. Lu Weiyin heard this and his expression froze before replying. Impressive, impressive, as befitting of Lord Fan Yuan. At the entrance, Fan Yuan saw 3 paths ahead again. One path was filled with golden light, luck surged around it. It was the luck path left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. One path was dark and horrifying, killing intent filled it. It was the soul path left behind by Spectral Soul when he entered the 8th layer. One path was humble and plain, giving a virtuous aura. It was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's path. Because Lu Weiyin had methods prepared beforehand, he could enter Paradise Earth's path. But Fan Yuan waved his hand, Thieves' Den activated, the 3 paths were completely devoured, they disappeared. A large number of rank 9 immortal materials were produced as a result. Lu Weiyin moved his lips but he did not manage to say anything, he followed Fan Yuan into the 8th layer wordlessly. Nothingness. This was a boundless void that resembled a huge ocean with no shore in sight. Fan Yuan and Lu Weiyin who entered were like 2 bugs in the ocean, extremely minuscule and insignificant. Fan Yuan had once come here, he had a deep impression of the place. In this boundless void countless worlds were created and destroyed, deriving brand new heaven path Dao marks. He had once tried to enter the 9th layer, but he did not succeed. This void was evidently the profundity of Phantom Path. But Fan Yuan did not have Phantom Path attainment back then, he could not deduce the location of the 9th layer's entrance. This time, he came prepared. His Phantom Path attainment level had reached Grand Master. Immediately, Fan Yuan used his Phantom Path method. At the next moment, Fan Yuan raised his brows. The void here is different from the one I experienced last time. But Fan Yuan could not point out the exact difference. Even though he made huge progress in Phantom Path, he was still very far from understanding or breaking Limitless Demon Venerable's 8th layer arrangements. Please follow me. Lu Weiyin activated a certain killer move and found his direction, leading the way. Fan Yuan followed after Lu Weiyin. Along the way, he saw worlds created and destroyed. It was truly an extraordinary sight. But different from before, these worlds were moving along the void. No matter which world it was, they went in the same direction. Fan Yuan's deductions finally had some results. He was evidently moved. I understand now, this void is contracting. At the final moment, all of the worlds and heaven path Dao marks will be squeezed together, they will be completely fused into one. Is this Limitless Demon Venerable's plan? Lu Weiyin shook his head. I only know the location of Yellow Earth Great World, we need to hurry and head there. The 2 immortals flew for a few more hours before finally seeing their destination. This is? Lu Weiyin expressed shock on his face, because he did not just see Yellow Earth Great World, he also saw the worlds that Reckless Savage and Genesis Lotus left behind. Fan Yuan squinted. The 3 great worlds are fusing into one, not just that, there are also many small worlds following beside them. These worlds were motionless within the void. Each world was like a bubble, the 3 great worlds were the largest bubbles, being green, yellow, and red respectively. The 3 worlds were joined together at the center, The periphery was filled with smaller bubbles that were linked to the surface of the three great world bubbles. "Oh no, Lord, please look!" Lu Wei-yin pointed at the yellow bubble and said anxiously. Fan Yuan turned his gaze and saw that Yellow Earth Great World was currently attacked by the joint efforts of the other two great worlds. Even though the view outside the bubble was quite vague, Fan Yuan and Lu Wei-yin could still sense the intensity of the battle inside. Especially when the connecting area of the three worlds was filled with corpses, it was the most intense area of the battle. "Lord, with my method Yellow Earth Great World will not resist us. Let's go and reinforce them." Lu Wei-yin charged in like a falling meteor. Fan Yuan followed after him. His body was also shrouded in a yellow light. It was this yellow light that allowed them to easily pass through the bubble and enter Yellow Earth Great World. Looking at the Great World, the thing that attracted Fan Yuan's gaze the most was that huge mound at the center. This mound resembled a mountain. The mountain itself was quite flat, it looked man-made. But Fan Yuan could see the true essence of the mountain at first glance. "This is Tomb Earth of the 10 Earths? This is such a huge tomb." This unprecedented tomb had a tombstone on it. The tombstone had 6 words written on it: Tomb of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Seemingly sensing Lu Wei-yin and Fan Yuan, the tomb suddenly emitted a grand pillar of light. It rose up into the skies, resembling a pillar that held up heaven itself. The entire battlefield froze. Everyone's eyes were attracted to it. "The sacred tomb is shining. Heaven and earth can bear testament to it. Our sage has arrived." After a few breaths of time, a huge roar erupted in Yellow Earth Great World. It was like a huge tsunami. The people of Yellow Earth Great World became energized and surged with morale. They started to counterattack. Green Lotus Great World. This was the Tao field of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Look at it. Forests and vegetation were abundant. It was filled with greenery and vitality, giving off an unfathomable aura. In this densely green world, there was a black and white mountain. At the peak of the mountain, there were rows of chairs that extended downwards. The top 2 chairs were unoccupied, while Qin Dingling sat at the 4th seat. Fan Yuan and Lu Wei-yin arrived after all. After receiving the information, Qin Dingling snorted coldly. During the pursued battle against Fan Yuan, Lu Wei-yin took the initiative to help Fan Yuan. Not only did he help to kill Spectral Soul, he even helped Fan Yuan escape. Lu Wei-yin was Southern Border's Paradise Earth inheritor. After that, Paradise Earth's intention to cooperate with Fan Yuan became obvious. The Paradise Earth's sacred tomb at the center of Yellow Earth Great World was also openly seen to everyone. The Gu immortals of the 3 worlds knew of it. Thus, there was nothing strange about Lu Wei-yin and Fan Yuan showing up here. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth as she said, "Currently, we need to split up into 2 groups. One group will advance and attack Yellow Earth Great World. The other will aid Demon Judgment Board in suppressing and resisting Savage Wilderness Great World as well as restraining Longevity Heaven. As for the other Gu immortals, you can go conquer the small worlds in groups." Originally, our side was cooperating with Longevity Heaven to devour Yellow Earth Great World. But now that Fan Yuan and Lu Wei-yin showed up, Yellow Earth Great World is no longer meat on the chopping block. We can suffer losses if we are careless. Saying so, Qin Dingling stood up and bowed to the Gu immortal on the 3rd seat. "Lady Minghao, please allow this subordinate to use Divine Emperor City and personally lead the group invading Yellow Earth Great World to resist Fan Yuan." Qin Dingling was originally the leader of Heavenly Court, but here, she was only 4th place. She had to obey the 3 fairies at the top. Currently, the 1st and 2nd fairies were not around. Only the 3rd fairy Minghao was here to control the situation. This fairy Minghao had the appearance of a 3 to 4-year-old girl. She was cute and delicate. Her large eyes shined with sparkling starlight specks. She blinked her large and shiny eyes. She pondered before replying with a childish voice. "I've heard of Fan Yuan, but do you need to deal with him personally? Let them go instead." Saying so, her tiny arm waved as a Gu worm flew out. This information path Gu worm flew to the middle of the mountain and landed in front of 2 Gu immortals. These were either human nor variant human Gu immortals. One was an old tree with a thin and dry trunk. It had countless branches of different length but had no leaves on them. It had thin and long roots that number to 100. The tree's name was Mu Chao Lang. The other was a long bamboo that was green like jade. Its name was Qin Hao Zi. Qin Hao Zi floated in the air, casually and peacefully sleeping. Mu Chao Lang was lying on the mountain rock that seemed like a chair, its branches wrapped around a small rock like a person resting his legs on a stool. It was very relaxed. After seeing the information path Gu worm, Mu Chaolang stood up immediately. It extended its branches to nudge Qing Hao Zi. Stop sleeping, the sage has sent an order. Qing Hao Zi waved back and forth because of the nudge, but it did not land on the ground. After getting awakened, it straightened its body and remained in the air. To think that we are going to move out so quickly. Next, the two immortals left the mountain, leading their troops to the front lines. Chapter 2156. Heaven Extremity Gai Mei. Savage Wilderness Great World. A grand and ancient dark gold palace floated in the sky. It was Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. Within the palace, Bing Sai Chuan sat on a cushion with one information path immortal Gu on the tiny table in front of him. Several Gu immortals were standing towards his left and right. Bing Sai Chuan stared at the information path immortal Gu. He frowned slightly. Fan Yuan and Lu Weiyin came together. It created a huge uncertainty in the battle of the three great worlds. What should Longevity Heaven, which occupied Savage Wilderness Great World, do? Should they retreat first or send more people to probe Fan Yuan's strength? Bing Sai Chuan could not decide immediately. He thought for a while and cast his gaze towards the first person on his left. A fatty was sitting there. The fatty was lying down on the table, fast asleep. There was even saliva flowing out of his mouth, onto his sleeves and the table below. Bam bam bam! Bing Sai Chuan knocked on the table with his knuckles several times. The fatty was woken up by this noise. He opened his sleepy eyes and asked in a daze. What happened? Bing Sai Chuan withheld his anger. Gai Mei, you are the Heaven Extremity, you cultivate Wisdom Path. The newest information is here. I want you to deduce what our following actions should be. Saying this, the information path Immortal Gu flew and landed on the fatty's head. The fatty did not use his hand to touch it. He looked into the Immortal Gu directly. His pupils shrank immediately. What? That demon Fan Yuan is here? The fatty shrugged. See, weren't my previous deductions correct? Bing Sai Chuan knocked on the table again. I want you to deduce what action our side should take for this situation. Originally, Yellow Earth Great World was weak, with our control over Savage Wilderness Great World, and Heavenly Court's control over Green Lotus Great World. We could invade Yellow Earth Great World and strengthen ourselves before deciding the victor between us. But now that Lu Weiyin and Fan Yuan appeared in Yellow Earth Great World, if we attack it by force, they might counterattack and expend our strength instead. Bing Sai Chuan was not afraid of Fan Yuan's counterattack. He was worried about the impact on the overall situation instead. After all, the current situation was more complex than before. The three worlds were resisting each other. If any two forces went ahead and fought too intensely, the third force would benefit. Then let me deduce it. The fatty Gu Immortal, Heaven Extremity Gai Mei, waved his loose sleeves and stretched out 5 fat fingers. He pretended to make a deduction. Oh, I deduced it. Let's follow our original plan, Gai Mei said. Bing Sai Chuan watched with a dumbfounded expression. Can you use your Immortal Gu to activate a killer move and make a proper deduction? Gai Mei blinked innocently. What? How did you know I was pretending? You actually found out. You are so smart. You must be the Wisdom Path cultivator instead, right? Veins bulged on Bing Sai Chuan's forehead. Do you think you are Southern Borders Wuyong? You have no methods to conceal your aura. Hurry up and make a deduction. Gai Mei waved his wide sleeves again, exposing his 5 fat fingers. He was about to make a deduction when he suddenly sighed. Sigh. Forget it, the killer move is too tiring to activate. Why don't we just ask our Lord Ancestor instead? Bing Sai Chuan was livid with anger. He shouted. Absolutely not. Our Lord is working with Earth Extremity, Black Extremity, and Space Extremity to deduce Limitless Demon Venerable's plot. How can we disturb him? Currently, Heavenly Court already has the initiative. They obtained Book Mountain. We are relying on our Lord to have any hope of catching up to Heavenly Court. Heaven Extremity, can't you see the big picture? Gai Mei pouted unhappily. Stop calling me Heaven Extremity all the time. I didn't even want to be Heaven Extremity. You guys forced it on me. Yellow Extremity Jiao Hua, who was sitting beside Gai Mei, tried to convince him. Brother Gai, just help out and make the deductions. This is not just about the strength of Yellow Earth Great World, it also concerns Fan Yuan's possible actions. This demon Fan Yuan has no regard for his identity as a human. I am more worried that he might relocate the local Gu Immortals of Yellow Earth Great World and the ones he captures from our forces into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Look at what he did in the 5 regions. He recruited the Varian humans to become his subordinates, and almost rejected nobody. In my opinion, It is likely he would do this. In that case, it might foil our Lord's plans. Jiahua spoke, trying his best to convince Guy Mei, but he still shook his head, smiling instead. Actually, you guys don't have to be so worried. Isn't Heavenly Court just as worried as us? Let's see what Heavenly Court is doing now, wouldn't that do? They are guarded by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She is the #1 wisdom path expert in history. She is definitely better than me at deductions. Jiaohua's expression froze. Even so, if Heavenly Court deduces first, they will gain the initiative. If we join them in their plan, we will fall behind them. Regardless, I am not going to work. Guy Mei rolled his eyes as he went back to sleep on the table. Jiaohua and Bing Saichuan stared at him angrily, but he completely ignored them. Charge with me. Force back all of these enemies. Charge. Thousands of Gu masters engaged in battle on the ground. The front lines looked disorderly, blood flowed everywhere. The sky was the battlefield for Gu immortals as they fought, more than 10 Gu immortals engaged in a chaotic battle at once. On the ground, Yellow Earth Great World's Gu Master Army launched a powerful counterattack, while in the sky, Yellow Earth Great World's Gu immortals were suppressed. Yellow Earth Great World's sage had already descended. The Gu masters were spirited and motivated, but in the battle between Gu immortals, morale alone could not make up for their difference in strength. After all, Yellow Earth Great World had fewer Gu immortals than Green Lotus Great World. This could not be helped. The 3 great worlds were made one after another. Savage Wilderness Great World had the longest history, but it had a lot of internal conflict over the years. Green Lotus Great World was second, while Yellow Earth Great World was the most recent. After all, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the most recent venerable. Yellow Earth Great World had very few Gu immortals to begin with. It was even attacked by the joint force of 2 other worlds. They had fewer and fewer Gu immortals gradually. The situation was dire. Our sages have arrived, there is still hope. I will defend Yellow Earth Great World. I will defend my homeland. The Gu immortals of Yellow Earth Great World shouted together, raising their morale. Green Lotus sighed, laughed coldly. Even if your sages arrive, they cannot stop us from killing you guys. You have sages, but so do we. The result of this battle will not change. We don't want to do this too, but we have orders from our sage. We need to kill all of you and devour all the worlds to prevent the apocalypse from happening. The Green Lotus Gu immortals continued to attack. Yellow Earth Gu immortals were specialized in defense. Even though the situation was dangerous, they were barely able to hold the line, struggling at the brink of defeat. Right at this time, from the huge tunnel connecting Yellow Earth Great World and Green Lotus Great World, 2 armies appeared. They were led by the Gu immortals Qing Hao Zi and Mu Cha Lang. Immortal Killer Move, Spring Upon Withered Tree. Mu Cha Lang shouted as green leaves appeared all over its entire tree body. The new leaves flew out and landed on the Green Lotus Gu immortals. The Green Lotus Gu immortals were not severely injured to begin with. Their large injuries became small, while their small injuries healed completely. The condition of the Green Lotus Gu immortals improved immediately. Immortal Killer Move, Green Life Taker. Qing Hao Zi flew with extreme speed, creating a green trail in the sky, piercing the body of a Yellow Earth Gu immortal. The Yellow Earth Great World's Gu immortal was a black bear. It grabbed its empty chest. After gasping, it fell to the ground. The Yellow Earth Gu immortals were anguished. After dealing the fatal blow, Qing Hao Zi looked at these Gu immortals arrogant and said, "The sacred mountain gave orders, you will all die." Mu Cha Lang laughed loudly. "So what if your sage is here? The eventual victor will only be our Green Lotus Great World." At the same time, in another battlefield, Savage Wilderness Great World's main forces were fighting against another group of Yellow Earth Great World inhabitants. Die! 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 A 6-legged black tiger that was as large as a mountain charged around in the sky. It managed to grab a Yellow Earth Great World Gu immortal. "I finally caught you!" The 6-legged black tiger laughed and exerted force with both claws. Swoosh! With a soft sound, the giant-like Yellow Earth Gu immortal was torn into 2 by the 6-legged black tiger, dying on the spot. Ha! The 6-legged black tiger laughed loudly. The giant's blood spurted all over its face. The tiger licked and showed a maniacal and bloodthirsty expression. Little Rock Monarch was killed by He Lu Biao. "Let's retreat, we are not these people's match." "Indeed, our sage has already arrived, let's return and ask him to take charge of us." The Gu master armies were still fighting on the ground, but in the sky, Yellow Earth Great World's Gu immortals had lost their fighting spirit. They wanted to retreat. Suddenly, there was an eagle cry as white light flashed in the sky. Everyone turned to look. They saw a snow-winged eagle pecking a yellow earth goo immortal and devouring him whole. Shwelly-doo! He ate another person! The yellow earth goo immortals were furious and shocked. Snow-winged eagle Shwelly-doo said in a shrill voice. Escape? Don't even think of running! The morale of the yellow earth goo immortals collapsed at once. At Paradise Earth's sacred tomb. Kin Kula greets both sages. Big Rock Monarch greets both sages. We implore you, please save our yellow earth great world. A group of goo immortals knelt on the ground. They were either beasts or plants. Some even had peculiar forms, some seemed like they had been formed from casually molded clay, some were like children's doodles, there were no pure humans. These yellow earth goo immortals were all injured, some had severe injuries, on the brink of death. But because of the commotion that Fan Yuan and Lu Weiyin caused when they arrived, these sick and injured goo immortals came over. Fan Yuan took a glance at them, seeing a familiar person. This was a giant gray fish. It resembled a goldfish but had the size of a whale. When Fan Yuan first entered the 8th layer, he met with this fish and forcefully enslaved it. It was named Little Flower. Right now, as Little Flower saw Fan Yuan, it was very excited and wanted to say something, but in this situation, it chose to control its emotions as the timing was inappropriate. Fan Yuan nodded, saying, I wanted to see the ones behind Green Lotus Dao Field as well. Lord Fan Yuan, you cannot attack rashly. Lu Weiyin suddenly transmitted. Fan Yuan looked at Lu Weiyin with a peculiar gaze, seemingly saying, Didn't you invite me here because of my battle strength? Chapter 2157. Rushing forward together. Lu Weiyin secretly transmitted as he explained in detail. Lord Fan Yuan, you may not know this, because of your high battle strength, it will trigger a retaliative method from Limitless Demon Venerable. After our obvious arrival, why did Heavenly Court send more troops to provoke us? It was to probe our strength and try to lure you into attacking, which would be the best outcome for them. What are the details about this? Fan Yuan asked. Lu Weiyin smiled bitterly. I'm not sure about the exact situation, but I know that Limitless Demon Venerable exerted huge effort to create Crazed Demon K back then. It was to make derivations regarding the Heavenly Tao, to find the true path of eternal life. At this point in time, the arrangement is finally about to reveal the result and bear fruit. The current 8th layer void is contracting and shrinking now. All the various worlds are lured to the center, fusing into or annexing each other, until only one great world is left in the end. And this great world might be the result of Limitless Demon Venerable's derivation. It might contain the answer to eternal life. If we attack abruptly and cause a huge commotion in battle, we may disrupt the eventual derivation of Crazed Demon Cave. Limitless Demon Venerable's method will immediately activate to deal with us. That will incur an unfavorable loss to our side. Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven will be happy to see that happen. If we end up suffering mutual losses with Limitless Demon Venerable's method, we will be less threatening to them, while Limitless Demon Venerable's method will also be exposed. They will be able to discern information about it. Fan Yuan pondered. In that case, we can only make a move when the final great world is formed? Then why would Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven come here early to take charge of their respective great worlds? Lu Weiyin explained patiently. More precisely, only people with battle strength like yours cannot make a move. I am still able to take action here. If our side can control Yellow Earth Great World and emerge victorious, we will have the upper hand in the final battle. When the final Great World is created, the amount of control we have over it will determine our gains. Thus, we need to invade more worlds and devour them to expand our territory. After his transmission, Fan Yuan finally understood the situation. Currently, he could not take action. Once he took action and caused a big commotion, he would disrupt Crazed Demon Cave's final derivation. It would trigger the retaliative method of Limitless Demon Venerable. Of course, Fan Yuan could suppress his strength to take action. But there was no need to. Suppressing his strength would mean that Fan Yuan was about as strong as other Gu Immortals. He might be slightly superior, but that would not have an impact on the overall situation. In fact, after making many moves, Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven would gain information about his methods. He would even waste his luck in advance. Thus, Lu Weiyin invited Fan Yuan over mainly to deal with the final eventual battle. Once the final world was formed, Fan Yuan, Star Constellation, and Longevity Heaven might have equal battle strength. They would fight it out for the final fruit in Crazed Demon Cave. At that time, they would fight for real. Before that, Lu Weiyin could still make a move. He was pseudo-venerable battle strength only in terms of defense, to try to make Yellow Earth Great World the victor of this war. This would have significant impact on the final battle. If Lu Weiyin could succeed, Fan Yuan would gain the initiative later. Even if Yellow Earth Great World cannot win in this battle, we cannot let the other two worlds gain too much of a lead. As long as we defend the sacred tomb, during the final battle, Lord Paradise Earth will be able to revive successfully. By then, our battle strength will reign above the other two forces. Lu Weiyin explained his meticulously crafted plan to Fan Yuan. The conclusion was to defend now and counterattack later. Defending their base initially while stirring conflict in secret, to make Savage Wilderness Great World and Green Lotus Great World fight each other and expend their strength, to make sure the three forces were eventually matched in the end. At the later stage, after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revives, he would gain Fan Yuan's support and use their superior battle strength to gain victory over the others. This was a logical arrangement to bide for time. It suited Lu Weiyin's nature. But this was not Fan Yuan's style. Fan Yuan looked at the kneeling Yellow Earth Gu Immortals before turning to Lu Weiyin, smiling. Taking hits passively is not how I do things. Since we cannot use our top battle strength easily, it means that Heavenly Court is taking advantage of the fact that we lack subordinates. In that case, Fan Yuan smiled as he looked towards Green Lotus Dao Field. Everyone come outside. Saying so, he opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A large number of Gu Immortals flew out. We pay respects to Master. Dozens of Gu Immortals greeted at once. Their voices were thunderously loud. All of the Gu Immortals had evident excitement on their faces. The details are listed on the mission board. Go. Fan Yuan waved his hand casually. Swoosh swoosh. These Gu Immortals immediately split into two groups, charging towards the two battlefields. The kneeling Yellow Earth Gu Immortals were dumbfounded. How did so many Gu Immortals appear at once? These people seem to be calling that handsome sage master. We are saved, Yellow Earth Great World is saved. After the Yellow Earth Gu Immortal reacted, they all relaxed and some even wept in joy. Not just them, even Lu Weiyin was shocked. He had seen Fan Yuan dispatching variant human Gu Immortals all over southern border to collect mountains. He also knew that Fan Yuan led the variant human alliance. His force was not small. But after seeing the main force that Fan Yuan sent out, Lu Weiyin was filled with shock. So many Gu Immortals, they number to over 50. And from their aura, there are 18 rank 8 Gu Immortals, the rest are all rank 7 Gu Immortals. How can there be so many rank 8 Gu Immortals? The rank 7 Gu Immortals also have surging auras, they are close to the realm of rank 8 already. No, there is no way Fan Yuan has 0 rank 6 Gu Immortals. This means that these Gu Immortals are not his entire force? That's right, Fan Yuan's clone Wu Shuai has not showed up either. As Lu Weiyin analyzed, the disbelief in his heart intensified. He also felt worried. Did Fan Yuan spend all of his recent time nurturing these subordinates? According to his personality, he should not be this unwise. Also, even though these Gu Immortals are high in number and have high cultivation level, who knows how high their actual battle strength is? The ones that Lu Weiyin was confident in were Xiao He Jian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Front lines. Go and die. Qin Haozi killed another Yellow Earth Gu Immortal. But its injuries were not light either. It had to temporarily stop its movement and go to Mu Chao Lang. After Mu Chao Lang's healing killer move was used, Qin Haozi recovered greatly. This is all thanks to you, my old friend. Qin Haozi was overjoyed. Mu Chao Lang said in admiration. This is all I am skilled at. I feel admiration towards your ability to kill so many people. But don't be too rash and forget your defense. The final struggle of these Yellow Earth Gu Immortals will not be simple to heal if you get hit. Don't worry. Qin Haozi raised its bamboo tail. I will try to kill for people. Hey, you guys should calm down, leave some for me to kill. Qin Haozi called out loudly as it entered the battlefield again. Right at this time, a group of Gu Immortals flew over from the sky. They were led by rank 8 Snowman Gu Immortal, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. He shouted, We are the subordinates of Yellow Earth Sage, Gu Fan Yuan. We are here to help and kill the Green Lotus Gu Immortals. The Gu Immortals were stunned. The Yellow Earth Gu Immortals who were in deep peril saw hope, they became overjoyed. The Green Lotus Gu Immortals started to feel their hearts pounding wildly. It could not be helped. Together with Mu Chao Lang and Qin Haozi, they only had 8 people. But there were over 20 Goo Immortal reinforcements. Among them, there were 9 rank 8 Goo Immortals. On Green Lotus side, only Mu Chao Lang, Qing Hao Zi, and Old Forest Moss had rank 8 cultivation level. Weren't their reinforcements simply too large? Mu Chao Lang gritted its teeth, shouting, "Don't be scared by numbers. Who knows what their actual battle strength is?" The Green Lotus Goo Immortals regained their morale upon hearing this. That's right, cultivation level was just part of the battle strength. Only by fighting could their true strength be seen. If they did not even dare to fight and retreated immediately, how would they face the sages on the sacred mountain? The Green Lotus Goo Immortals disregarded the Yellow Earth Goo Immortals. They faced Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's group instead. Immortal Killer Move, Snow Avalanche. Immortal Killer Move, Crashing Rocks Slide. Immortal Killer Move, Great Earth Collapse. Immortal Killer Move, Refine Life. Immortal Killer Move, Multilayered 5 Poisons. Bam 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 bam. The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals who were disregarded opened their mouths in shock as they watched. The moment they fought, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's group erupted with their full strength. All sorts of killer moves were sent out like fireworks. The commotion was huge, resounding in heaven and earth. Green Lotus Group also unleashed killer moves, but the quantity was lower, their strength was also largely inferior. Only after just one round, the Green Lotus Goo Immortals faced a terrible loss. "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" Old Forest Moss shouted. "How can this be? The other side has so many rank 8 Immortal Goo!" Qing Haozi shouted. He had become a rank 8 Goo Immortal long ago, but he had never obtained a rank 8 Immortal Goo. In this life, he had not even seen 3 rank 8 Immortal Goo. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was quite unsatisfied. He scolded. "Don't launch a barrage like this, it is very wasteful, understand? The moves conflicted with each other, half of it was wasted, only 30% landed on the enemies. Find your individual targets and don't let them escape." Even though the first round had huge commotion, a lot of the move's strength was wasted. The outside world was not the sovereign immortal aperture after all. Thus, the Green Lotus Goo Immortals managed to survive. But the first round of combat gave them huge gains too. The Green Lotus Goo Immortals were completely scared and lost their morale. They wanted to retreat now. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's group had advantage in number. They dispersed and encircled the enemies. Battle resumed. The Green Lotus Goo Immortals were soon beaten up harshly. They were battered and bruised. "These Goo Immortals have an absurdly perfect set of immortal goo!" Qing Haozi shouted. "We can only focus on one aspect, but all of them have superb healing methods." Mu Chaolang said bitterly. "They have too many killer moves, they are all incredible methods." Other Goo Immortals shouted. Fan Yuan's refinement path attainment was number 1 in the world. Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven could only look at him in admiration. After obtaining a vast number of immortal materials from the various grotto heavens, compared to other forces, Fan Yuan had the highest number of immortal goo in the world. Chapter 2158. Too brutal. Immortal goo were unique, immortal goo were the most fundamental. After Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Goo Immortals obtained immortal goo, they were also able to easily exchange for corresponding killer moves. Even though they lost some Dao marks, these gains were simply too immense, completely negating the flaw of fewer Dao marks. A moment later, the Green Lotus Goo Immortals ran with all their strength. Only 3 rank 8s escaped, the rest were all killed by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's group. "Without a battlefield killer move, we cannot kill Goo Immortals efficiently." Bing Yuan sighed. "Cannot kill efficiently?" The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals looked at the 5 corpses on the ground, their hearts beating wildly. Too timid, too timid." Shirzong sighed in pity. "They actually ran away, they are a disgrace to all rank 8s." The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals looked at each other, and transmitted secretly. "Even if I have rank 8 cultivation level, I would have ran away in this situation too? How can we face our master with just these results?" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth, making a decision. "Chase, we will pursue and kill them." The Yellow Earth Goo Immortal were shocked, they quickly urged. "Everyone, don't be too rash. There are still a number of Green Lotus rank 8 Goo Immortals. They did not join the battle. Indeed, we barely managed to win this fight, we should go on the defense instead. Green Lotus Great World has many immortal Goo houses with terrifying strength. Many Goo Immortals were killed on the spot because of their rampage." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was completely unmoved. He looked at the Yellow Earth Goo Immortals indifferently. "We are the subordinates of Sage Gu Fan Yuan. we only obey his orders. You can all stay and clean up the battlefield. Be it the immortal goo or immortal apertures of these fallen goo immortals, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarchs group did not take any. That was Fan Yuan's order. The goo immortals and immortal goo that belonged here were part of Limitless Demon Venerable's derivation results. Killing these goo immortals would promote the fusion of the great worlds. At the same time, in another battlefield, Xiao Hejian and the rest arrived before He Lu Biao and Xue Li Du. So many reinforcements. Wonderful, we're saved. There were only 2 Yellow Earth goo immortals left. Be careful, these 2 are powerful rank 8 experts from Savage Wilderness Great World, they are very strong. They are specialized in noisy. Xiao Hejian took charge as the leader. He shouted and interrupted the advice of the Yellow Earth goo immortals. This mini-man goo immortal's eyes seemed to be glowing red. He pointed at the mountain-like 6-legged black tiger and shouted, "This guy belongs to me. I will fight anyone who contests with me." Roar. He Lu Biao was triggered. "Tiny little bug, you are going to die. I will kill you. No goo immortal had ever treated me with such an attitude." He Lu Biao charged in a frenzy towards Xiao Hejian. The Yellow Earth goo immortals were deeply scared and shocked. Numbers do not determine everything. Xue Li Du also smiled coldly, charging into the goo immortal group. Bam 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 bam. An array of fireworks erupted. It was a beautiful sight. Bam. With a loud sound, He Lu Biao crashed onto the ground, creating a huge and deep crater. It stared with wide eyes, struggling to get up. Boom! Xiao Hejian flew like a meteor, charging down. Behind him were 5 to 6 rank 8 goo immortals. They also attacked. Bam 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 bam! The ground shook intensely. Dust clouds rose, almost covering the rays of the sun. With an intense wind that swept by, the dust clouds were dispersed. The crater was even deeper now. He Lu Biao was lying at the bottom of the crater, holding on to its last breath. Its 6 tiger claws were twitching. "I told you guys not to interfere," Xiao Hejian shouted. "On what basis? Whoever kills it gets the contribution points." The other goo immortals shouted in retaliation. Xiao Hejian rolled his eyes. "We all attacked, so who killed him?" "Who can be sure of it? Easy, we can split up the contribution points. Whoever gets the largest part of the corpse will get the most points." Nobody knew who was the one who suggested this. But at the very next moment, the rank 8 goo immortals flew down into the pit, splitting up the corpse of He Lu Biao. "The leg is mine." "Humph, I only got a tail. Give me back the butt. Head, this tiger head, ha ha ha, it is mine." The rank 8 goo immortals shouted loudly. Some were happy while others were dejected. Those who did not get enough body parts directed their gaze towards Snow-Winged Eagle Xue Li Du, but Xue Li Du had been killed already. It died even earlier than He Lu Biao. The corpse was also completely split up between the goo immortals. The Yellow Earth goo immortals watched in a daze. Too brutal. Too brutal. Weren't these goo immortals the subordinates of the sage? Why were they so brutal? Not only did they kill the goo immortal, they even dissected the corpse. And they were so happy when dissecting the corpse? Too brutal. Too vicious. Yellow Earth Great World was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. His ideal was to live in harmony and peace, emphasizing on unity and love. Even though Yellow Earth Great World had its own internal conflicts, the main trend had always been the same. The action of Fan Yuan's subordinates was completely the opposite of Yellow Earth Great World. This was a huge contrast to the expectations of these Yellow Earth goo immortals. "There are some goo immortals left." The rank 8 goo immortals' eyes flashed. But those rank 7 goo immortals quickly shouted. "Before coming here, we already decided that the rank 7s belong to us. You rank 8s already took the bulk of the gains, shouldn't you leave some to us?" The rank 8 goo immortals pouted. "Then hurry up, don't waste time. Otherwise, we will help you out and take a portion of the contribution points." Wishful thinking. The rank 7 goo immortals quickly exerted effort, and killed all of the Savage Wilderness Great World goo immortals in a moment's time. Ha ha ha, these goo immortals are so stupid, none of them ran away. Indeed, I was afraid that we lacked a battlefield killer move and could not stop them from escaping. The goo immortals started to discuss heatedly. The 2 Yellow Earth goo immortals looked at each other. They had peculiar expressions. The goo immortals of Savage Wilderness Great World were combat maniacs. Their ferocity was always the thing that made Yellow Earth Great World and Green Lotus Great World's goo immortals wary. Savage Wilderness Great World's goo immortals would rather fight to the death than retreat. They were courageous maniacs who did not care about their own lives when they were in combat. But in the perspective of the sage's subordinates, they were stupid? How much did you snatch? I only got this much. Heh, only? You earned a lot. Hee, it was all thanks to Master who handed out such a lucrative mission. The Gu immortals collated their gains as they tossed away the corpses in their hands. Fan Yuan had given specific instructions, be it immortal aperture body, or immortal Gu, they were all to be thrown away. These subordinates did not dare to defy him. Seeing the scattered corpses, the two yellow earth Gu immortals' eyelids twitched. If you were going to throw them away, why snatch them with such intensity earlier? Was it just for fun? What sort of monsters were these Gu immortals? The two yellow earth Gu immortals who had just mustered up courage to express their gratitude instantly lost all motivation to do so. They breathed in deeply and wanted to speak, but suddenly, Xiao Hejian's group's expression changed. Master sent orders, we need to gather with the other group and attack Green Lotus Great World. Go, let's go! Don't let Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's group gain the initiative. Swoosh swoosh. The Gu immortals left rapidly in a hurry, leaving the two yellow earth Gu immortals who stayed behind with a dazed expression on their faces. They looked at the Gu master battlefield that was still fighting. Yellow earth Gu masters were already moving forward and pursuing the enemies. They felt completely lost for words. For some reason, they started to feel pity for the Green Lotus Great World's Gu immortals. Fan Yuan watched from afar, capturing the scenes of the two battlefields with his eyes. After those Gu immortal corpses landed on the ground, they were quickly absorbed into the world. Immortal apertures disintegrated rapidly, the Gu worms inside faced the same end, there was no winds of assimilation produced, no traces were left at all. Fan Yuan was not feeling calm internally. This is the profundity of refinement path. Except that limitless demon venerable is not refining immortal Gu, he is refining the entire world. If I want to become venerable on the path of refinement, this is an aspect that I lack as well. In his later years, limitless demon venerable wanted to break free from fate and obtain the way to attain eternal life, but he could not find an answer from Heavenly Court of that time. Thus, he created Crazed Demon Cave. He decided to use his own method and derive the method of eternal life. After all, Fate Gu was still around back then, completely intact. The unified great world that was formed in the end might be the result of his plan. It might contain the method of eternal life. And now, the fighting and slaughter of these Gu cultivators became the fuel and sacrifice for this derivation. After understanding this, Fan Yuan would not take the corpses of these Gu immortals or their immortal Gu. This huge battle between worlds was definitely going to have countless dead Gu cultivators, be it mortal or immortal. As for how many could survive in the end? Would there be thousands, or just one person? Nobody knew. But so what if that was the case? Be it Fan Yuan, Lu Weiyin, Heavenly Court, and Longevity Heaven, they did not care about that answer. They had their own objectives. The Gu immortals born here obeyed the orders of their sages, they fought and killed, using their lives and wits to resist the others. They were necessary sacrifices that were determined from the start. Fan Yuan casted his gaze towards Green Lotus Great World. He saw that his army had gathered and invaded Green Lotus Great World. If an outsider Gu immortal died here, what would happen? Fan Yuan had a calm gaze as he watched with anticipation. These Gu immortals were just his pawns after all. When it was time to sacrifice them, Fan Yuan would not be stingy to do so. But I should prevent unnecessary deaths if possible. Thinking so, Fan Yuan said to Lu Weiyin, Friend Lu, I would like you to go and help out my subordinates. If the situation turns dangerous, your life is the highest priority. You can ignore the rest if necessary. Lu Weiyin nodded and he flew away. Fan Yuan's subordinates were so ferocious. Lu Weiyin was quite pleased and surprised. At the same time, he agreed with Fan Yuan's plan. They were already behind to begin with. Having such a large force, they had to work hard and catch up to the rest, to make up for their difference. Savage Wilderness Great World. Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. Bing Sichuan looked at the information path Immortal Gu on the table with a grim expression. To think that Fan Yuan's force is so powerful. He Lu Biao and Xue Li Du are powerful rank 8 experts in Savage Wilderness Great World. They actually died so easily. But now, Fan Yuan's two groups have gathered to attack Green Lotus Dao Field. Saying so, Bing Sichuan let out a breath of turbid air, feeling emotions of joy and gladness. He was glad that he did not send reinforcements. Because Heavenly Court sent more troops against Fan Yuan, he sent his army to find trouble with them. Chapter 2159. Fairy Ming Hao. That's why I said we should continue with our previous plan. My deduction was not wrong. Heaven Extremity Guy Mei drank wine and ate snacks while saying shamelessly. Bing Sai Chuan could not be bothered to retort him. He looked at the rest. Fan Yuan has such a huge force, it is very unexpected. If he attacks us, we will land in a passive spot. Even though Savage Wilderness Great World has the most Gu immortals, most of them have their own intentions, they do not obey orders. If we could unify and rule them, we would have been the #1 world long ago, suppressing Heavenly Court. Heaven Extremity rolled his eyes. Don't you know the reason? That Yellow Earth Great World was the arrangement of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable to begin with. Green Lotus Great World is also created by Heavenly Court's Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Meanwhile, Savage Wilderness Great World was made by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, but our Lord obtained it. Without a proper relationship, how can we convince them? Bing Sai Chuan could not help but tap on the table. Forget about the reason, let's try to deal with the current problem. Do you guys have any good ideas to recruit those Savage Gu Immortals? Green Lotus Great World. Once in a while, an information path Gu worm flew over. Qin Ding Ling was frowning deeper. Fan Yuan's subordinates are so ferocious. In just half a day, not only did they defeat our main troops, they even invaded and broke 3 of our defense lines. We've already lost close to 20 Gu Immortals. The defeated rank 8 Gu Immortals have suffered huge injuries. They came to the mountain to seek an audience with the sage. Oh? The third seat Fairy Ming Hao showed an expression of curiosity. As expected of Fan Yuan, I guess. To think that he is skilled at nurturing subordinates too. After pausing for a moment, Fairy Ming Hao asked in a childlike voice. This means to say that Longevity Heaven also sent more troops out. Yes. Qin Ding Ling nodded. After sensing that Fan Yuan gathered his groups to attack us, Longevity Heaven immediately sent more people to stall Lady Yushuo's group. This might be the scene that Fan Yuan wants to see. Fairy Ming Hao laughed heartily. Since they want to attack us, let them come. Withdraw our defense lines, let them come and attack us. Yes. Qin Ding Ling immediately ordered and reorganized the troops without a hint of questioning. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao He Jian moved unhindered. They charged all the way until the center of Green Lotus Great World, below the sacred mountain. Looking at the mountain, they saw that it had a peculiar appearance. The entire mountain was black and white. All of the mountain rocks looked like they were drawn with black lines and filled with patches of white paper. All of the life forms on the mountain were also altered. They were all white paper people that were drawn with black lines. A tiny white paper person flew down from the mountain. After leaving the area of the sacred mountain, she turned back into flesh and blood, looking like a cute and innocent young girl. Xiao He Jian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at each other, feeling that the situation was not simple. The latter half of their trip was unhindered, that made them uneasy already. And after reaching the enemy's headquarters, they only sent 1 rank 8 Gu Immortal. This was Heavenly Court. No matter how weak they became, they had those rank 8 Gu Immortals who escaped earlier at least, right? Why did they send a little girl? Even though Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao He Jian had surging momentum, they were already feeling uneasy internally. This army was mainly made up of people from the 2 heavens Grotto Heavens. They had spent most of their lives hiding in the Grotto Heaven, living a life of trepidation and fear, afraid that the 5 regions humans would discover them. If Fan Yuan did not have such demonic might that suppressed them, and also with the huge increase in their strength and confidence during these few fights, they would not dare to attack with such intensity in their previous state. What do we do now? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao He Jian transmitted their thoughts, sending out 1 person to test the enemy's strength. This Gu Immortal was Xian Hong. He cultivated Poison Path and was the strongest expert of the Mushroom Man Gu Immortals. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao He Jian did not choose their own members, they chose him instead. After all, the Mushroom Men were the last group that joined Fan Yuan, they did not join the current major factions. Thus, as the seniors, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao He Jian worked together to target them. And truthfully, many people were jealous of Xian Hong recently. He had the most envoy missions, he was almost the sole beneficiary of these missions that could gain huge rewards by just talking. Many Gu Immortals were jealous. Xian Hong took in a deep breath, stepping forward and facing Fairy Ming Hao. Brilliance shined in his eyes, he had soaring fighting spirit. On one hand, after many envoy missions, he gained a lot of animosity from the rest, he needed to prove himself through combat. On the other hand, he wanted to use this chance to make a huge contribution, to make sure the Mushroom Man tribe was the #1 faction in Fan Yuan's subordinate force. He would be able to protect his tribesmen in the future. Our Mushroom Man tribe joined Master the latest. We are naturally ostracized by the senior members. Even though we want to establish a good relationship with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian, it seems that Master does not want to see that. Why did Master give me envoy missions time and again? He might not have planned this from the start, but as time went on, his intentions became increasingly deep. Master has a total of 2 factions under him. They are the variant humans and the humans. There are fewer humans, forget about them now. There are far more variant humans instead, led by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian. These 2 groups are getting larger and more influential. As time passes, they will definitely clash over benefits. Because of their large influence, Master will not be able to control them easily. Thus, from the start, Master did not want us Mushroom Men to join them. The reason why Master gave me envoy missions time and again is to help our Mushroom Man tribe gain power and sow discord between the variant human forces. Xian Hong sighed internally. The longer he joined Fan Yuan, the more he felt Fan Yuan's unfathomably deep schemes, as well as his experienced political skills and methods. Xian Hong had already expected Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian to ostracize him in such situations. He calmed his mind and collected all his scattered thoughts. He gathered his spirits and looked at the young girl, cupping his fists. I am Xian Hong. I would like to exchange pointers with you. The young girl smiled. I am Fairy Ming Hao. Xian Hong, I know about you. Is your poison path method used like this? Saying so, Ming Hao moved her tiny arm as poisonous fluid flew out. Each lump of yellowish-brown poisonous fluid flew into the air and turned into a goose. Soon, an army of poisonous geese danced around in the sky, changing their formation constantly. Xian Hong was shook internally. This is my uniquely created method, why can she use it? Is she also a poison path Gu immortal? But why can she use my unique method? Xian Hong stabilized his mind. Fairy Ming Hao, that is an amazing method, but this move has a variation move, watch. Saying so, Xian Hong used the same poison path killer move. After the geese were formed, they cried out as poison seeped out wherever their voices reached. Ming Hao's eyes shined. She moved her poisonous geese to fight them as she observed carefully. After a few breaths of time, she smiled and laughed. So that's how it is, look, is this how the move works? Saying so, she activated Xian Hong's variation move and caused her own geese group to cry out as well. What? This time, not only was Xian Hong shocked, even the other subordinates were shook. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian thought to themselves. This immortal is very strange, she can mimic other people's killer moves. But she only has rank 8 cultivation level, our army is huge, how can we falter to one person? The 2 of them had similar thoughts. They immediately ordered and led the other immortals to get around Ming Hao and attack the sacred mountain behind her. Fairy Ming Hao sighed. Oh, you guys, can't you play along? Why are you in such a rush? Saying so, her aura surged as she resonated with the sacred mountain behind her. Next, the sacred mountain made of black lines and white paper shot out profound lights that had countless killer moves flying out of them. Fan Yuan's subordinates were busy resisting the attacks. Bam bam bam. After an intense clash of killer moves, Fan Yuan's subordinates' attacks were all dealt with. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian showed expressions of shock. What killer move is this? It can actually mimic all of the killer moves that we used earlier? This mountain is not normal. It is not just a famous mountain, it is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Is this the legendary book mountain recorded in Zhu? Fairy Ming Hao chuckled. This killer move was casually created by me, it uses humility Gu as the core, it is called humble reciprocation. This move can use the information recorded on book mountain to deduce and unleash the killer moves that you use. Every killer move that you use is a present for me. Thank you very much. Is that really book mountain? Humble reciprocation? That is clearly a human path killer move. Fan Yuan's subordinates were shook internally, they attacked again. But Fairy Ming Hao unleashed humble reciprocation killer move again, dealing with all of their offenses. Fan Yuan had many subordinates, but they were all stopped by one person. Master often told me that a lack of reciprocation is a lack of proper manners. After receiving so many gifts, I should return the favor. Take these. Fairy Ming Hao raised the intensity of her attacks. The attacks came in waves, they were hard to block. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, and Xiao Hejian had to use their full strength to defend and retreat. At the crucial moment, a muddy yellowish light shot out and blocked most of the attacks, helping Fan Yuan's subordinates stabilize their footing. It was Lu Weiyin who had helped. Fairy Minghao casted her gaze and smiled. You are the current generation Paradise Earth's inheritor? You finally showed yourself? Lu Weiyin frowned deeply, bowing at Fairy Minghao. Greetings to Fairy Minghao. I wonder what is your relationship with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? Fairy Minghao blinked cheekily. Make a guess? Saying so, she stretched out her tiny finger and pointed at Lu Weiyin. Boom! A 5-pointed starlight speck shot out with intense speed. Once it was activated, it arrived before Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin's expression did not change, he did not dodge either. The starlight speck arrived before him and got blocked by a yellowish light wall, turning into nothingness. Lu Weiyin sensed something from this as he raised his brows, saying with peculiarity, Carefree Wisdom Heart? Chapter 2160. Book Mountain. You are quite perceptive. Fairy Minghao smiled. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Around her, starlight specks continued to shoot out towards Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin flew up against the attack and started to engage in battle. Initially, he was able to fight evenly with Fairy Minghao. But soon, he started to get suppressed. Fairy Minghao only used the flying stars to attack her enemy. Initially, she shot out the flying stars one by one, but soon, they started to shoot out in groups of 3, 5, or even 10 at once. The power of her flying stars did not increase, but Lu Weiyin faced increased pressure when they landed on him. These flying stars are very profound. This seems to be an endless consecutive move. I am going to face greater and greater pressure as time passes. Lu Weiyin had a grim expression as he felt fatigue in defending himself. Both sides only fought for some time. Lu Weiyin had to retreat as he fought. Fairy Minghao had the complete advantage. Each time she waved her hand, a large cloud of fragmented starlight specks flew out. Each time the stars shot out, their quantity rose. They were already over 100 in number. Starlight shined as the stars moved in the air. The sound of air getting pierced was unceasing. It was a dazzling sight. This Minghao cultivates Wisdom Path and Star Path. She definitely has pseudo-venerable battle strength. I should retreat for now. Lu Weiyin had intentions of retreating. Fan Yuan also gave out orders to retreat at the appropriate time. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest let out a sigh of relief as they quickly backed out. Fairy Minghao smiled. You all came here to seek death. Why don't you stay here for good? Fairy Minghao attacked the immortals. Don't even think about it. Lu Weiyin blocked her. Fairy Minghao chuckled. A mysterious light flashed in her eyes, shooting towards Lu Weiyin's forehead. Lu Weiyin felt an indescribable change in his mind. He only had the capacity to store up half of his original thoughts. At the same time, when his thoughts moved, they became much faster, but each time, they would stop preemptively. It seemed like all of his remaining thoughts became rash. They collided impatiently, trying to deduce the results more quickly. Lu Weiyin fell into a predicament immediately. When using killer moves, he needed to mobilize thoughts. The more killer moves he used, or the more complex they were, the more thoughts he would need to use. But now that he had only half his thoughts left, he could not think as easily as before. More importantly, even when these thoughts collided, they would resolve in advance. He could not get the most useful result that he wanted. This was quite fatal. Once Lu Weiyin's thoughts end preemptively when he activates a killer move, towards the end when he prepares his killer move, it would end up in failure. With the killer move activation failing, Lu Weiyin would suffer a heavy backlash himself. Such an incredible Wisdom Path method! Lu Weiyin was helpless. He could only defend himself. He could not care about the rest. Fairy Minghao grasped the absolute advantage. She immediately ordered the rank 8 Gu Immortals of the Sacred Mountain to move out and chase after Fan Yuan's subordinates, and kill them. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, and Xiao Hejian retreated with huge losses. Along the way, they lost 9 Gu Immortals, among which 3 were rank 8 Gu Immortals. The immortal apertures of these Gu Immortals landed on the ground and got absorbed by Green Lotus Great World. Their immortal Gu were also quickly dissolved. When the Gu Immortals died, their obsession was left behind, but Fan Yuan did not see the birth of any land spirit, or heavenly spirit. After Fan Yuan's subordinates returned to Yellow Earth Great World, Fairy Minghao judged the situation and stopped her advances. Lu Weiyin led the immortals to meet Fan Yuan. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian quickly knelt down and sought for forgiveness. But Fan Yuan consoled them amicably. This loss is not your fault. I could tell clearly that this fairy Ming Hao had outstanding strength. She possesses pseudo-venerable battle strength. To think that this place could nurture an expert of such a level. Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch, and the rest were relieved. They started to calm down. While retreating, they were all worried that Fan Yuan would be enraged and kill them all to vent his anger. After that, Fan Yuan sent out these Gu Immortals to be stationed at all the various defense lines of Yellow Earth Great World. The emphasis of their defense was on the boundary and connection points of Yellow Earth Great World and the two other Great Worlds, Green Lotus Great World, and Savage Wilderness Great World. I am ashamed. To think that Heavenly Court actually has such a female immortal. She possesses an incredible combat system. I am not her match. Lu Weiyin said with an expression of guilt. Fan Yuan also consoled him. Fan Yuan knew that Lu Weiyin had already used his full strength at this point. After all, in the previous fight he had worked with Lu Weiyin to fight against Spectral Soul and Heavenly Court. It was a near-death situation. During that time, Lu Weiyin had no way of concealing his strength if he wanted to live. When fighting against Fairy Ming Hao, Lu Weiyin had already used all of the methods that Fan Yuan knew he had. Yet, he was still not the enemy's match. Since this is war, there will be sacrifices. Maybe in the future you and I might lose our lives too. This is the world of the Gu Immortals, we do not need to harp on it. Fan Yuan was quite satisfied with this result. The conclusion was that Fan Yuan's losses were smaller than Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven. This was considered a victory. Furthermore, Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch, and Xiao Hejian even forced someone like Fairy Ming Hao to take action. Fan Yuan gained useful information about her. Fan Yuan nurtured Gu Immortals for the purpose of sacrificing them to begin with. If these cannon fodder could display their value, it would not be his loss. The biggest pity is that Lord Fan Yuan lost many immortal Gu, Lu Weiyin added. But now, Northern Plains Paradise Earth true inheritance is right before us, Lord might have something to gain from it. Lu Weiyin was referring to Paradise Earth's sacred tomb. Even without his explanation, when Fan Yuan sent him on this mission, he had already done his investigations. The tomb of Paradise Earth contains extraordinary profundity. I have not gotten any useful leads yet. Fan Yuan said frankly before asking. Do you know anything? Lu Weiyin smiled bitterly. I am ashamed I know nothing about it. Fan Yuan nodded and said, the Wisdom Path killer move that hit you earlier was the key that resulted in your loss. What do you think about it? This Wisdom Path killer move was too powerful. Since it was exposed already, Fan Yuan wanted to create a counter for it. Lu Weiyin thought about it and said with uncertainty, it seems that the core immortal Gu of that move is Pride Gu? Fan Yuan nodded again. That is what I deduced as well. Lu Weiyin took in a deep breath of cold air. Fairy Ming Hao is not a simple person. She possesses the carefree wisdom heart physique, she also has humility Gu and pride Gu. This reminds me of the description within Dot. According to what I know, there is no such person in the history of Heavenly Court, and she seems to have a deep connection with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Chapter 5, Section 35 states, Ren Zhu and Great Strength True Marshal went through great hurdles and finally arrived before Qiankuan Crystal Wall. Qiankuan Crystal Wall was straight and stood upright in the void. It was like a huge mirror that reflected everything that happened in the world. Ren Zhu and Great Strength True Marshal went inside Qiankuan Crystal Wall. Numerous flowers, birds, fish, and insects converged into a colorful, dazzling shadow that filled Great Strength True Marshal's vision. The sound of the waves, thunder, and birds singing in his ears rippled together. There was a fresh, sweet, exciting, spicy taste dancing on his tongue. At times he felt like he was walking on a steep mountain path. At other times he felt like he was swimming in the waves. And at other times he felt as if he was falling from a great height. Father, father! Where are you? Great Strength True Marshal shouted. But Ren Zhu could not hear Great Strength True Marshal. He could not see Great Strength True Marshal. The color of white filled his vision. It was boundless and vast. Oh son, where are you? Ren Zhu sprinted, wanting to find Great Strength True Marshal. Ren Zhu ran and ran and ran. After a long time, he saw a black dot at the furthest point within his vision. Initially, he felt happy and thought it was Great Strength True Marshal. But when he approached the black dot, he found that it was actually a huge mountain. This mountain was very special. The mountain rocks and vegetation were made of white paper, the streams and waterfalls were made of black ink. This was Book Mountain. At the foot of Book Mountain, there was a village with many ink men living in it. Renzu went into the village, causing a huge commotion to arise. This is really a rare sight. The Inkman spoke. When ordinary lifeforms enter Qiankuan crystal wall, they would get lost after a few steps. They cannot resist the allure of the material world or the countless temptations within it. They can never reach here. You are the first person to arrive here. Renzu was confused. Why so? The Inkman elder replied. O human, you are only left with a skeleton. You cannot see, hear, taste, smell, or touch. It allowed you to roam Qiankuan crystal wall freely without losing your life. Qiankuan crystal wall existed when the world was first created. It reflected everyone and everything. It contained all the secrets of the world's past and present. Once a person enters it, they would face the barrage of endless information. After some time, they would die from information overload. After Renzu heard this, he felt very worried about great strength true martial. He asked the Inkman elder about the way to survive. The elder thus brought Renzu to ascend the mountain. On Book Mountain, there was a largest ink waterfall, and below it was a deep pool. The Inkmen called this pool Literature Spring. The ink waterfall continued to flow as it landed on the literature spring. Water splashed about. These black color splashes flew in the air as the water droplets formed into ink texts. If a person wants to continue living in Qiankuan crystal wall, the ink text will be your best helper. The reason why we Inkmen can live here is also because of the ink text. The Inkman elder told Renzu about this big secret. Renzu received the Inkman's advice. He collected a lot of ink texts and left the mountain. Every time he walked for some distance, he would leave behind some ink texts as reference points. In this vast world of whiteness, the pitch-black ink text became very conspicuous. Even though ink texts faded over time, using them, Renzu no longer walked on unnecessary trails. He eventually found Great Strength True Martial. Great Strength True Martial received Renzu's ink texts. Every step he walked, he would leave behind some ink texts. The ink texts recorded the information that barraged Great Strength True Martial, turning them all into pieces of literary work. These literary pieces turned into pieces of tiles that were layered below Great Strength True Martial's feet. Great Strength True Martial was finally free. His eyes were not blurry. His ears were not buzzing. He could no longer smell the mix of countless fragrances as well. Stepping on these tiles, he followed Renzu back to the Inkman village. Renzu asked the Inkman elder again. O elder, how can I find wisdom goo inside Qiankuan crystal wall? Chapter 2161. Carefree Wisdom Heart. The Inkman elder told Renzu. Even though wisdom goo often stays within Qiankuan crystal wall, it is hidden very deeply. To find it, you will need to venture deep into the crystal wall. It will not be possible with just ink texts and the tiles that are formed below your feet. These tiles only record all sorts of information on the superficial level. With the endless barrage of other information, the limited ink texts within the tiles will change in content. They will disappear quickly and cannot last for long. The Inkman elder said again. O human, you need to turn all the information into knowledge. Only with knowledge can you explain information clearly. You will be able to write them down in words, allowing you to create a real path instead of just tiles made of texts. Renzu was troubled. How can I turn them into knowledge? The Inkman elder laughed. There are many bookworms on Book Mountain. They record the knowledge that our Inkman seniors have left behind. O human, you can go look at them. It is not difficult to gather the knowledge yourself either. Firstly, you need memory goo to store all of this information inside your mind. Next. Before the Inkman finished his words, cognition goo appeared, saying to Renzu, after that, I can help you to refine knowledge. The Inkman elder nodded with a smile. Indeed, cognition can produce knowledge. Renzu, then I will thank you all in advance. The Inkman elder shook his head. No need to stand on ceremony. Cognition goo. Don't say that, human. We have always been good friends, and this situation benefits myself as well. If cognition did not take in new information, it would quickly get outdated. Only by receiving new information and thinking about it could cognition create useful new thoughts that were healthy and vibrant, innovative and lively. Renzu gathered many bookworms on Book Mountain. He obtained a lot of new information. Next, with cognition goo's help, he created many new knowledge from the vast amount of information. He used ink text to write down his knowledge, scattering them on the ground and creating a black path made of ink texts. Renzu and Great Strength True Martial walked on this path. They walked for a long time, far longer than any of their previous trips. Oh no, I don't have enough knowledge left. Renzu walked to the end of the path, feeling very dejected and upset. He had gathered many ink texts, but the knowledge in his mind was insufficient already. Renzu and Great Strength True Martial's first attempt failed. They had to return to Book Mountain. Great Strength True Martial continued to collecting texts while Renzu gathered all the bookworms. With Cognition Gu's help, he refined even more knowledge from them. With more and more knowledge, Renzu found that his mind was getting filled up. I have too much knowledge now. Renzu was very satisfied, he said confidently. Let's go, I am sure we can reach the deepest part of Qiankuan Crystal Wall this time. However, they still failed in their second attempt. Why did this happen? My mind was already filled with knowledge, Renzu said dejected. This is all the knowledge I can hold. No, O human, look closely again. Self-Gu suddenly spoke to remind him. Renzu inspected his mind. He found a Gu hiding inside it. Renzu realized at once. So you are occupying my mind, preventing me from getting more knowledge. What Gu are you? The Gu answered. I am Pride Gu. Renzu said anxiously. Can you hurry and get out? You are occupying such a huge area. I want to fill the place with knowledge instead. But no matter how anxious Renzu was, or how he urged, Pride Gu refused to leave. When Renzu was out of ideas, Great Strength True Martial spoke. Oh father, don't be anxious. Don't forget that I still have Humility Gu. I will give it to you. Great Strength True Martial took out Humility Gu and gave it to Renzu. Pride Gu was chased away by Humility Gu. It had to fly out of Renzu's mind and land on Great Strength True Martial instead. Strong Gu was very happy. The strong have their own pride. After Renzu chased Pride Gu away from his mind, he returned to Book Mountain to continue gaining knowledge. After Renzu gained Humility Gu, he realized that the more knowledge he had, the more he found that he was lacking knowledge, and the more he wanted to fill his mind with even more knowledge. Renzu's mind was quickly filled. Self-Gu urged him. Oh human, stop now, your mind is already full of knowledge. But Renzu replied. But I think that it is insufficient. I am certain that I still do not know a lot of things. I need to continue gaining knowledge. Renzu continued to refine his knowledge. His mind was getting bloated, it was hurting and could not hold any more information. But Humility Gu made him feel like he was still lacking in knowledge. Suddenly, there was a loud boom. Eventually, Renzu's mind could not take it anymore. It exploded from an overload of knowledge. The knowledge scattered on the ground as a little girl stood up from within. Father, father! The little girl hugged Renzu's leg happily. My name is Carefree Wisdom Heart, I am your daughter. Northern Plains. Sincerity Grassland. Qinqing was dressed in green, his arms were crossed behind his back as he stood arrogantly upright. He stared at the foreign female immortal before him as he shouted. Who are you? Why did you request to meet me here? The female immortal standing before him wore a half-mask covered her nose, mouth and cheeks, only revealing the upper half of her face which showed her strong contours, sharp and long brows, bright eyes and a heroic aura. She wore a dark gold armor that covered her whole body, bringing a heavy feeling of suppression on any that looked at it. She was definitely not an ordinary person. You can address me as Fairy Black Moon, this female immortal said. Fairy Black Moon? Qinqing raised his brows. Where are you from? Now that the 5 regions were merged, Gu immortals no longer had region-specific auras. That was why Qinqing asked the question. Fairy Black Moon smiled lightly. My identity and origin are not important. Qinqing, you are called the Sincerity Immortal, you cultivate Rule Path. Back then, you had an agreement with your friend. The loser in the battle would recognize the winner as their owner and assist them. Do you remember this? Qinqing's pupils shrank as he frowned. I was young and arrogant then. I did not know what that truly meant. That was why the agreement was made. I was still a mere Gu master back then. Who are you exactly? You know such an obscure secret. Fairy Black Moon smiled coldly. I'm only asking you, Qinqing, is this agreement still effective? Saying so, she took out a token. Qinqing received it as his expression changed again. This token is real. Where did you get it? What relationship do you have with my friend? Fairy Black Moon said again. I said these are not important. Qinqing took a deep breath, he said with a solemn expression. I understand now, you want us to have a fight. If you win, you will make me your servant. Since you took the initiative to find me, I am sure you are confident in your own strength. But I need to remind you, even though I am a lone cultivator, after roaming Northern Plains for so many years, I have gathered many trump cards. If you win this battle, I will acknowledge you as my master. But if you lose, I will be your master. Fairy Black Moon laughed heartily. Everyone calls you the Sincerity Immortal, someone who keeps his words and promises. After meeting you, it seems that this is true after all. Let's fight! Chen Qing was furious. Regardless of who you are today, I will see what you are capable of. At the next moment, thunder rumbled as the battle of two immortals ensued. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, He Chun Chiu was taking charge of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Splash, splash, splash. The water of time moved erratically, creating the mesmerizing sound of waves. A rank 8 immortal goo was quickly forming, landing in He Chun Chiu's hands. Good, all of the destroyed rank 8 immortal goo have been refined successfully. He Chun Chiu nodded, feeling satisfied about the progress. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool had the ability of regret pool. Any immortal goo that it refined would have an insignia left behind. When the immortal goo is destroyed, 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool would use the power of the tributary of the river of time together with the insignia to refine the immortal goo again. The success rate would be higher than refining a new rank 8 immortal goo normally. When Fairy Ming Hao forced Fan Yuan's subordinates to retreat earlier, Lu Wei-yin expressed his pity over the destroyed immortal goo. But he did not know that Fan Yuan's refinement path methods were unimaginably powerful. In just a few days, he refined all 3 rank 8 immortal goo that were destroyed in that battle. But Fan Yuan was still not satisfied with his current refinement path attainment. Several days had passed since Ming Hao defeated Lu Wei-yin and the rest. These days, the 3 worlds were quiet and safe, battle had stopped, there was temporary peace. Since it was not time for the actual fight yet, Fan Yuan used this time to comprehend the profundity of the place. He had already investigated Paradise Earth's tomb. There were countless Tao marks distributed in it. The structure was complex and profound, the scale was immense, he could not unravel it in a short time. Fan Yuan spent most of his energy on the countless big and small worlds here, trying to comprehend the refinement path profundity that they contained. Sage, Savage Wilderness Great Worlds Envoy seeks your audience. At this time, a Yellow Earth Goo Immortal reported respectfully. It's Bing Sai Chuan. Lu Wei-yin came over as well, bringing accurate information with him. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. It is about time they came here. Earlier, the loss of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian was actually part of Fan Yuan's scheme. Even though Heavenly Court lost to him before, Fan Yuan had never underestimated their foundation. Heavenly Court placed a huge focus on Crazed Demon Cave, they even brought Divine Emperor's City over. How could Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian defeat Heavenly Court? With the current situation, even though Longevity Heaven, Heavenly Court, and Fan Yuan had one of the 3 great worlds each, Heavenly Court was still the dominant party. The 3 sides were contesting, but there was still the strongest and weakest side among them. Together with Bing Sai Chuan taking the initiative to cooperate with Fan Yuan during the Fate War, after Lu Wei-yin and the rest returned in defeat, Fan Yuan waited patiently for Bing Sai Chuan's envoy to come. It was just that Bing Sai Chuan, one of the 4 Desolation Immortals, actually came here personally. It showed Longevity Heaven's sincerity right away. Friend Fan Yuan, have you been well? Bing Sai Chuan smiled. But Fan Yuan's expression was cold. I am working together with Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable to help him revive. Bing Sai Chuan, it is really unwise that your Longevity Heaven wants to cooperate with us. After all, when the time is ripe and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revives, our strength will rise sharply, we can even suppress Heavenly Court. This. Bing Sai Chuan's expression froze immediately. Chapter 2162. Cooperating once again. The purpose of Bing Sai Chuan's visit was obvious, he wanted to work with Fan Yuan and resist Heavenly Court. Fan Yuan did not want to waste time, he directly stated the obstruction towards their cooperation instead. Paradise Earth's tomb was huge as a mountain, Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court knew about it long ago. The reason why they attacked Yellow Earth Great World earlier was also because of this. Bing Sai Chuan was a rank 8 expert renowned in history after all, he laughed, the stiffness on his face vanished at once. Fan Yuan, do you know where this Book Mountain originates from? Fan Yuan had a thought. Book Mountain is not originally an arrangement of Heavenly Court? Bing Sai Chuan nodded. Indeed, that is so. Book Mountain was originally in the 9th layer of Crazed Demon Cave, but because of Heavenly Court's immense foundation in Wisdom Path, they comprehended a portion of the profundity and took out Book Mountain from the 9th layer in advance. Oh? Fan Yuan did not acknowledge nor reject the answer. But Lu Wei-yin's expression changed. This was something that the Goo Immortals of Yellow Earth Great World did not know of. After all, it happened deep within Green Lotus Great World. Heavenly Court has such a method? They have already started comprehending the 9th layer and even managed to bring out Book Mountain? Did Limitless Demon Venerable's retaliative method not activate? Bing Sichuan sighed deeply. If it worked, we would not have come here so urgently to seek an alliance. Fan Yuan replied in a solemn tone. Did you see Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? Bing Sichuan shook his head. Not even once. Fan Yuan asked again. Then what is the relationship between Fairy Ming Hao and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? Bing Sichuan replied honestly. Since the arrangement of Limitless Demon Venerable exists, until the right opportunity arises, we will not use our full strength, thus, we did not force Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to show herself. But Heavenly Court had 3 female immortals that appeared, they all possess pseudo-venerable battle strength, Fairy Ming Hao is one of them. These 3 female immortals are Ming Hao, Yu Xiu, and Fengya respectively, they cultivate Wisdom Path with Star Path secondarily. Your side has already seen Fairy Ming Hao's strength, Fairy Yu Xiu is stronger than her. Days ago, when we fought, our side had to send reinforcements to stall them and form a stalemate. As for Fairy Fengya, she seems to be even stronger but she has never taken action, she has been secluded in Crazed Demon Cave to comprehend the 9th layer profundity. Book Mountain is the fruit of her labor. Lu Weiyin could not help but sigh. Heavenly Court is the #1 force in the world after all, their foundation is unfathomably deep. After Duke Long died, they lack pseudo-venerable battle strength, but to think that 3 of them were hidden in Crazed Demon Cave. This shows the importance Heavenly Court is placing on Crazed Demon Cave. Bing Sichuan added, other than these 3 pseudo-venerables, there are also rank 8 elites like Qin Dingling. In addition, regarding the forces they have out in the open, there are Divine Emperor City, Demon Judgment Board, and Heaven Overseeing Tower. With Heavenly Court's foundation, it will not be strange for them to bring out more immortal Gu houses. Lu Weiyin gritted his teeth. Heavenly Court even transferred a portion of the Immortal Graveyard into Crazed Demon Cave. This Immortal Graveyard was created here by using the tomb earth they collected. At the crucial moment, the Immortal Graveyard's slumbering experts in history would awaken. They have terrifying strength too. Precisely so. Bing Sichuan concluded. Fan Yuan and Lu Weiyin, both our sides need to cooperate. Otherwise, how can we force Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to show up? How can we defeat 3 pseudo-venerables? How can we ensure the revival of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable? Bing Sichuan's intention was obvious. Heavenly Court's advantage was too great. If they were not stopped in time, even before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revives, Heavenly Court would have won already. Thus, there was a need for them to work together. Lu Weiyin looked at Fan Yuan, who nodded slightly, agreeing to this cooperation. Longevity Heaven seemed to have no fear regarding Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's revival. They were very confident in themselves, their trump cards were definitely not few. But currently, with Heavenly Court in the lead, they had to do something to slow them down. Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World stopped fighting between themselves. They sent out troops to attack Green Lotus Great World together. Even though there was cooperation with Longevity Heaven, the extent was quite limited. Fan Yuan suggested that they should exchange true inheritances. He wanted to use venerable true inheritances of equal value to exchange for Longevity Heaven's Luck Path true inheritance of Giant Sunday. Bing Sichuan rejected him with a polite tone, but his attitude was firm. Fan Yuan also suggested that they should exchange immortal materials. He wanted rank 9 Luck Path immortal materials, but Bing Sichuan rejected him as well. Fan Yuan's force had already inflated to this level. When he sent out his subordinates earlier, even Bing Sichuan was completely stunned from their collective strength. Bing Sichuan and the rest had a strong opinion against Spectral Soul and Red Lotus. To help Fan Yuan destroy Fate Gu, they had truly given him too much help. In just these few days, Fan Yuan's force had already grown to this terrifying level. And what about his own strength? How much had he grown until now? In this situation, how could Longevity Heaven make a transaction with Fan Yuan? Wouldn't that be helping his growth? Due to the cooperation of Fan Yuan and Longevity Heaven, the situation changed greatly. But Heavenly Court seemed to have predicted this. Even though the 2 sides attacked with their full strength, they were still defending themselves firmly. At times, when the defensive lines were about to break, Fairy Ming Hao and Yu Xiu would take action personally, either maintaining Heavenly Court's position by forcing enemy Gu immortals to retreat, or using the battle opportunity to invade Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World instead, causing huge destruction and countless deaths. Fan Yuan also saw Fairy Yushio's strength for the first time. Fairy Yushio had an exceptional combat system. Her attacking methods were very special, they relied on the difference between the two sides' attainment level. The bigger the difference, the stronger the attacks. Ever since the first time they reached the base of Book Mountain, Fan Yuan's subordinates made no such advancement again. Like this, the three sides fought with each other, the situation was in a deadlock. Days went by one by one. A large number of Gu cultivators died. Their sacrifice made the three worlds grow larger with an increasing number of stable Dao marks. The more Gu cultivators died in this place, the more the boundaries of the three great worlds faded, and the larger the area which the worlds were connected to became. On this day, at the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Yushio gathered the Heavenly Court Immortals. She spoke. Right now, Fan Yuan and Longevity Heaven have cooperated. This is giving us huge pressure. Our immortal graveyard has a backup hidden force, but Fan Yuan's Wu Shui clone has not shown up yet. Longevity Heaven is also hiding their strength. Since the situation is now in a deadlock with all three sides wary of each other, the small worlds around the three great worlds will be the key to our victory. These small worlds might be weak, but they still have Gu Immortals. If we can get them to join us, we will gain an advantage in the fight between the three forces. During this time, Fan Yuan and Longevity Heaven cooperated, managing to suppress Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court was losing more and more members. Zhou Xiongxian sighed. These small worlds are easy to defend but hard to attack, even though we tried many times and are able to win by force. Very few Gu Immortals decided to join us sincerely. Prince Feng Xian added. These Gu Immortal inhabitants lack sufficient intelligence. They are very stubborn as well. Most of them bear animosity towards the three great worlds. They think that fusing their world into the great worlds would cause the destruction of their homeland. They hold a firm attitude. Thus, Fairy Yushio smiled. I will hold a lesson at the peak of Book Mountain to teach the countless masses. Any Gu cultivator, mortal or immortal, can join this session. How will you do that? Wan Zihong asked. Fairy Yushio explained the details. Heavenly Court's immortals had changes of expressions. Lady Yushio has such an incredible method? We are truly in admiration. In that case, we will not have to worry about these Gu cultivators not joining us sincerely. These lowly Gu cultivators actually have such a great fortune to be able to get a Dao lesson from Lady Yushio. This is too good for them. Haha, they are all just cannon fodder. They will be sacrificed in the end. There is no harm in doing this. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals discussed among themselves. The atmosphere slowly became relaxed. Divine Emperor City. Qi Howling Painting World. A group of beggars stood around Fang Dichang, facing a huge elephant. The huge elephant was pure white in color, its four legs stomped on the ground, it was unmoving like a sturdy mountain. The beggars were in a stalemate for a long time, their morale was falling, they started to feel like they could not resist this huge elephant. Fang Dichang was frowning deeply. This Qi monster is made from righteous Qi, the longer we fight it, the more disadvantageous it is for us. Qi monsters had all sorts of shapes and sizes, they were not fixed, they could be made from all kinds of Qi, having varying temperament and strength. For example, Qi monsters made of domination, Qi would be domineering. Qi monsters made from death, Qi would love to be in places filled with many deaths. Qi monsters made of life, Qi would have strong recovery abilities, while Qi monsters made from luck, Qi would be hard to kill. Once they were killed, the benefits to the Gu cultivator would not be small. Even though Fang Dichang was Fang Yuan's clone and shared his attainment level, he had lost his body and soul. With just his will left, he resided within the human path beggar Gu. Thus, he could not resist this white elephant made of righteous Qi. But thankfully, the righteous Qi white elephant was not rampaging, it did not make a move in the end, only staring at the beggars. I have arrived! Xinshan finally fought his way to them. After finishing off his earlier opponent quickly, he came to help out Fang Dichang. He fought against a group of blood Qi monsters earlier, he was bathed in blood. Fang Dichang immediately sighed in relief as he made the beggars fall back and let Xinshan in. Xinshan fought against the white elephant using human path methods. This rank 8 Gu Immortal was indeed the human path quasi-supreme Grandmaster chosen by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He quickly gained the upper hand. But right when he was about to finish off the elephant, the ground started to shake. Rumble. About 10,000 bull-shaped Qi monsters stampeded together while creating huge dust clouds behind them. Xinshan and Fang Dichang's expressions changed. The righteous Qi elephant screeched in fear as it escaped in panic. Xinshan did not bother with it, he grabbed Fang Dichang and quickly ran in another direction. The stampede of countless bulls was like a tsunami that swept heaven and earth. It could not be stopped. Xinshang and Fang Dichang managed to escape with their lives. They watched as the bulls charged away. These chi monsters are made of charging bull chi, but isn't the size of the group too big? Who can block it? Xinshang sighed. Fang Dichang replied. The bulls are running towards the closest camp. Who knows how many will die, but that camp is going to end up in ruins. Xinshang nodded. Indeed, once the camp is destroyed, we can only retreat to another camp further back. Our exploration will get tougher. Chapter 2163. Endless Learning. The two of them had deduced something earlier, thus they worked together and explored deeper into Qi Haoling painting world, in order to find and communicate with Heavenly Court's enemy at the depths of the painting. The enemy of an enemy was a friend. But even after Xinshang and Fang Dichang did their best, they could not reach the deepest part of the painting. Qi Haoling painting world was too huge. Fang Dichang's strength was at a limit. Even though Xinshang had rank 8 cultivation level, it was severely restricted in here. The difference between mortal and immortal was not evident. The only good thing was that Xinshang's illness was greatly alleviated here. Ever since he entered the painting world, he had not relapsed again. According to Xinshang's estimations, the dense human path environment here was helping him. Sigh, the 10 children of human path have left. Without their help, how can we get through this painting and meet the one suppressed at the deepest part of the painting? Fang Dichang sighed. Xinshang was about to speak when his expression changed suddenly. He shouted. This is... Next, Fang Dichang also sensed the aura of a rank 8 immortal goo rapidly spreading towards him. The two no longer cared about Qi Haoling painting world. They quickly returned to the central area of the original painting world. The two of them saw a rank 8 immortal goo at the same time. It was floated in the air, shining with radiance. Divine Emperor's city is truly deep. It actually contains this legendary immortal goo. If I am not wrong, this should be the learning goo recorded in Legends of Renzu. The two conversed, seeing the shock on each other's expressions. Learning goo is a human path immortal goo. This is likely the highest ranked human path immortal goo in the current world. Fang Dichang sighed. I get it now. Xinshang's eyes suddenly shined with bright light. Why did beast tamers and chi cultivators appear earlier? It was the result of this learning goo's effect. Of course, this should not be the only goo used. It is likely a killer move. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had such grand ambitions. His arrangements were truly deep. Fang Dichang frowned. But why did this learning goo activate on its own now? Did something happen in the outside world? Xinshang was troubled. He did not know about the situation outside. But he quickly reacted. This is a prime opportunity. Learning goo must be one of the cores of Divine Emperor's city, regardless of what is going on outside that caused this core to be used alone. At this point, Divine Emperor's city's intact structure has a crack in it. We can find this weakness and make use of it. Good idea. Fang Dichang's pupils expanded as he looked at Xinshang excitedly. Let us work together and explore the secret of Divine Emperor's city. At the same time, Crazed Demon Cave. 8th layer. Green Lotus Dao Field, above Book Mountain. Fairy Yu Xiu sat at the peak of Book Mountain. Within her immortal aperture, Divine Emperor's city's learning goo spread out its radiance, cooperating with Fairy Yu Xiu's other immortal goo to form a human path killer move, Endless Learning. At the middle and bottom of Book Mountain, there were countless goo cultivators. The killer move's radiance was light blue in color. It spread down and covered all of these goo cultivators. Their bodies shook intensely. This is? The immortals' expressions changed. They were filled with deep shock. An indescribable profundity of the great Tao flowed into the depths of their hearts like a gentle river. The attainment levels of these immortals started to rise. There is actually such an incredible killer move in this world. If I am not experiencing this personally, I will not be able to imagine it. This is the teaching of the sage. The sage is merciful and benevolent. Many goo immortals were so touched they shed tears on the spot. Others knelt down on the ground, kowtowing to Fairy Yu Xiu at the peak of the mountain. These were all non-standard goo immortals, but they were receiving the most traditional goo cultivation method now. They were all clear about how hard it was to raise attainment levels. This was truly an unprecedented fortuitous encounter for them. In this world, there are indeed other methods to raise attainment level other than dream realms. Human path. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had already made his arrangements to this degree. It is definitely not wrong for Heavenly Court to develop human path. Qin Ding Ling was very excited internally. Heavenly Court's members, with her at the lead, sat down together and closed their eyes to comprehend calmly. Fairy Yushio opened her eyes slightly, looking down below her with a glance. Sweat had gathered on her forehead, all the thoughts in her mind were used to sustain this move. Endless learning was a human path method of strategical value, its benefit for any superforce was huge beyond imagination. Its greatest advantage was that it did not expend the user's true meaning, it created true meaning in the mind of the targets instead. Rule Path and Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were more adept at extracting their own true meaning compared to other paths. When other Gu cultivators take the true meaning, their attainment levels of the corresponding path would rise sharply. But the Gu cultivator who extracted their true meaning would experience a fall in attainment level, the losses could not be regained. This was why true meaning was so rare in the world. Endless learning was a killer move that made use of Fairy Yushio's attainment level, the secluded domain of Heaven and Earth Book Mountain, as well as learning Gu. This move could create new true meaning in the mind of the targets. Once the true meaning was created, it would be instantly absorbed by the Gu cultivator and cause their relevant attainment level to rise. This was the greatest advantage of the killer move Endless Learning, it did not consume anyone's attainment level. But at the same time, this advantage was also its weakness. Because the true meaning created by the killer move had limitations. The limitations were the Gu cultivator themselves. The Gu cultivator's aptitude, talent, comprehension and personal experiences were conditions that restricted their production of true meaning. Attainment level profundity of the same level would vary across the different people who were comprehending them. If one reached their limit and could not comprehend the profundity, they would start to develop illusions. As expected, not long after, Gu cultivators on Book Mountain started to see illusions. Some of them saw surging golden lotuses, some saw azure rain, some saw surging bloody water, some saw bone forests, or rainbow-colored phoenixes that growled loudly. I can't persevere anymore. A moment later, someone spat out blood and fainted. More and more people followed. But some Gu cultivators were still enduring. With this, the talent, personal experiences and comprehension of the Gu cultivators were also clearly distinguished. But by the time those among Qin Ding Ling's group started to waver as sweat appeared on their foreheads, about 90% of Green Lotus Dao Field's native Gu Immortals had already fallen. Even if these natives become Gu Immortals, they are still inferior to humans, who have the highest natural talent and intelligence. Fairy Yushio nodded to herself. After some observation, she had already gained a clear understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of the Gu Immortals from Green Lotus Dao Field. When Qin Ding Ling and the rest started to waver, the other Gu cultivators on the mountain had already fainted. Bai Tseng fainted, Zhou Xiong Xian also fainted, followed by Jun Xinguang. Eventually, only 3 Heavenly Court members were left. They were Qin Ding Ling, Che Wei, and Gu Yufang. Brother? Gu Yufang's eyes were filled with blood, he grunted before fainting. Thereafter, Qin Ding Ling smiled bitterly as she lost consciousness as well. Che Wei lasted until the end. Fairy Yushio nodded to herself. As expected of the creator of Weapon Path. I actually misjudged. Fairy Yushio's expression suddenly changed as she shifted her gaze from Che Wei to a meteor at the bottom of the mountain. This meteor was large as an elephant, it was also a Gu Immortal. Earlier, it had fallen into a state of semi-unconsciousness. Even Fairy Yushio did not expect that a certain strength would gather within the rock. At this point, the mystical strength reached its limit, there was a qualitative change occurring. Rumble! With a thunderous sound, the meteor shattered as golden light shined in all directions. From the piercing and blinding light, a rock monkey flew out. The rock monkey landed on the ground and scratched its ears, shouting, "Brilliant! Truly brilliant!" Plop! At the other end, Che Wei could no longer endure it, he fainted on the spot. Fairy Yushio's expression became even more peculiar. This rock monkey is born from heaven and earth, it is extraordinary. It even has incredible talent surpassing Che Wei. With such potential, it will definitely reach great heights in the future. Amazing, amazing. What a pity, what a pity. Fairy Yushio sighed continuously. She was referring to Limitless Demon Venerable when she said amazing. Limitless Demon Venerable created Crazed Demon Cave, the derivation of New Heaven Path Dao marks went on for over 1,000,000 years, the results were huge. This rock monkey was the proof of it. This rock monkey's potential and comprehension ability even surpassed Heavenly Court's members, it defeated Che Wei. If this rock monkey was nurtured well and grew successfully, it might create its own path in the future. But this rock monkey was destined to have a pitiful ending. It could not live for long. It was meant to be limitless demon venerable sacrifice. Even Heavenly Court could not let it off. Because it was not a pure human. This was also why Fairy Yushio said what a pity. The rock monkey lasted for a few more minutes before falling on the ground, unconscious. Fairy Yushio stopped using the killer move. She started to rest. Even though she did not consume her attainment level, the price of using this move was quite high. Be they thoughts, immortal essence, or her own lifespan, they were expended. Not long after, the Goo Immortals started to wake up. They started to cheer, unable to control themselves. Their attainment levels had all risen. The problems that they faced normally with killer moves or incomplete immortal Goo recipes were all resolvable now. Many Goo Immortals even had new ideas regarding the modification of their current killer moves. Thank you, Sage, for imparting the Tao to us. Sage has unsurpassed virtue for imparting the Tao to us. The Goo Immortals knelt on the ground of their own will. Fairy Yushio smiled, her voice spreading throughout Book Mountain, before spreading to the entire Green Lotus world. 3 days later, I will hold another session to impart the Tao on Book Mountain again. The Immortals were stunned. At the next moment, a thunderous cheer resounded. 3 days later, not only on Book Mountain itself, even a large number of Goo Masters gathered near the base of Book Mountain. Goo Masters could only surround Book Mountain but not ascend it. On the mountain base and the sides, many new Goo Immortals showed up. These Goo Immortals came from various small worlds. Hearing that a sage was imparting the Tao on Book Mountain, they came of their own accord to benefit from it. Fairy Yushio used endless learning again. As illusions started to show up, everyone saw different sights. I can see many flowers! So many pig heads are flying in the sky. Fairy, don't run, you can't escape from me. That rascal is dead meat, I'm telling you, even a Goo Immortal cannot save him. The man of my dreams is an unparalleled hero who will come and marry me while riding on a rainbow cloud, even though I am also a man. Chapter 2164. And poison appears again. All sorts of illusions appeared. Soon, the Goo Masters outside of the mountain quickly fell unconscious one by one. Next, the ones on the mountain, those Goo Immortals who had attended the previous session also fainted in succession. During the first session, they had already reached their limits. After just 3 days, the growth of their foundation was very limited. Even Heavenly Court's members were no exception. After them were the various mutant Goo Immortals of the small worlds. They had deep foundations and this was their first time attending the Tao lesson. Fairy Yushio expressed her surprise again. Among these mutant Goo Immortals, she found another genius this time. It was a lump of deep green-colored tornado. It persevered until the end. The aptitude and comprehension ability it displayed was equally matched with the rock monkey. When this tornado Goo Immortal fell unconscious, Fairy Yushio also stopped using her killer move. By the time they awakened, she announced again, 3 days later, the next session will be held. For the third Tao lesson, even more Goo Immortals came. Not only the mutants of the various small worlds, even Savage Wilderness Great Worlds and Yellow Earth Great Worlds Goo Immortals came. Eventually, the one who lasted until the end was a Lizard Goo Immortal. This immortal came from Savage Wilderness Great World. Its aptitude was on par with the Rock Monkey and Tornado. They were extraordinarily talented. Fairy Yushio conducted 3 Tao lessons in total. The influence was not just kept in the 3 great worlds, it even spread to the remaining small worlds. Not only the small worlds at the boundaries of the 3 great worlds, but even many other small worlds that were currently being drawn to the central area. Fairy Yushio achieved her goal. The effect was evident. Their impression on the various Goo Immortals of Green Lotus Grand World improved greatly. Many Goo Immortals chose to join them. Yushio chose 3 leaders from among them. They were the Rock Monkey Butian Kong, the Tornado Immortal Nyekwang Feng, and finally, the Lizard Goo Immortal from Savage Wilderness Great World, Duan Hu. But a large number of Goo Immortals still chose to watch on the fence. These Goo Immortals mostly came from small worlds. Their worlds were still moving now, they had not landed near the 3 great worlds yet. Since this change occurred in the void, the unification of the worlds cannot be avoided. We need to find a good allegiance. Indeed, we are all rulers of our small world. We can influence where we end up to a certain extent. Green Lotus Great World Sage gave a Tao lesson. I wonder if the other 2 world sages will do the same? Unavoidably, these Goo Immortals started to hold expectations. A capable person will often choose to find a capable leader. Even though they were native goo immortals that were not human, they had ample intelligence and were quite astute. From Fairy Yushio's Tao lessons, they sensed that she was trying to recruit them. The three great worlds were in heated conflict, the amount of losses was huge and severe, it was the stage for them to shine on. They even started to spread the word. If the other two great worlds do not give such a benefit, we will join Green Lotus Great World. The three great worlds have existed for so long, Green Lotus Great World's sage imparted wisdom on everyone, they are truly magnanimous and benevolent. I am sure that the other two worlds' sages are the same. We will join whichever world gives the greatest benefits. These goo immortals wanted to gain the most benefits for themselves. As for which world they would end up joining? Haha, they can decide that after getting the benefits. The situation changed abruptly. Lu Weiyin quickly went to Fan Yuan for a discussion. Lu Weiyin sighed. Currently, Heavenly Court has the initiative again. After cooperating with Longevity Heaven, we managed to destabilize Heavenly Court's advantage over us, but with Fairy Yushio's Tao lessons, all our efforts ended up in vain. But thankfully, the situation is salvageable. How should we go on to recruit those goo immortals who are still on the fence? Fan Yuan was silent. These mutant goo immortals who were still roaming around were top-tier cannon fodder. Heavenly Court's recruitment of them was a great move. Fairy Yushio's method also expanded Fan Yuan's horizons. Learning goo. Endless learning. Other than the Dream Realm, this was the first time Fan Yuan saw a killer move capable of directly raising attainment levels. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had no recollection of such a killer move. From what he gathered and from Lu Weiyin's information, there was no warning or hint that such a killer move existed. This meant that the killer move was likely a new creation of Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court had deep foundation and countless elites who progressed and developed with time. Lu Weiyin looked at Fan Yuan as he said, "This killer move is extraordinary, it can raise the power of an entire force. Attainment level is very hard to raise, even I am slightly moved by Heavenly Court's offer. There is also something more worrying. Within Zhu, there are records that Ren Zhu and the other two went into primordial domain using true meaning. Heavenly Court possesses the killer move Endless Learning. This means that they have a method of creating true meaning that is unique in this world. This method might allow them to enter primordial domain earlier than others, or even like Book Mountain, they might be able to obtain primordial domain from the 9th layer." Fan Yuan nodded slightly. Lu Weiyin was very astute, all of his words made sense. Primordial domain was the key factor in the conflict of the three parties. Even if a venerable revives successfully, to become a true Tao Lord again, they need to rely on primordial domain. One could say that whoever obtains primordial domain first would gain the greatest advantage. They would become the eventual winner of this fight. Fan Yuan pondered. Endless learning is truly incredible and useful, but we also have a strategic level killer move ourselves. I have already used it. Lu Weiyin's expression turned to joy as he guessed. That lingering poisonous and plague killer move? Fan Yuan nodded while adding, I used this move in Eastern Sea before, let's see how Heavenly Court deals with it. Other than that, we need to keep an eye on Longevity Heaven. I am quite curious about their following actions. Lu Weiyin thought about it and added, Lord, since you have already used lingering poisonous ant plague, we should take the initiative to attack and exert pressure. When Heavenly Court is busy dealing with it, they will not have the time or energy to resist this move. Fan Yuan had already shut his eyes. You can go handle this matter. I want to deduce the Paradise Earth true inheritance here. Lu Weiyin immediately took his leave. His best idea was to communicate with Longevity Heaven and attack in unison. After getting Lu Weiyin's invitation, Longevity Heaven did not hesitate, they cooperated smoothly. The truth was, their pressure was higher. Many goo immortals defected from Savage Wilderness Great World to Green Lotus Great World, even more than Yellow Earth Great World. The most famous among them was Duan Hu. This rank 8 expert was very famous in Savage Wilderness Great World. With him taking the lead to join Heavenly Court, the influence on Longevity Heaven was dire. Days later, Longevity Heaven and Fan Yuan sent out their troops again to attack Green Lotus Great World. In the sky, goo immortals fought intensely. Kill. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch held 2 large hammers on both hands as he attacked aggressively. He was covered in thick golden fur, he had many immortal goo and killer moves, allowing his defense to be tight, he had no worries about charging forward. The formation of Heavenly Court's mutant goo immortals were disrupted many times because of him. Don't be too arrogant. A childlike woodpath goo immortal with grass growing on his head gritted his teeth as he blocked Golden Fur Immortal Monarch. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch's advancement was halted. He fought against this immortal. After dozens of rounds, there was no clear victor. Humph! I am Grasshead Child. I was born with an immortal goo. I am blessed with great fortune. You have immortal goo, but my immortal goo are also not fewer than yours. This Woodpath Goo Immortal shouted with a confident disposition. Suddenly his expression became distorted as his body started twisting around. So itchy! Suddenly, Grasshead Child could not endure the intense feeling. Wave of ants crawled out of his body, piercing his grass skin. What is going on? What are these things? Grasshead Child was shocked. He quickly retreated. Ha ha ha! Where are you going? Golden Fur Immortal Monarch saw the chance and chased relentlessly. Grasshead Child was hit by the killer move Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague. He was greatly distracted and lost his momentum. After several rounds, he was smashed into pulp by Golden Fur Immortal Monarch's hammer, dying on the spot. Similar scenes were occurring to the other mutant goo immortals. With the activation of Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague, the situation was immediately changed. Originally, Heavenly Court had many mutant goo immortals. They were able to enter a deadlock with Fan Yuan's subordinates who were better equipped. But now that their immortal apertures were getting attacked, they lost all their morale. They had no will to fight. Run! Why are there ants on my body as well? Don't kill me, I surrender! The formation collapsed entirely. Fan Yuan's subordinates chased after them and obtained great results. This is the outcome for siding with Green Lotus Great World. All the goo immortals who sided with them faced the judgment of Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague. Kill all the captives, our master has given orders, we will not accept them. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest cheered loudly, resounding in the entire battlefield. They worked with another group from Longevity Heaven, making great advances and forcing Heavenly Court's mutant goo immortals to run in fear, unable to retaliate. The defeated mutant goo immortals found that they could not resolve Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague killer move. They had to rush to Book Mountain and kneel towards the peak, requesting for the sage's help. At the peak of Book Mountain, Qin Ding Ling frowned. Fan Yuan used that move after all. If we cannot resolve it, our great advantage is going to be lost entirely. Many of the mutant goo immortals were still watching in anticipation. If Green Lotus Great World was too weak, even if the benefits were huge, they would not join them. After all, great benefits were pointless unless one had sufficient lifespan to enjoy them. At this moment, Fairy Yushio defended Book Mountain while Fairy Minghao went to the front lines, preventing Longevity Heaven's troops from causing any more trouble. Fairy Yushio was also quite troubled. You have already given us the information of this Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague killer move. This is quite an impressive move. It contains Poison Path, Enslavement Path, Refinement Path, Wood Path, Food Path, and even Heaven Path Profundity. It contains Heaven Path Profundity? Qin Ding Ling was deeply shocked. No wonder Eastern Sea's Righteous Chi Alliance can only alleviate the effects of this move but not remove it completely. Chapter 2165. Operation of Heaven and Earth. Peak of Book Mountain. Regarding Fan Yuan's Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague, Fairy Yushio explained. Thankfully, this move had already been used in Eastern Sea before. You also made Zai Xianweng infiltrate Righteous Chi Alliance and obtained first-hand information about it. Thus, I am prepared against it. But the current Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague has been modified by Fan Yuan. My original method isn't going to be suitable. I need to modify it as well. Qin Ding Ling heard this as her expression eased up slightly. That will be good. Fairy Yushio smiled. I only need 3 days to succeed. During this period, Heavenly Court can spread the news regarding Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague to everyone. Qin Ding Ling acknowledged and left. Not long after, the mutant goo immortals learned of the situation. They became very angry. Yellow Earth Great World Sage is truly too vicious. I've heard that Yellow Earth Great World's goo immortals are united and harmonious. To think that their sage is such a vicious person, this is really a huge disappointment to everyone. In comparison, Green Lotus Great World Sage is really magnanimous. They have the disposition of a sage. Even Savage Wilderness Great World's Sage pales in comparison. The observing goo immortals were very disappointed. They waited for so long but neither Longevity Heaven nor Fan Yuan gave the response that they wanted. They gained nothing from waiting. Yellow Earth Great World and Savage Wilderness Great World directly sent their troops and started the war. These mutant goo immortals were very disappointed, but they also started to get angrier. The sages of these two great worlds are acting like this. Are they not afraid that we will join Green Lotus Great World? Humph, The sages of these two worlds are too high and mighty. Forget it, I will join Green Lotus Great World instead. All of the observing mutant Gu immortals chose to join Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court's wisdom path method is quite formidable. The emotions of these mutant Gu immortals were influenced. According to what I know, many Gu immortals made the decision to join Heavenly Court in a spurt of anger. Lu Wei-yin sighed as he explained to Fang Yuan. Heavenly Court first spread information of Fan Yuan's vicious method before helping the mutant Gu immortals resolve their lingering poisonous and plague without asking for compensation. Finally, they even used a method to influence the emotions of these mutant Gu immortals. After this series of actions, not only did they alleviate lingering poisonous and plague's terrifying effect, they even retaliated and caused Fan Yuan and Longevity Heaven's position to be worse than before. Currently, Heavenly Court has recruited many mutant Gu immortals. Their advantage in numbers is increasingly evident. Should we recall our troops at the front lines? Lu Wei-yin asked. Fan Yuan smiled as he waved his hand. Heavenly Court is formidable. According to my deduction, this mysterious wisdom path killer move contains Heaven Path Profundity too. It is similar to Heaven's will and has the ability to influence the thoughts and emotions of living beings. Lingering poisonous and plague has been troubling the righteous G Alliance, but Heavenly Court managed to resolve this move so easily. In fact, I even modified this move once again. However, Longevity Heaven is taking action now. Let's watch and see before making a decision. Gu Tuluan was one of the mutant Gu immortals who joined Heavenly Court. After making the agreement with Heavenly Court, she traveled through the void and returned to her small world. Using several days, she set up an immortal formation. This immortal formation was Heavenly Court's reinforcement. After activating it, it could influence the travel route of the small world, allowing it to land on the boundary of Green Lotus Great World. Green Lotus Great World Sage is truly unfathomable. This immortal formation is amazing and has huge power, but the expended immortal essence is so little. Gu Tuluan praised internally as she activated the immortal formation. The immortal formation burst out with profound light, spreading from the inside to the outside of the small world. The small world had always been moving towards the center of the void, but under the effect of the immortal formation, it started to change its trajectory slightly. After several breaths of time, Gu Tuluan's expression turned to shock. What is going on? I activated the immortal formation, but the small world is uncontrollable. It is forcefully moving towards another direction. Is the immortal formation ineffective? Gu Tuluan quickly checked and was shocked to find out. It was not that the immortal formation was useless, but a profound force had been influencing her small world from long ago. Compared to this vast force, the immortal formation had no strength to counter it. Gu Tuluan could only watch as her homeland flew and landed on the boundary of Savage Wilderness Great World. This was not a unique situation. Many small worlds were influenced and landed on Savage Wilderness Great World, while others were still on their way. Gu Tuluan and the other mutant Gu immortals were stunned. They joined Green Lotus Great World, but their own small worlds ended up in Savage Wilderness Great World. They would definitely be absorbed by Savage Wilderness Great World and fuse into it. This is the method of Savage Wilderness Great World Sage. Unbelievable, that sage already took action long ago. He is actually able to attract all the small worlds. Only those small worlds at the periphery were spared. What do we do? Many Gu immortals were starting to feel regret. Had they known this, they would not have joined Green Lotus Great World so quickly. Peak of Book Mountain. This is Giant Sun's Heaven and Earth Luck Method. Qin Ding Ling sighed. Fate is fixed while luck is a variable. Longevity Heaven disregarded the cost and brought luck suppression Heavenly Palace here. They have already started to influence the heaven and earth luck of the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Thus, these small worlds were all drawn to them. It is a venerable method after all. Fairy Yushio sighed. Even though they could understand Longevity Heaven's method, they had no way of resolving it. Not only because Longevity Heaven was superior to Heavenly Court in terms of luck path methods, but because this method was used by Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. To resolve it, they had to destroy the palace. And Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace had been hiding deep within Savage Wilderness Great World. Now that pseudo-venerables could not use their full strength, who could reach it and destroy it? Heavenly Court had no answer. They could only sit and wait. This way, Heavenly Court gathered most of the mutant Gu immortals. They had advantage in numbers. Longevity Heaven obtained most of the small worlds. Savage Wilderness Great World was growing and expanding rapidly. Only Fan Yuan's side was the weakest. During this period, Not only did they not recruit many mutant goo immortals, they also failed to get many small worlds. Heavenly Court started to instruct the mutant goo immortals to retaliate. The front lines that went deep into Green Lotus Great World started to be pushed away outwards again. Goo masters gathered into armies, fighting and killing all over the battlefield. Immortals fought in the air. It was an intense battle. Rock Monkey Butian Kong roamed unhindered. With a sudden roar, it vanished on the spot. This move again! Bingjua's eyelids were twitching. He quickly looked around him. Where? Where will he show up? But Butian Kong did not attack Bingjua, it teleported behind Shirzong instead. Take my fist! Butian Kong shouted. Shirzong quickly defended himself, but his defensive killer move was quickly broken through. Butian Kong's fist pierced Shirzong's chest, protruding out of his back. Butian Kong snickered, its body shook as a killer move was activated. Shirzong exploded and shattered into pieces that flew everywhere. Shirzong and Bingjua were rank 8 goo immortals, while Butian Kong also had rank 8 cultivation level. To think that he managed to kill Shirzong while going up against 2 opponents. No matter what formation this is, I will send it flying! At the other end, Nye Kwang Feng, who was inside the rotting smell vicious cloud formation, shouted. The 6 Eggman goo immortals from Rotten Egg Grotto Heaven formed into the ancient battle formation rotting smell vicious cloud as they trapped Nye Kwang Feng for some time. At this point, they were unable to hold on anymore as the latter broke out from within. The 6 Eggman goo immortals spat out blood in response. They were either dead or injured. And on another battlefield, Duan Hu fought against Lu Tonglan. Lu Tonglan was the desolate extremity of the 8 extremities, but she actually fell into a disadvantage. Duan Hu's attacks were powerful and wild. Its body was tough like a mountain. When colliding, it felt like one was colliding with the world itself. Lu Tonglan's Blue Phoenix Totem killer move was almost destroyed in the fight. These 3 immortals were born with immense innate luck. They are the luck children of Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer. Originally, Yellow Earth Great World should have produced such an expert too. It is a pity. Fan Yuan understood the reason behind these 3 immortals' existence. He casted his gaze at Paradise Earth's tomb. Using Luck Inspection killer move, he saw that this Paradise Earth's tomb had immense luck that resembled a yellow soil mountain. It was unmoving and incredibly dense. These days, with their losses at the front lines, many of Fan Yuan's subordinates also died. But Fan Yuan remained calm as ice. These fatalities were just numbers to him. The longer this dragged on, the more advantageous it was for him. Fan Yuan had already comprehended a lot of the profundities regarding Paradise Earth's tomb. In the past he did not have the ability to create his own tomb Earth, but now, he could create a huge graveyard in the sovereign immortal aperture to act as a node of the Earth vein. Most of Fan Yuan's time and energy were spent comprehending the refinement path profundity here. Ordinary goo immortals refined immortal goo, while Limitless Demon Venerable refined the worlds of heaven and earth. This gap in refinement path was now quickly filled up by Fan Yuan. He was even gaining huge results from it. At the same time, Fan Yuan gained a deeper and clearer understanding of Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements. It is time. Fan Yuan muttered lightly. He gazed afar with his deep abyss-like eyes. Crack! A shocking flash of lightning landed on the battlefield. The immortals on the battlefield were shocked. In an instant, lightning bolts crashed down like a forest. The immortals had to stop and retreat immediately. Thereafter, tribulations of various intensity rained down like a torrent, occurring to all 3 great worlds and their boundaries. At the peak of Book Mountain, Qin Ding Ling was shocked. What is going on? After making some deductions, Fairy Yushio explained confidently. This is Limitless Demon Venerable's method, so it turns out that when the fusion of worlds reach a certain stage, tribulations will befall. At the same time, Fan Yuan's gaze focused on these tribulations that were extremely far away. Waves of comprehension emerged in the depth of his mind. All tribulations are superb methods in refining heaven and earth. Goo immortals manage their immortal aperture. Under normal circumstances, their main source of down marks come from tribulations. When goo immortals successfully pass a tribulation, they would gain a large number of down marks. These down marks will modify the immortal aperture and cause the environment to change. This is the refinement of heaven and earth. By expanding this logic, all tribulations were refinement path methods. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. At this point, the refinement path profundity regarding the refinement of the world and heaven and earth had already been comprehended by him to a large extent. Earlier, my luck gave me an indication. Now is the time to use that move. Fan Yuan started to activate Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. Chapter 2166. Heaven envies heroic geniuses. The sky was in chaos, Goo immortals fought intensely everywhere. Wild winds blew, wind blades shot all over the place. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch paused for a moment. His body was surrounded by wind blades from all directions. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's square face was covered in frost. He snorted coldly. He shot out immense crystal frost chi that destroyed all the wind blades. But at the next moment, Niaquang Feng suddenly arrived right before him. Niaquang Feng was a green tornado to begin with. It condensed into a ball and burst out with a terrifying suction force. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He was trapped by the tornado, unable to escape for the moment. Oh no! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's expression changed. It was too late to use Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin now. Normally speaking, the stronger the killer move, the longer the time needed to use it. When fighting against Niaquang Feng, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch could not find the time or opportunity to use this move. At the crucial moment, this move could no longer be used. During a deadlock, using this move would expose weaknesses for the enemy to exploit. Even if he used it, with the enemy on guard, the effect would not be decisive either. This is my signature killer move, Wind Suction Life Twister. I spent 30 years to painstakingly create it, before spending 100 years to modify it. Nobody has ever survived against this move, you will be no exception. Niaquang Feng laughed wildly. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's expression was grim. It was too late to dodge now, he could only activate his defensive killer moves desperately. Ah! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch cried out in pain. First, his arms were absorbed into Niaquang Feng's body. Even though they were covered in thick ice crystals, they only lasted for a few moments before disintegrating. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's arms were directly shredded into particles. Next was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's body. I am finished. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch felt despair at this moment, but suddenly, a bolt of black lightning shot down. Niaquang Feng was directly hit and suffered a huge blow. Its suction force stopped for a moment. The speed of Niaquang Feng's wind ball tornado fell greatly. Within the green wind, there was a large area of black ink-like color that got corrupted. Damn it, tribulations appeared again. Niaquang Feng gritted its teeth. Since several days ago, tribulations started to occur at all corners of the various great worlds. Especially places with more Goo immortals, they would encounter more tribulations. Now that there were many Goo immortals fighting intensely on the battlefield, it was not strange to have many tribulations occurring here. Niaquang Feng's attention was drawn to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch again. Die! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch tried his best to break free, but he could not get away from Niaquang Feng's suction force. He was pulled into Niaquang Feng's body inch by inch. I am finished! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch felt despair at this moment once again, but suddenly, a bolt of black lightning shot down. Crack! The black lightning bolt landed on Niaquang Feng. Niaquang Feng froze again. The black color in the green wind tornado became denser. This tribulation is so strong, it can actually cause such injuries to me. Niaquang Feng sighed, growling at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. But you cannot escape, your life is mine! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was sucked into the tornado again. It seems that my life is really going to end here. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sighed again, but at this moment, a bolt of black lightning shot down on Niaquang Feng. Niaquang Feng's movements froze, the tornado twisted and almost seemed like it would explode. What happened? What is going on with this tribulation? Why did it hit me 3 times in a row? I am so close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, yet it did not even hit him once? Is his luck that good? I don't believe it. I'll suck him in with me. Crack. Black lightning shot down, landing on Niaquang Feng. Niaquang Feng refused to believe its luck. I'll do it again. Crack. I do not believe it, I'll draw him in. Crack, crack, crack. Niaquang Feng could not take it anymore. As black lightning bolts continued to shoot down, they landed on his head without any deviation. Niaquang Feng's body almost collapsed. It could not draw in Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch anymore. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took the chance to retreat, quickly getting away from Niaquang Feng. I actually survived? What in the world is going on? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was lucky to survive. He was filled with disbelief and surprise. Far away, black lightning continued to land on Niaquang Feng. No matter where Niaquang Feng went, black lightning seemed to target it specifically. No, not only black lightning, soon, tribulations like blood dragons and gray spirits also went to approach Nyaquan Fong. Nyaquan Fong was going crazy. At this moment, it felt like the entire world was going against it. Of course, tribulations also landed on other Gu immortals, but Nyaquan Fong experienced the most animosity from these tribulations. While Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch healed himself, he observed and found another person who faced the same situation as Nyaquan Fong. It was Rock Monkey Butian Kong. This unlucky monkey was currently fighting against several rank 8 Gu immortals like Solid Rock Warrior. Countless bats and white flying cranes attacked him, disrupting the Rock Monkey's attacks and causing it to lose momentum. Even though Solid Rock Warrior and the rest were also affected by the tribulations, they were less targeted and found an opportunity to retaliate fiercely. The Rock Monkey was very troubled. In this situation, it could only turn from offensive to defensive. Peak of Book Mountain. What is going on? Qin Dingling stood up. Her expression had changed. Book Mountain was an information path secluded domain of heaven and earth. Because of Heavenly Court's method, it had been collecting the information of the two battlefields. Thus, even though Qin Dingling stayed at the headquarters, she quickly observed many of the changes in the battlefields. Currently, Heavenly Court's troops had already moved into Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World. The tribulations in Savage Wilderness Great World were quite low regardless of strength or quantity. Green Lotus Great World had an ordinary number of tribulations. But Yellow Earth Great World was clearly abnormal. Not only were they more severe, they even targeted Nyaquan Fong and Butian Kong. What is going on here? Qin Dingling was uncertain and shocked. Fairy Yu Xiu had started her deduction long ago. After getting the results, she said, "Amazing move, this should be Fan Yuan's work. This mysterious killer move can actually amplify calamities and tribulations of heaven and earth, prioritizing the targets that have the most outstanding aptitude and talent. Nyaquan Fong and Butian Kong represent the small worlds and Green Lotus Great World respectively. They are two of those who have the greatest innate luck among all the inhabitants of Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer. Thus, they were targeted specifically." Saying this, Fairy Yu Xiu's expression suddenly changed. "This killer move's range is increasing rapidly. It has already arrived here." "Oh no." Qin Dingling's expression changed yet again as she raised her head to look up. Above Book Mountain, tribulation clouds rumbled, covering the entire sky with endless thick layers of over 10,000 li of space. "The tribulations are still intensifying. What is going on?" Qin Dingling gritted her teeth. Even someone like her felt a terrifying might from the tribulation clouds above her. Fairy Yu Xiu's expression was grim. "This tribulation is targeting Fairy Fongya. She possesses talent Gu. She has been in closed cultivation to deduce limitless demon venerable's arrangement to the best of her abilities." When Wisdom Path Gu immortals made deductions, they were also exposing themselves. Thus, heaven and earth detected Fairy Fongya's existence. It started to create a tribulation to exterminate her. Fan Yuan's mysterious killer move actually makes use of limitless demon venerable's arrangement to attack our heavenly court. He is really vicious. Qin Dingling said in anger. "Lady Yu Xiu, please allow me to bring Divine Emperor City to the front lines and find trouble with Fan Yuan so that he cannot use this move casually." "No. That is exactly what Fan Yuan wants to see." Fairy Yu Xiu shook her head and said with a firm attitude. "The key now is to protect Fairy Fongya. We will gather our formation and resist the tribulation. We will give Fairy Fongya the most optimal environment to make deductions." At almost the same time, in Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun also sensed Fan Yuan's method. He praised in amazement. "This method contains heaven path profundity. It is truly out of my expectations that Fan Yuan seems to be cultivating heaven path. I wonder what the name of this move is." "Humph." Desolate Extremity Jiaohua said in displeasure. "Fan Yuan has already allied with us, yet he is using this move on our Savage Wilderness Great World as well, causing our subordinates to face its effects too." Immortal Zombie Giant Sun smiled lightly. "When we made the alliance agreement, he had already considered this, thus he used the loophole and is not breaking our alliance. After all, this move is mainly targeting the Gu Immortal Duan Hu. But our Gu Immortals are being weakened by the tribulation, that is the truth," Jiaohua said. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun nodded, his gaze turning deeper. "He is forcing me to take action. Ha ha ha, very interesting, then I shall make my move to deal with this method." "Master!" All the Gu Immortals in the hall shouted in concern. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun waved his hand. "Don't worry, The Fate War has ended for a long time already. My strength has been recovering steadily. Moreover, I am taking action now not just to deal with Fan Yuan's killer move but also to participate in the operations of the worlds. I want to observe Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements more deeply. At the next moment, Luck's Suppression Heavenly Palace shot out with a beam of light soaring to the sky. It was grand and powerful, shining in golden radiance. Very good, Longevity Heaven took action already. Fan Yuan soon sensed the commotion at Savage Wilderness Great World. He looked over there, his gaze crossing a huge distance as he analyzed Savage Wilderness Great World. Longevity Heaven had a trump card indeed. At this moment, Luck's Suppression Heavenly Palace activated and surged with Luck Path Aura. This effect mixed into the operations of the worlds, combining with Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements to hasten the fusion of the small worlds. No, there is also the method of all living beings' luck in use. Longevity Heaven's subordinate mutant Gu immortals are being taken care of. They are facing less pressure from the tribulations now. Fan Yuan observed for some time and gained great insights. At his current level, he could already gain comprehension of other paths using his own as a foundation. Right now, by just observing a move from Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, Fan Yuan could deduce a lot of the profundity of all living beings' luck and heaven and earth luck. The move that Fan Yuan activated was called Heaven Envy's Heroic Geniuses. It used Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu as the core and targeted those people with outstanding talents. Originally, Fan Yuan wanted to use this move on Venerables, but now, it was unleashed at a superb timing. It complemented Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements, and used his power to allow this move to spread out across the various great worlds, amplifying its strength. Chapter 2167. Wooden Statue Lord Wu Guang. It rained not long ago. The sky of northern plains was pale white. It looked extremely clear. A Gu immortal lowered his altitude. He was only tens of feet above the ground, flying rapidly as he scanned the area below him, seeming trying to find something. This Gu immortal was bare-chested, his body was well-proportioned and his muscles were bulging. He has an ordinary face, a sharp nose and pursed lips, giving the impression of a man with perseverance. He looked at the ground with lush growing grass. A field of green filled his vision. But observing closely, he found that the ground below the grass were cracked and shattered. There was something going on here. Because the Northern Plains Gu immortal had sensed something amiss here, he came to investigate. Now, he had already inspected the range of 100 li. Suddenly, a green shadow flashed in the crack of the ground. Found you! The Northern Plains Gu immortal's eyes shined. He flew down rapidly with a gray shadow around him. He was filled with determination like an eagle hunting its prey. Rumble! The Northern Plains Gu immortal directly crashed into the ground, causing a huge explosion. Rocks flew while grass swayed in the air from the shock wave. The Gu immortal hit the target with one attack. At the next moment, his pupils contracted. The ground cracked open, revealing a huge body below the topsoil. It resembled a huge yellow dragon. But looking closely, it was not a dragon but a huge trunk of a ginseng. The ginseng trunk was yellow in color, covered in wrinkles and gave people a feeling of great strength. Even though it was attacked, the ginseng trunk exploded with terrifying power, as if a giant dragon was turning over its body. Boom, boom, the surrounding ground was cracked again, grass and soil splattered. The Northern Plains Gu immortal was sent flying by this action. He flew up into the sky and saw the entirety of the ginseng. In the surrounding 100 li of area, yellowish ginseng roots were protruding out of the soil. It looked like a forest had appeared. Several hundred roots that resembled yellow dragons attacked the Northern Plains Gu immortal in a frenzy. The Gu immortal took a deep breath. Gray shadows appeared around his body. Under the cover of the gray shadows, his figure became blurred like a shadow. He alternated between intangible and solid. As the ginseng roots landed on his body, they passed through like he was an illusion. There was no effect. The Northern Plains Gu immortal was like the moon in the lake. No matter how the water rippled, he was completely unaffected. The Gu immortal thus regained his footing and started to prepare his offensive method. As the killer move was unleashed, greenish-gray wooden spikes with the size of ancient trees stabbed into the ginseng roots, pinning them to the ground. The Gu immortal continued to use this move as the surrounding ginseng roots fell in number. What a good thing! The Northern Plains Gu immortal was called Wu Guang. He was a rank 7 Woodpath Gu immortal, titled Wooden Statue Lord. He observed the ginseng roots for some time, his gaze becoming increasingly heated. This yellowish ginseng was a mysterious product. Even the woodpath cultivator Wu Guang did not know much about it. But this was quite a common situation. After the 5 regions merged, earth veins rumbled and chi tides surged, a vast quantity of cultivation resources appeared one by one, among which were many strange and mysterious things. This ancient desolate plant was one of them. It was found by wooden statue Lord Wu Guang by chance. This gigantic ginseng had extraordinary value. If Wu Guang could successfully obtain it, it would be a profitable source of revenue in the long run. But it was not easy to subdue a wild ancient desolate plant, compared to those desolate plants who were cultivated from saplings. Subduing an ancient desolate plant required enslavement path methods. This was not Wu Guang's expertise. But he was not asking for much now. He wanted to kill the giant ginseng and get a huge quantity of immortal materials. Problems would arise if this dragged on. He was currently in the territory of the Huangjin bloodline tribes. If they found him, the lone immortal Wu Guang would not reap any gains. Immortal killer move, decaying wood and death. After the roots surrounding Wu Guang thinned to a certain extent, Wu Guang pushed with both palms. A loud explosion could be heard. A gray light pillar shot through the sky, landing on the trunk of the ginseng. On the ginseng trunk, a huge hole was formed. It got instantly pierced by the light pillar. The roots that were still attacking Wu Guang seemed to have lost all their strength. They fell to the ground like feeble insects, no longer having their strength like before. It is over. Wu Guang smiled lightly, but suddenly, his expression changed. Rumble. At the next moment, the ground shook intensely like heaven and earth was flipping around. 1,000 ginseng roots appeared at once. They were tall and mighty, each being over 100 feet in height. Roots filled the entire place as their shadow cast down on Wu Guang's body. Wu Guang was greatly shocked to realize that the ginseng trunk he perceived earlier was merely a larger branch of the entire plant. This ancient desolate plant likely has tens of thousands of years of history. It is very close to rank 8. It is at the peak of an ancient desolate plant. Wu Guang was deeply shook. Countless roots slammed down. Wu Guang quickly dodged them. But right at this moment, the wild immortal goo living in a certain part of the ginseng burst out with power, causing Wu Guang's speed to fall rapidly. Wu Guang was hit by many roots at the same time. At the crucial moment, the gray shadows appeared again. 1,000 ginseng roots rampaged like huge whips, cracking the air as they moved, creating huge shock waves. Wu Guang's body shook intensely. His immortal essence expenditure was very high. Oh no! Wu Guang could sense the aura of death. At this rate, his immortal essence storage was going to be emptied. Even though he relied on a defensive method and managed to stay alive, this defensive killer move had a huge flaw. Once activated, the goo immortal could not move, they had to stay at the same spot. Wu Guang fell into danger again. The situation changed too quickly. At the next moment, he was at the brink of life and death. Wu Guang was feeling bitter internally. He had been too overconfident. He did not investigate the situation more clearly. As a matter of fact, the ginseng had been moving underground. It was not easy for Wu Guang to find it and force it to come to the surface. If he had to make a thorough investigation, by the time he finished, the ginseng would have escaped into the ground already. It is too late to say anything now. To think that I, Wu Guang, would die in the hands of an ancient desolate plant. As his immortal essence dried out, Wu Guang started to feel despair. Roar! Right at this moment, a fierce tiger attacked. The tiger was black in color and gave off a metallic luster. It was huge like a mountain and had sharp and powerful claws. It easily tore the ginseng roots to shreds. It was extraordinarily fierce. What ancient desolate beast is this? No, wait, this is a killer move! Wu Guang stared with wide eyes, feeling surprised and curious. The black tiger fought against the ginseng roots. The two were stuck in a deadlock, being evenly matched. Rumble! At the next moment, the ground shook again. The ginseng roots suddenly straightened before falling to the ground with a loud thud, no longer moving again. What? This mysterious ancient desolate plant got killed by someone in one move! Wu Guang was shocked. His internal worry became much deeper. Often, humans were much scarier than beasts or plants. Wu Guang did not need to think to know that the goo immortal who killed the ancient desolate plant was very strong, extremely strong. Once Wu Guang escaped death, he saw a green-robed goo immortal. Wu Guang knew this person. He immediately cupped his fists. So it was you who saved my life, Qinqing. Goo immortal Qinqing waved his hand. I was only assisting. The one who saved your life is my master. Master? Whose servant did you become? Wu Guang was shocked. At this moment, the ground cracked as a figure flew up into the sky. Wu Guang stared with wide eyes at this female immortal. She wore a half-mask that covered the lower half of her face. Her brows were sharp and her eyes shined with brilliant light. She wore a black gold armor with an aura of domination around her, intimidating her foes. The one who entered the ground to kill the mysterious ginseng was He Lu Lan. Roar! The black tiger roared as it returned to her, turning into a tattoo on He Lu Lan's skin. It was the totem killer move, Dark Capital Strength Tiger. Wu Guan had never seen this move or even heard of it. Upon seeing this sight, his shock intensified. He Lu Lan looked down at him at an angle. I saved you, how will you repay me? Wu Guang's body shook. He quickly expressed his gratitude. I will not forget the debt of saving my life. I wonder what I can do for you. As long as you tell me, I will do my best to complete your request. But He Lu Lan laughed as she looked at Qingqing. I see that you are acquainted with him. What use does this person have? Qingqing. Master, we are heading to Crescent Moon Mound to challenge Yin Wukei. This person has a close relationship with him. He can lead the way. Wu Guan quickly added, I am acquainted with Brother Yin, but the challenge. Qingqing smiled as he explained. Master succeeded in her cultivation. She came out of seclusion to challenge the experts of the world. She wants to face off against the various geniuses. I lost to her, and according to the agreement, I became her servant. Wu Guang took in a deep breath. So that's it. He was hesitant. Yin Wukei was his good friend. If he had to lead this expert to his friend for a fight, regardless of result, he would feel very troubled. But He Lu Lan did not care about Wu Guang's feelings, she said. Lead the way. Wu Guang shook internally. He Lu Lan's tone was filled with dominance that did not allow rejection. Wu Guang was sure that if he defied her, he would end up like the ginseng earlier. Please follow me, benefactor and Qingqing. Wanting to preserve his own life, Wu Guang led the way. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, milky white seawater rose and fell with the tides. The sea was covered in thick fog. One could not see anything including their 5 fingers. In this milky white fog, countless people seemed to be moving in it rapidly at all times. Shizong's mind was completely chaotic. He was muddled and dazed. He was submerged in the sea water at times, while floating in the white fog at other times. He could vaguely hear a voice calling him. Shizong, since you are awake, why are you not coming out? Thus, he followed this voice and walked out of the sea, arriving at the shore. He was bare naked with no clothing on him. After leaving human sea, he suddenly jolted awake. Looking at the dense white fog and sea around him, he checked his own body. He was in disbelief. Didn't I die already? Shizong, you have already revived in Master's secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea. But your cultivation level has been lost. You are immortal and will need to cultivate from the start again. The Gu immortal who led him out smiled as he said. Shizong was speechlessly dazed. After a while, he fell to the ground as he knelt by the shore. I was able to revive all thanks to Master's kindness and generosity. Shizong raised his head and shouted, tears flowing down his face in excitement. Chapter 2168. Unifying Human and Gu. Before Fan Yuan entered Crazed Demon Cave, the secluded domain of heaven and earth human sea had already been completed. In order to construct the complete human sea, Fan Yuan ordered the slaughter of countless humans. He had unsurmountable sin and blood on his hands. But he also achieved his goal as he obtained the results that he expected at this moment. Evidently, if news that dead Gu immortals could revive through human sea spread among his subordinates, Fan Yuan's force would gain a huge boost in morale. The truth was, in the 500 years of his previous life, human sea secluded domain was used by Eastern Sea's Xia clan. In Fan Yuan's first life of 500 years, when Xia clan's Gu immortals died outside, they were not truly dead. They could revive from human sea. Although their immortal Gu and immortal aperture's accumulations would be lost, they would still retain their cultivation level and immortal aperture itself. Eastern Sea's Xia clan gained a huge reputation because of this. For the following period of time, they invaded Southern Border. Southern Border's Gu immortals fought against Xia clan. Over time, they learned about Xia clan's background and foundation. Eventually, Chai clan mimicked human sea and created their own human mountain secluded domain. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fate Gu was only damaged but not entirely destroyed. Now, Fate Gu was completely gone. Thus, human sea could revive Gu immortals with much less difficulty. But Fan Yuan did not let those Gu immortals who revived become Gu immortals again immediately. Firstly, to revive a Gu immortal who retained their cultivation level, it would cause a huge expenditure to human sea. After a few uses, he would need to slaughter a massive number of humans and variant humans to replenish it. It was not that Fan Yuan could not bear to do that, but it was troublesome. Also, if these goo immortals became mortals again and had to cultivate all over again, Fan Yuan could make use of them. Firstly, these revived goo masters had the foundation of a goo immortal. They had rich cultivation experience. It was probable that they would succeed in immortal ascension again. During their ascension, the natural inspiration would be a good chance for Fan Yuan to get answers he wanted. Secondly, when these goo immortals recultivate, they would need to undergo tribulations. Fan Yuan could help them with that and gain heaven path down marks. Finally, after these goo immortals cultivate from the start, they might gain inspiration and innovate new killer moves. In the process, they would also be more reliant on Fan Yuan. It would mean that he would gain greater control over them. But at this moment, after using the killer move Human Revival C, his heart shook as inspiration flashed in his mind. At this moment, he obtained a crucial breakthrough in refinement path. So the human body goo refinement method is like this. Brilliance flashed in Fan Yuan's mind. A light sense of joy appeared in his heart. The so-called human C revival method was in essence using a goo cultivator method to refine the human body and soul. This was a human path method indeed, but it was also using goo to refine a human. Fan Yuan lacked insight on the human body goo refinement method earlier. When he researched on Ni clan, he found that the human body goo refinement method was related to blood path and others. This conclusion was not wrong. Using a human to refine goo and using goo to refine a human, the two are interchangeable in essence. These two were like the two sides of a coin, they existed with one another. The true core was unifying human and goo. It was like sovereign immortal fetus goo. It was a goo worm that could turn into a human body after activation. But it did not provide a soul. Instead, the sovereign immortal body would be created with the most compatibility with the goo cultivator's soul. When Fan Yuan used human C to revive a goo immortal, he was refining a human body and also a human soul. Looking at the legendary immemorial desolate beast Jinqiu, it was originally a killer move that was converted into a life form. This meant that any life form could be created with a goo cultivation method. This was totally possible in theory. And the truth was, this was already hinted in. In Chapter 3 Section 14, it was clearly stated. The myriad life forms in the world were originally secluded domains of heaven and earth, goo worms within the blue sea of life. These goo worms were washed ashore by the waves of the blue sea, turning into all sorts of life forms. All the countless methods converged into the same origin. Using goo to refine human, using human to refine goo, human and goo were one to begin with. Although Fan Yuan understood this logic, he had only fully comprehended the complete details of this logic at this moment in time. This comprehension broke through the thin barrier that obstructed him. Fan Yuan could see a bright scene beyond it. He only needed to make a small deduction now to design a killer move that could unravel Ni clan's goo immortal method. He could extract all sorts of immortal goo from the Ni clan members' bodies. It was not easy to reach this stage. Fan Yuan had a foundation in this aspect already. After all, he used the human isolation-style goo refinement method in the 500 years of his previous life. In this life, he had all sorts of encounters and accumulations in this aspect. Even though Ni clan was not his breakthrough point, by studying and analyzing them, Fan Yuan gained a deeper foundation. Eventually, the immense foundation led to a qualitative change. Fan Yuan unexpectedly succeeded in his breakthrough due to human C. Throughout history, refinement path had two styles. The first was the hairy man nature goo refinement method. It used nature and Tao marks to refine goo. The opposite was limitless demon venerable using goo worms to refine heaven and earth. The second was the human isolation style. Ni clan's goo immortal, the refinement path quasi-supreme Ni Rin, used humans to refine goo, implanting all sorts of immortal goo deep within the bloodlines of his Ni clan descendants. The opposite was sovereign immortal fetus goo, the human sea revival method, and the blue sea of life which used goo to refine human. The depth of refinement path supreme grandmasters should likely comprise these four aspects. Currently, I have already comprehended human and goo refinement methods. I only lack the final using goo to refine heaven and earth aspect. By comprehending the arrangements of limitless demon venerable, I have already broken through this hurdle. I have passed the initial stage with no obstacles remaining. As long as I continue progressing, I will eventually comprehend all the profundities. Fan Yuan evaluated. Treasure Yellow Heaven. Bai Ningbing's divine sense roamed around within it. She was selling immortal materials. Ever since she saw Fang Huan's revival by chance and killed him, Bai Ningbing obtained a large number of desolate beast and ancient desolate beast corpses. She even obtained the true inheritance from searching Fang Huan's soul. Bai Ningbing's immortal materials were already about to be sold out. Only the last portion was left. How are you selling these immortal materials? At this time, a divine sense came and asked for the price. Bai Ningbing explained the sale price. After little immortal Xingluo heard the price, she shrank slightly and wanted to bargain. Can it be a little cheaper? Immediately after, little immortal Xingluo stated her quote. If you sell at this price, I'll buy it directly. Bai Ningbing wanted to refine Gu herself. She created the killer move Breath Concealment Ice Pearl. If she could refine an Ice Pearl immortal Gu, it would supplement this killer move greatly. She had already collected most of the immortal materials now. Bai Ningbing did not excel at trading. She wanted to nod and agree to the transaction when suddenly, another divine sense got closer. Oh, someone is actually selling the Mala Duck's neck? This food path ancient desolate beast is very rare. Where did you find it from? The divine sense asked. Bai Ningbing was unwilling to expose clues about herself. She asked directly. Are you buying or not? What price? Bai Ningbing expressed the price while the divine sense said. I'll buy it, I'll buy everything. Do you need immortal essence stones or immortal materials? Bai Ningbing gave the list of ice and snow path immortal materials she needed. The divine sense smiled. I have them all, just wait a moment. In Eastern Sea, Zhe Xianwen withdrew his divine sense and contacted the Righteous Qi Alliance. The Righteous Qi Alliance had abundant immortal materials in the inventory. Zhe Xianwen used his contribution points to exchange for some ice and snow path immortal materials. Next, he sent these immortal materials into Treasure Yellow Heaven, allowing Bai Ningbing and Zhe Xianwen to complete the transaction. After getting the immortal materials she wanted, Bai Ningbing turned around and left Treasure Yellow Heaven. Central Continent's little immortal Xingluo's divine sense was still lingering around. It's such a huge pity. She failed to obtain the immortal materials she wanted. Little immortal Xingluo was a lone immortal. She was a single person with only rank 6 cultivation level. She could not match Zhe Xianwen in wealth, not to mention the fact that he took out ice and snow path immortal materials that the seller requested. I'll continue looking around. Little immortal Xingluo was very disappointed, but she did not want to give up. She continued to look around in Treasure Yellow Heaven. What is this? Not long after, she was shocked to find that a huge mountain appeared in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Who put an entire mountain in here? Sensing this situation, little immortal Xingluo stared with wide eyes, as this was the first time she had seen such a gigantic transaction. The appearance of the mountain caused a small commotion to occur. Many divine senses came over, and many Gu immortal wills even gathered to observe the commotion. Who is so amazing to be able to sell an entire mountain? It is not easy to do this. They will need deep earth path attainment. This mountain is quite good. It contains abundant moon path down marks. But this large resource point is very valuable. Who would sell it? Selling it in Treasure Yellow Heaven will also incur a huge fee of immortal essence stones. The discussions had just started when this mountain vanished instantly. Someone actually bought it. It seems that the transaction was made beforehand. The mountain earlier seems to be Southern Border's Moon Bowl? It was indeed Southern Border's Moon Bowl. Fan Yuan had left a batch of Gu immortals in Southern Border, Eastern Sea, and various areas. After negotiating with Wu Clan, Moon Bowl was sold by Wu Clan, sent into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture through Treasure Yellow Heaven. Moon Bowl has arrived, catch it, catch it. Good, good, move to the left, move a bit to the right. Bam! The earth shook slightly as Moon Bowl landed on the ground. Immediately, a Rockman Gu immortal came forward and used the killer move, manipulating Moon Bowl's mountain roots to stab into the ground, turning it into a node of the earth vein. The other variant human Gu immortals were free for the moment. They watched while conversing. Did you hear? Shirzone revived. Not just Shirzone, any Gu immortals who died in the outside world were revived through human sea. Master has divine might, he is all-powerful. Reviving us Gu immortals is nothing more than a piece of cake. But we will lose all our cultivation level and need to start all over again. Humph, there is only hope for the future if we are alive, so what if we become mortals? We just need to recultivate. If only I can receive the missions for combat. Don't even think about it. Those Gu immortals who are able to take those missions have strong battle strength. Even though you have rank 7 cultivation level, you have just advanced, you still lack sufficient immortal Gu. That's right, we need to take one step at a time. Let's work hard and do these missions to elevate ourselves first. While a portion of Fang Yuan's elite subordinates fought outside, the rest helped to manage the sovereign immortal aperture. They worked hard and contributed their blood and sweat. Even though unexpected events constantly occurred in the sovereign immortal aperture, it was still orderly and well managed. Note: mala is the spicy and numbing flavor in Chinese cuisine, which is made from Sichuan peppercorn, chili pepper and various spices simmered with oil. Chapter 2169. Shocking Find of Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance. Northern Plains. A few rounds of an intense battle had just passed. Yin Wuke retreated constantly while pointing his finger, aiming at He Lu Lan. Immortal killer move, crescent moon thrust. Ching. At the next moment, there was the crisp sound of unsheathing blades as a translucent pale blue crescent moon shot out from the ground like a sword towards He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan was prepared against this. She jumped up at almost the same time, avoiding it. Yin Wuke's pupils contracted slightly. This move was very fast and ordinary Gu immortals could not dodge it easily. But He Lu Lan succeeded in that. It showed that she had an exceptional investigative killer move. My method has only failed against Tian Xia Xian and Zhou Yi Zi. The former is a wisdom path Gu immortal capable of deductions while the latter cultivates time path. He had an investigative method that could peer a few breaths into the future. To think that today, it would fail against this mysterious female immortal. Even though this person cultivates strength path, she is not to be underestimated. Thoughts flashed in Yin Wuke's mind as he retreated at the same time. Rumble. He Lu Lan exerted strength, as her body charged forward like a meteor, pushing aside the air in front of her, arriving before Yin Wuke in a few breaths of time. Yin Wuke gritted his teeth, he raised both hands and used the killer move, Moon Rise. Moonlight gushed out of his forehead as he started to float up, but before he got far, He Lu Lan's fist already landed. Bam! With a loud sound, Yin Wuke was sent flying by He Lu Lan like a rubber ball. His thin body was sent flying far away. He landed on the ground and bounced along the surface for tens of steps, causing a gorge to form in his path. Raising his head again, Yin Wuke's vision was filled with He Lu Lan's figure, as well as her fist. Yin Wuke's heart jumped. The fist earlier caused considerable injuries to Yin Wuke despite his defensive method. He did not want to face another punch. You fell for it! Yin Wuke suddenly smiled. He stretched out 5 fingers and aimed at He Lu Lan. Clang, 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 clang. Instantly, 5 translucent light blue crescent moon blades shot out. They were created from nothing, targeting He Lu Lan, who was at the center from all directions. He Lu Lan's eyes shined with cold light. She did not dodge but attacked with her fist instead. Yin Wuke's smile froze on his face. He watched as this fist got larger and larger, before landing on his eye socket. Boom! Yin Wuke was originally lying on the ground with his head raised. After taking this terrifying hit, his head was pushed down into the huge pit that was created below him. Ground shook as rocks were sent flying. The spectators, wooden statue Lord Wu Guang and Sincerity Immortal Qingqing, had twitching eyelids as they watched Yin Wuke get punched. They could feel his pain from over there. Yin Wuke was sent crashing underground from this punch. He was tens of feet below the ground surface. Dust clouds spread, but He Lu Lan did not chase him. She retreated rapidly instead. Clang, clang, clang. An unceasing number of moon blades were produced and shot towards He Lu Lan in a frenzied state. He Lu Lan had a calm expression as she continued to dodge. Her actions were simple and agile. Most of the moon blades were evaded while some were shattered by her fists. Yin Wuke attacked desperately. He finally obtained some time to regain his footing. He flew out of the deep pit, rising towards the sky. Currently, he was covered in dust and one of his eye sockets had cracked. The eyelid was swollen and turning purple. The vision in his eye was extremely blurred. His gaze flickered with lingering fear. The 2 punches earlier almost made me unconscious. It was so dangerous. Thankfully, the moon has already risen successfully. Yin Wuke let out a breath of air. Earlier, moon chi appeared from the top of his head. It had already gathered into a waxing crescent moon hanging in the sky under broad daylight. The Moonblade killer move was still being used continuously as He Lu Lan dodged while diverting some attention to look at the waxing crescent moon in the sky. Earlier, the Moonblades could only be formed from the ground, but now they can appear from thin air. Is this the effect of the moon in the sky? He Lu Lan thought rapidly. As her thoughts collided, they sparked brightly. But this amplification is not worth paying such a huge price. Yin Wuke endured 2 punches from me in order to activate this crescent moon. He Lu Lan was calm and composed internally. Earlier, she took the initiative to attack. Now, she focused on defense. Her actions were meticulous and allowed her to advance or retreat at will. Inwuke was still using his Moonblade killer move. Crescent moonblades continued to form. The attack was unceasing, but Hei Lu Lan managed to defend herself stably and even had the chance to attack the crescent moon in the sky with her fists. The waxing crescent moon suffered an impact from her punch, but it only shook slightly like the mirage in a desert. The crescent moon is getting larger? Bright light flashed in Hei Lu Lan's eyes as she found out new information at this moment. So that's it. Hei Lu Lan had some sort of insight in her mind. After she stopped moving back, she charged ahead instead, enduring the attacks of the crescent moon blades in order to attack Inwuke. Inwuke's heart jumped. This female immortal's combat instincts are too powerful. It seems that she has seen through my combat system. Inwuke had an immortal opportunity in his earlier days. He inherited the inheritance of a certain olden antiquity moon path Gu immortal great expert. He thus had a complete and stable combat system. The waxing crescent moon was hanging in the sky. It amplified the various moon path killer moves of Inwuke at the same time. When Inwuke's moon path killer moves get destroyed or countered, the lingering moon path Dao marks would be absorbed by the waxing crescent moon, causing it to grow. The waxing crescent moon would grow into a half moon, before becoming a full moon. Once it becomes a full moon, Inwuke's offense and defense would be amplified to the strongest state. Because Hei Lu Lan had seen through this tactic, she started to use her strongest offenses. Inwuke knew from the start that he was not Hei Lu Lan's match at the moment. He had to choose a delaying tactic to retreat while blocking her offenses. Hei Lu Lan engaged in a full frontal charge. The two immortals chased and escaped respectively. They fought intensely. Rocks were sent flying wherever they went. Nobody in their path was spared. Immortal killer move, 8-directional strength fight. Hei Lu Lan shouted as her body flickered. 8 figures flew out and encircled Inwuke. Inwuke was caught unguarded and got surrounded in the middle. Oh no! Inwuke's expression turned pale at once. Fan Yuan's divine sense expanded and spread out in the sovereign immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture was simply too big. It was hard to inspect it entirely. He had to extend his divine sense for some time before he could see the entire landscape. Strange events were still occurring in various places, but with Star Collection City controlling the situation, these events were mostly dealt with by Gu immortals nearby. There was no longer any disturbance. Fan Yuan focused on observing the Earth vein this time. Originally, the Earth vein was already created, but it was crude and simple. More than 10 nodes formed into a line which made a circle around the 5 regions, connecting the first and the last nodes. But after this period of development, although the current Earth vein was still following a singular trail, there were many branches developing away from the main trail already. It was no longer as empty as before. After some time, the nodes at the end of these branches will be interlinked to form a second ring that is even larger. By then, the Earth vein will have 2 different layers of connected lines. In the current 5 regions, not only were Southern Borders superforces transacting with Fan Yuan, the Righteous Ji Alliance was also preparing for this matter under Qi Si ancestors' orders. 2 sea islands had already been sold to the Sovereign Immortal Aperture through Treasure Yellow Heaven. They were used as the Earth vein nodes in Mini Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path forces were still kept in the dark. They did not know that the buyer was Fan Yuan. There was profit to earn, a large sum at that, thus they were very enthusiastic. Fan Yuan had abundant capital now. Even though he faced a lack of resources in his initial investment period, this problem no longer existed. Fan Yuan had a vast number of immortal materials. He used these immortal materials to pay for the sea islands and famous mountains. The immortal materials from the first 6 layers of Crazed Demon Cave were chaotic and could not be transacted. But the 7th layer's Dao marks were obtained by Fan Yuan through Thieves' Den. They became pure rank 9 immortal materials. These rank 9 immortal materials were all extraordinarily valuable. There was no way to quantitatively define the price. Thus, Fan Yuan's wealth also soared, giving him great confidence in transactions. The truth was, if he did not use them to refine Gu, these rank 9 immortal materials could only be sold to rank 8 Gu immortals or super forces. Rank 6 or 7 Gu immortals were not able to even make use of rank 9 immortal materials. These immortal materials were too high-end. Even many rank 8 Gu immortals did not have the capability to use them. Only those super forces wanted to stock up on them. After inspecting the Earth vein and seeing nothing wrong, Fan Yuan retracted his divine sense after noting that the development was progressing well. As his attention returned to the main world, Fan Yuan willed as cooking luck pot shook slightly. Fan Yuan started his luck inspection. He saw that some changes had occurred to his silver light luck pillar. The silver light pillar had become more condensed. It was half the size of earlier, but the density was at least 5 times of before. Be it the earth vein construction or Fan Yuan's own refinement path comprehension, there were reasons that caused the silver light pillar to become more condensed. The 3 clouds representing star constellation, spectral soul, and giant sun were still at the top of the pillar of light, showing intentions to suppress and obstruct him. But at the bottom of the silver light pillar, the original soil dust circulating around had already turned into a mound that covered the silver light pillar. It seemed like the foundational base of the pillar. Recently, I have been comprehending Paradise Earth's tomb. I gained some insight. I can now create my own tomb Earth. Using tomb Earth, I can make goo immortals revive. Even the immortal goo that they had when they were alive can be produced alongside the person. Looking at the luck phenomenon, if I can comprehend Northern Plains Paradise Earth's true inheritance, it will help me greatly too. Huh. Right when Fan Yuan was thinking, his luck changed again. He saw that above the silver light pillar, a dazzlingly bright star appeared between the 3 clouds. This star was shining in a silver-white light. It penetrated the cloud layer and shined directly onto the surface of the silver light pillar. They were similar silver lights. They seemed like they would benefit the silver light pillar a lot. What is going on? Fan Yuan's body shook. So that's it. I understand now. He gazed afar, through 10,000 li, looking at the central area of the intersection between the 3 great worlds. A small world revealed itself over there, emitting the intense aura of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It was Thieving Heaven's space. It was very likely to contain one of Thieving Heaven's true inheritances. Chapter 2170. Thieving Heaven vs. Limitless. Crash, crash, crash. A series of brutal assaults hit Yin Wu-Kei, who was on the ground. Yin Wu-Kei shielded his head with both arms. He was curled up into a ball, desperately activating his defensive killer move. However, after a barrage of punches and kicks, his defensive method soon broke apart. I admit defeat! I admit defeat! Yin Wu-Kei shouted loudly in panic and desperation. Fairy Black Moon, it's over, spare him! Wu Guan, who was at the side, came to urge her. He Lu Lan was only wanting to spar and had no intention to kill. Immediately, she stopped using her method. She turned to Qin Chang and asked, Yin Wu-Kei has been defeated, who is the next opponent? While she was asking, 2 goo immortals flew over from the sky. 1 female and 1 male immortal. The male had a skinny body and a sharp face. He had bean-like eyes. He emitted rank 7 light path aura. The female immortal had the body of a young child. Her eyes were watery and bright. Her petite body was cute and delicate. She was a rank 7 wood path goo immortal. They were Lu tribes Lu Chang and Lu Luo. Qin Cheng and Wu Guan looked at each other. They did not speak. Lu Luo was the first to ask, what is happening here? As nobody answered her, Lu Luo quickly turned to Yin Wu Quebec. Yin Wu-Kei was still lying on the ground. He received Wu Guang's treatment as he smiled bitterly. This Fairy Black Moon came to challenge me. She has outstanding methods. I am not her match. Lu Chang heard this and his eyes shined. He smiled and said, Fairy Black Moon? May I have the honor of knowing your name? To think that a new outstanding figure would emerge in Northern Plains Goo Immortal World. Lu Luo mocked Yin Wu-Kei. Yin Wu-Kei, do you know the difficulties of a lone immortal now? Our Lu tribe invited you to be our external supreme elder. It is something that would benefit you. At least, after joining our tribe, if any Goo immortal challenges you, it will incur the wrath of my Lu tribe. Yin Wu-Kei smiled bitterly and shook his head. Thank you for the repeated offer, but I am used to being alone. I have no intention of joining any superforce. Lu Luo frowned. Can you not see what's good for you? Ever since the Fate War ended, in order to prepare against the 5 regions' chaotic war, Longevity Heaven had ordered the various Wangjin tribes to unify Northern Plains Goo Immortal World. Many Goo immortals were recruited into Wangjin tribes, while many demonic immortals were killed as well. At the other side, He Lu Lan showed no intention of answering Lu Cheng's question. She said to Qin Cheng, Let's go. Hold on. Lu Luo's sharp voice interrupted her. She looked at He Lu Lan. You are very brazen. Do you not know that Yin Wu-Kei is the target of our Lu tribe's recruitment? Now that you injured him, you want to leave so easily? Sister. Lu Chang called out, feeling helpless internally. Lu Luo had just gone from rank 6 to 7, with the rise in strength. Her temperament was also more arrogant now. If she was alone, she might not act like this, but with her brother Lu Chang here with her to rely on, Lu Luo showed a casual and carefree attitude. But because Lu Chang doted on his sister, he did not chide her, he stared at He Lu Lan. Fairy, why be in a rush to leave? Are you interested in joining our Lu tribe? If you can become Lu tribe's external supreme elder. Shut your dog mouth. He Lu Lan replied plainly. What? Lu Chang was stumped. Lu Luo stared with wide eyes, she was filled with rage and shock. How dare you? Bitch. Before she finished, He Lu Lan interrupted again. Two dogs that block my way, bark once more and I will kill you. Seeing that the situation was going out of control, Qin Qin quickly came in to mediate the situation. Lu Luo called out in a shrill voice. Today's matter will not end like this, I want to see if... Boom! He Lu Lan attacked fiercely. A strength path phantom appeared before Lu Luo abruptly, punching the latter's face and sending her flying. Sister. Lu Chang was enraged, he was about to attack. Boom! He was also sent flying by He Lu Lan. Lu Chang was a famous rank 7 expert of Northern Plains, his strength far exceeded Lu Luo. He quickly stabilized his footing and said, You dare to attack us Gu immortals of Lu tribe? Boom boom boom! 8 strength path phantoms appeared around He Lu Lan. The dark capital strength tiger totem was also summoned, beating the Lu tribe's siblings to a pulp. This. Qin Qin watched with a dumbfounded expression. It cannot be resolved amicably now. Wu Guang was tongue-tied, he smiled bitterly towards Yin Wu Kei. So Fairy Black Moon's temperament is like this, brother Yin, it was really lucky that you managed to survive at her hands. Yin Wu Kei snorted. If Fairy Black Moon really kills the Lu tribe siblings, do you think Lu tribe or Longevity Heaven will let us off? Wu Guang was dazed, he showed an unsightly expression. Are we going to take action to help the Lu tribe siblings? Wu Guang asked helplessly. Yin Wu Kei gritted his teeth. Do you want to hug Longevity Heaven's smelly feet? Ever since Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created the Imperial Court contest, the entirety of Northern Plains became his kingdom. For the last 300,000 years, have we, the lone cultivators of Northern Plains, not suffered enough? Most of the immortals knew about the truth behind the Imperial Court contest. Northern Plains lone immortals and demonic cultivators had a poor impression of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Back then, 5 Elements Grandmaster, who was still a lone cultivator, invaded Longevity Heaven. He was the proof of this mindset. Longevity Heaven desired to rule Northern Plains Gu Immortal World, but the difficulty was too high. Many Gu Immortal experts did not want to submit to the Huangjin tribes. They did not want to obey the words of these people they detested. With the exception of 2 cases. One was during the 5 Regions Chaotic War. When Northern Plains Gu Immortal World faced great external pressure, these Gu Immortals would have no choice but to band together as one. The second was if Giant Sun Immortal Venerable revived successfully, his invincible might would force all these demonic immortals and lone cultivators to submit to him. The truth was, even in the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, Longevity Heaven managed to unify Northern Plains Gu Immortal World because of Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun had the power of fortune rivaling heaven. He seemed to be someone who started from a humble origin. He was able to unite many lone and demonic immortals as a result. But he was in fact Longevity Heaven's chess piece, an arrangement of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. By relying on this, Longevity Heaven was able to unify Northern Plains Gu Immortal World after the 5 Regions Chaotic War started. But now, the 5 Regions Chaotic War had yet to start. While Ma Hongyun was killed by Fan Yuan, the difficulty for Longevity Heaven to unite Northern Plains was simply much harder. Fairy Black Moon, I will definitely find you in the future to repay the shame of today's defeat. Lu Chang brought Lu Luo away. They escaped in anger. He was very strong, but he could not display his strength. He Lu Lan targeted Lu Luo constantly. It made Lu Chang hold many reservations. He could only take hits passively. It was a terrible feeling. They finally escaped. Qin Qin let out a breath of air. He had been holding his breath in anxiety earlier. Humph, they cannot escape. After I defeat the lone and demonic immortal experts, I will challenge these Huangjin tribes. I will let the whole of Northern Plains know of my might. He Lu Lan smiled coldly. Qin Qin was feeling a headache. He did not expect his master to have such grand ambitions. Not only did she want to defeat the lone and demonic immortals, she even wanted to challenge Northern Plains overlords, the Huangjin super tribes. Fairy, if you have such an ambition, I, Yin Wu Kei, am willing to travel alongside you as your entourage. Yin Wu Kei was standing with Wu Guang's help, he walked towards He Lulan. Oh? He Lulan raised her brows. Yin Wuke smiled bitterly. The truth is, if I do not travel with you, when Lu tribe's Gu immortals come to find me, they will not let me off. I do not want to be a member of the Huangjin tribe. All right. He Lulan nodded. Back then, Chu Du also wanted to challenge the Huangjin tribes. We both cultivate strength path, how can I be inferior to him? Let's go together. I will come along too. Wu Guang said. This is an interesting matter. I want to watch it with my own eyes. Thus, He Lulan's group grew larger again. Crazed Demon Cave 8th Layer. 300,000 years ago. In the void, worlds were created and destroyed like bubbles. Suddenly, chains appeared, making loud clanking sounds as they formed into a chain domain that intertwined in the surrounding area. I was actually discovered. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was slightly surprised, having been forced to reveal himself. Limitless Demon Venerables will appeared. Do stop, new Venerable. The space door that you seek is not here. As he spoke, countless chains shot out towards Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable from all directions. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable moved like lightning, traversing between the chains. He was agile like a fish in water. Limitless Demon Venerable's will? Excitement shined in his eyes. How do you know I am looking for space door? Are you saying that because you do not want me to destroy your arrangements in Crazed Demon Cave? You hid the 9th layer too deeply. I actually could not decipher it immediately. Why don't you let me in and take a look? As long as space door is not there, I will take my leave. Limitless Demon Venerables will said. Thieving Heaven, even though I do not leave Crazed Demon Cave, I know many things about the current world. The current you cannot even control yourself. How can I allow you to enter the 9th layer? Cannot control myself? Why can't I control myself? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable raised a brow. I just want to go home. I just want to go back and see my friends and family. But all of you want to obstruct me. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable spoke with increasing agitation. Limitless Demon Venerable was silent. The chains attacked even more fiercely now. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable snorted coldly. He stopped moving far away, no longer dodging. A blinding blue jewel-like light burst out with radiance. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable activated his killer move. The blue light faded, forming into a huge suit of armor around his body, turning him into a metallic giant. The metallic giant was covered in electric sparks. It moved rapidly towards Limitless Demon Venerable's will. The endless chains came to obstruct him, but they were all pushed aside by the metallic giant. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable rode in the metallic giant, and charged his way forward, forcing his way to the central area of the chain domain, grabbing onto Limitless Demon Venerable's will. But at the next moment, Limitless Demon Venerable's will dissipated. At almost the same time, another lump of Limitless will appeared, saying calmly, This is Crazed Demon Cave. My will can regenerate endlessly in here. There's a limitless supply of it. Is that so? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable smiled coldly. Then have a taste of my methods. Bam bam bam. A shocking battle erupted at once. Within the void, countless worlds were implicated. They were all destroyed in the process. Limitless Demon Venerables will had the territorial advantage. He was able to fight evenly with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable initially. But as time went by, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was superior after all. He started to gain the upper hand. Limitless Demon Venerable had died long ago. This was only his will controlling Crazed Demon Cave after all. Chapter 2171. For Venerables repair the world. The lightning giant attacked. Each action carried unparalleled lights. Countless chains swayed and targeted Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable as they sealed and slashed. The damage caused by the two Venerables continued to spread out. The entire void was shaking intensely. It seemed to be unable to sustain the pressure. One by one, small worlds were implicated. They were rapidly destroyed and unable to last a few breaths of time. Within the lightning giant, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's expression became increasingly twisted. Blood surged in his eyes as his aura became more vicious and wild. Take this move! Thieving Heaven shouted as the lightning giant's mountain-like body stopped on the spot. The surface of its body started to transform rapidly. With the crisp sound of clanking metal, cannons started to extend out of its body in all directions. Boom! Thousands of cannons fired at once, countless rays of light pierced the void, a rainbow color of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, and others dazzled the entire heaven and earth. As light rays shot out and crossed the vast distance, they destroyed everything in their path. many chains that limitless demon venerables will controlled were easily decimated. This move actually comprises metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and other paths. Each color of the cannons represent a different path. Oh no! Limitless demon venerables will was shaken. The defensive line that he had established was penetrated, exposing the two great worlds that he was protecting. One world had rampaging wild beasts, the other was covered in lush greenery. They were Savage Wilderness Great World and Green Lotus Great World. Most of the cannons were blocked successfully, but 100 of them still shot towards the two great worlds mercilessly. What? These two worlds contain life? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was internally shocked. He could see clearly, his twisted expression froze on his face, clarity returned to his eyes that had turned blood red. Earlier when he explored the void, he saw that the small worlds were devoid of life, they were deathly silent. Thus, he did not care about the destruction of these small worlds. But Savage Wilderness Great World and Green Lotus Great World contained living beings. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable did not want to be a mass murderer. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable gritted his teeth, he used all his strength to control the lightning giant and turn the cannon in another direction. All of the cannons narrowly avoided the two great worlds. Guh! Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable spat out a mouthful of blood. By forcefully changing his attack direction, he had to endure the backlash of the killer move. The lightning giant that had been powerful and unstoppable was no longer shining, it dimmed by a lot. The battle of the two venerables came to a halt at this moment. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable breathed roughly while Limitless Demon Venerable's will was protected by countless chains. He fell into deep thought. At the crucial moment, he saw the former's true nature. I can open the pathway and let you enter to take a look. A moment later, Limitless Demon Venerable's will said. What? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was surprised. But he immediately understood the reason. Blood traces were still lingering on Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's lips. With his relatively severe injuries, he could not heal them in the short period. He chuckled. Then what are we waiting for? Limitless Demon Venerables will opened a path as he led Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable into the 9th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable first saw a large mountain that was black and white in color. This is the book mountain recorded in. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable dispelled his lightning giant killer move, he expressed his surprise. Limitless will smiled. Book mountain is one of the cores, with it, this crazed demon 9th void formation can continue to grow. Each time a new genius goo cultivator appears in the world, they would help with the progress of their respective path. Book Mountain will absorb the new knowledge and develop the crazed demon 9th void formation to continuously improve and develop. Initially, the 8th layer's void was very small, there were no worlds at all. But afterwards, as Rule Path, Phantom Path, and Refinement Path developed in the 5 regions, this place also continued to expand and grow. Small worlds first appeared, before they quickly increased in number. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable left behind Savage Wilderness Great World. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable created his Green Lotus Dao field, greatly promoting the growth of the crazed demon 9th void formation. In time, living beings will be created and destroyed alongside the small worlds, no longer limited to the current 2 great worlds. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable went deeper, he started to see blocks of floating ice, they had various sizes and all sorts of strange shapes. This is the truthful floating ice. No wonder I did not find them when exploring the River of Time. So it was you who found and kept them here. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable realized. And finally, he arrived at the deepest part of Crazed Demon Cave. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable showed a downcast expression, he felt very disappointed. Space Door is not here after all. Limitless Will did not lie to him. Limitless Will said, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, if you do not believe me, you can continue to look. Space Door is not here. How can I find Space Door? That is my only hope of returning home. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable inquired. Limitless Will shook his head. If I knew about it, why would I need to fight you earlier? O Thieving Heaven, please go back, what you seek is not here. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was in a daze, he did not speak for some time. No, maybe this is what I am looking for? Suddenly, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable emitted a peculiar laugh. His expression was twisted, his eyes were blood red. His tone and mannerism of speech had changed completely. His voice was hoarse as if this was another person speaking. Oh no! Limitless Will had a change of expression too. The thing he was worried about the most had still happened in the end. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable continued to speak in a hoarse voice. If I am not wrong, this is the place where the world boundary of the goo cultivation world is at its thinnest. O limitless Demon Venerable, your crazed demon ninth void formation is using this place to pierce through the world boundary and bring those things that are beyond the world to act as the raw materials. That is how the eighth layer developed these great and small worlds, right? Say, if I were to break this boundary and leave the goo cultivation world entirely, will I be able to find a way back? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable said that as his eyes widened, the aura of excitement and insanity grew more intensely on his body. Limitless will replied solemnly. Impossible. You are a goo venerable yourself, do you not know the power of those things beyond the world? You have already experienced their strength, haven't you? How long do you think you can last outside? The venerable is the strongest person in the world, but even if you can last a long time, you will reach your limit eventually. Can you be sure that you will coincidentally find your original world before you reach your limit? You need to know, you are not the only otherworldly demon. The worlds outside of the goo cultivation world are more than just your original world. But, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable raised his hands as he shouted. But do you know? Do you know how much I want to return? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable then lowered his head, his fingers stabbing into his hair as his eyes were hollow. He muttered, Do you know how tough it has been for me? When I was immortal, I told myself that if I became a goo master, I will be able to find a way home. When I became a goo master, I told myself that after becoming a goo immortal, I will be able to find a way home. After becoming a goo immortal, I consoled myself again, if I become venerable, I will be able to go home. But now, I am already a venerable. And yet, I cannot find Space Door. Where is Space Door? Even if I find Space Door, can it really let me return home? Goo venerables are the strongest. There is no road ahead of me anymore. Sometimes, I will dream of Space Door. I dreamed that I found Space Door but realized it was completely useless. Whenever I wake up from such a nightmare, I will be covered in cold sweat. I admit that I am afraid. I am afraid that I cannot find Space Door. I am afraid that the truth behind it will send me into utter despair. Can you understand my feelings? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's breathing became rougher. He looked at the deepest part of Crazed Demon Cave, the thinnest part of the world boundary. He suddenly laughed, his eyes lit up as he said in a hoarse voice. So let me take a risk now. I will pierce this world. Stop it! Limitless Will shouted. He was already prepared, he used his full strength to stop him. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was instantly trapped by the surrounding chains. But at the next moment, another Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable appeared in front of him. He raised his arms high and slammed down fiercely. Boom! With a loud sound, the world boundary was broken, the most terrifying tribulation in the world descended. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable went out of the broken hole immediately. But Limitless Will no longer had the time to pursue him. He tried his best to seal the broken boundary. But terrifying tribulations were spewing out of the hole. Limitless chains could not resist them, they could not even get close. After a few breaths of time, the hole expanded to twice of its original size. The situation is critical. If we do not mend this hole now, the entire world will be destroyed. Please lend me a hand! Limitless Will shouted loudly. Reckless Savages Will flew out of Savage Wilderness Great World, bringing with him countless fierce beasts. Genesis Lotus Will flew out of Green Lotus Great World, bringing along countless trees and grasses. The power of three venerables could only maintain the situation. They could not fix this hole. The hole did not expand, but the three venerables were already dead. Just the power left behind by their main body could not salvage the situation. As the three venerables' power weakened, their expressions turned unsightly. To think that the world is going to be destroyed. Genesis Lotus Will smiled bitterly. Limitless Will sighed. I should not have taken the risk to let him in. No. Reckless Savages Will said grimly. In that situation, even if all three of us took action, we could not stop Thieving Heaven. After all, we cannot take his life. Even if we force him away several times, he can still come back and challenge us until our strength is depleted. This is all my fault, Limitless, release me, I can help you. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable said regretfully. One Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had left through the broken boundary, while another Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was still trapped by Limitless Demon Venerable's chains. You! Genesis Lotus Will was surprised. Who is the one who left earlier? Reckless Savages Will asked. That is Sha Shao. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable smiled bitterly. He is my Tao Guardian. He is also. The situation was urgent. Limitless will interrupted him, asking, "What plan do you have?" Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable said, "Do you know why Fate Gu's control over otherworldly demons is limited? That is because every otherworldly demon who comes into this world will carry their original world's insignia. Those are otherworldly down marks. Next, I will use the otherworldly space path down marks on my body to create a subspace and block this hole. Using the opportunity, I want you all to use your full strength and quickly mend it." Without hesitation, Limitless will retracted his chains. Go ahead. Chapter 2172. Demonization. Crazed Demon Cave 8th Layer. Large and small worlds were rapidly fusing together. All sorts of calamities and tribulations were rampaging in the worlds. The fighting between Gu immortals was also extremely heated. Weaklings would lose their lives from the shockwaves of clashes between experts. Strong individuals were also unable to defend themselves in this huge chaotic battle. They were like small boats, facing a tsunami. With slight carelessness, they would be overturned and face death. Weak to weak. Who else can stop me? Die. Ha! Butian Kong continued to provoke its enemies. It charged unhindered. Nobody on the battlefield could stop it. It was favored by the innate luck of Crazed Demon Cave to begin with. Under the effect of endless learning, its attainment level rose sharply. Afterwards, it received Heavenly Court's help and gained immortal Gu and killer moves. Its strength rose explosively. Nye Quan Fong and Duan, who were also like it, at this moment, the three of them were the strongest Gu immortals shining in this battlefield. Vile beast, don't think you can act so arrogantly. Fan Yuan's 4 rank 8 subordinates surrounded Rock Monkey Butian Kong. Butian Kong instantly felt pressure as it stretched out its tongue, licking its lips with excitement, and cruelty shining in its eyes. Very good, you have nice numbers. Who are you guys? Lightning Lion! Lightning Lion Warrior said as he activated a transformation path killer move, turning into the Lightning Lion Warrior that had a lion head and human body. Remember me, I am Dharma! Dharma Lion Warrior also activated his transformation method, turning into a lion head and human body warrior. Steel Rush. Steel Rush Warrior turned into a rhino person. Frost Butterfly. Frost Butterfly Warrior shrank in size, becoming the size of an adult's fist. It had a human shape with butterfly wings and could let out powerful frost energy. In Gu Immortal combat, individuals often fought alone. But these 4 Gu Immortals cultivated transformation path. They did not have conflicting down marks. Furthermore, they were familiar with each other. They had all originated from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. They originally had rank 7 cultivation level, but with Fan Yuan's help, they all became rank 8. Immediately, the 4 warriors surrounded Butian Kong. They fought intensely. Their battle went on until the sky turned dark, as if they could go on until the sun and moon lost their luster. Butian Kong was encircled and its injuries intensified, but it was getting more ferocious in combat. Fists, legs, head, body, knees, elbows, all of these body parts were Butian Kong's weapons. Fist shadows flashed as collisions occurred. Butian Kong would send one person flying each time. But the 4 were transformation path experts. Their bodies were tough and sturdy. Even though they were sent flying, they would quickly return and maintain the encirclement, giving Butian Kong huge pressure. The battle of the 5 went from the sky to the ground, before going back to the sky again. Everywhere they went, other Gu immortals dodged with all their might. Awesome! Awesome! Again! Butian Kong got more and more excited. It felt its mind becoming clearer as all sorts of inspiration of killer moves surged internally. The barriers that it felt before were starting to loosen. It was one of the 3 luck children of Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer. Its talent and aptitude were superb and unmatched. The strong external pressure were an opportunity to squeeze out even more of its potential in this situation. The Rock Monkey got fiercer and fiercer. It was originally not proficient with Heavenly Court's killer moves, but now, it had already mastered them. It even fused the moves into its own combat style. This Rock Monkey is terrifying. Even with the 4 of us working together, we cannot kill it. Lightning Lion and the rest were feeling worried. Even though they were still encircling the Rock Monkey, they felt that they were trying to suppress a volcano. The volcano was storing up strength at the moment, turning external pressure into its own driving force. Once it reached its limit, the volcano would erupt, the commotion would shock the world, it would retaliate with a fatal attack. Quick, kill him! Make use of Master's method, let the tribulations wear it down! The 4 immortals communicated in secret. Their cooperation also got smoother. All along, Fan Yuan's heaven and these heroic geniuses' killer move had been exerting its effect. The tribulations were used by him to target Butian Kong, Nie Kuang Feng, and the rest. Of course, most of the tribulations were a form of refinement path method to refine the various small worlds, and the conflicting down marks between the great worlds. Especially with the eruption of tribulations within and outside small worlds. These explosions caused small worlds to be destroyed and completely fuse with the three great worlds. During this process, Savage Wilderness Great World had the greatest gains. However, there was a small world that acted independently. It was outstanding among the small worlds. No matter how the tribulations attacked it, it remained unmoved. It was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Ordinary small worlds were spherical bubbles, while Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space was cubic with sharp edges. No matter what the tribulations did, it remained in its original shape. Within Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's gaze was already on this true inheritance space of Thieving Heaven. Otherworldly demon! He snorted, memories surfacing in his mind as his expression turned unpleasant. Back then, Giant Sun became an immortal venerable. He went into Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer and learned of the true details regarding the 4 venerables repairing the world. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had disregarded the entire goo cultivation world for his selfish desire. He almost caused the world to be destroyed. Even though he extracted his own otherworldly space path down marks at the crucial moment to seal the gaping hole by creating a subspace, the crack was already created, it could not be mended fully. The other 3 venerable wills gave it their all and paid a huge price. Other than Limitless Will, Genesis Lotus and Reckless Savage's wills had to fall into deep slumber afterwards. Using the opportunity, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable got rid of Reckless Savage's will and took over the control of Savage Wilderness Great World. When Thieving Heaven left behind this true inheritance, other than to seal the hole he made, he had a deeper motive, that was to leave it for the crucial person 300,000 years later, Guyu Fang Yuan. However, I made my move in advance to dismantle a portion of the true inheritance. I obtained the killer move Perfect Pair and Imitation Gu. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space paid a huge price to block the hole back then. It became flawed and was not intact anymore. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun thought about the situation. Since Thieving Heaven's true inheritance has appeared, with Fang Yuan's possession of self-luck true inheritance, he can use luck inspection to find out that this is his fortuitous encounter. He will definitely go there. And Heavenly Court will send troops to stop him. The greatest enemy is still Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court had the initiative, they were maintaining their advantage. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was a luck path cultivator. He could not match true experts of wisdom path and deductions. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun decided to watch Fang Yuan's conflict with Heavenly Court and try to reap the gains of their fight. The main thing was to deal a heavy blow to Heavenly Court. Peak of Book Mountain. Feiyu Xiu, Qin Dingling, and the rest were also looking at Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Thieving Heaven's space has appeared. Since it could block the hole back then, it would not be destroyed by the tribulations within this void. We need to deal with it quickly, it is becoming our obstruction. Feiyu Xiu said. Qin Dingling suddenly received important information, she quickly said. Our informant in Yellow Earth Great World said that Fang Yuan has already gone to Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. But Longevity Heaven is very quiet, they are not doing anything. Feiyu Xiu was not surprised. Of course he would go. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left behind this true inheritance for him after all. As for Immortal Zombie Giant Sun who is in Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace, he will go there as well. Saying so, Feiyu Xiu smiled. Qin Dingling. Yes. Qin Dingling replied solemnly. Let's go. We will go find Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Feiyu Xiu stood up gradually. Excitement flashed in Qin Dingling's eyes, she said hesitantly. Don't we have to mind Limitless Demon Venerable's retaliative method anymore? Don't worry, Thieving Heaven space is not part of Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements. He needs us to destroy it or have Fang Yuan inherit it so that it will disappear. This space is an obstruction to Limitless derivation. He will be more than happy to see us destroy it. Feiyu Xiu answered. Heavenly Court's troops moved out. Divine Emperor City brought Feiyu Xiu, Qin Dingling, and others along as they departed from Book Mountain. At the same time, Demon Judgment Board moved with Fairy Minghao and Guyu Fangjing inside. They also left the front lines. Even though Green Lotus Great World was facing the attack of Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan, because of Feiyu Xiu's earlier actions, Heavenly Court had many mutant Gu immortals joining them like Butian Kong, Niequan Feng, and Duan Hu. These Gu immortals forced Yellow Earth Great World and Savage Wilderness Great World into a disadvantage. Immortal Killer Move, Spiraling Green Leaf Blade. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless flying leaves moved like blades as they spiraled towards Niequan Feng from all directions. Niequan Feng laughed wildly, its body moving agilely between the flying leaves, dodging while also directly charging past the blades that it could not avoid. It turned into a tornado at times, the wind blades around it were very sharp and thin. Xiao Hejian gritted his teeth. He watched as Niequan Feng approached rapidly, feeling intense pressure in his mind. He had already fought Niequan Feng for several minutes now. Even though heaven and these heroic geniuses could restrain Niequan Feng, it could not kill him. Niequan Feng had Heavenly Court's help and managed to recover quickly. It was now treating Xiao Hejian as its own prey. Die! Niequan Feng shouted. You fell for it! At the crucial moment, two figures appeared beside Xiao Hejian. One was a mini-man Gu immortal, Green Forest Great Sage, the other was Black Locust, the owner of Giant Locust Grotto Heaven, who was also another woodpath cultivator. Xiao Hejian's killer move changed at once as the three immortals cooperated, their strength grew explosively. Flying leaf blades turned into seeds that were planted on Niequan Feng's body. Countless vines started to grow from them, tying Niequan Feng up tightly. Niequan Feng was a tornado to begin with, but these vines were still capable of binding it, interrupting its immortal essence usage. Thus, Niequan Feng's killer moves could not be sustained for long, the immortal essence flow became unsteady and the power of the moves fell to rock bottom. More and more vines appeared, growing longer and longer, they almost covered Niequan Feng completely, leaving no gaps at all. Don't force me. Niequan Feng struggled, but it was getting weaker. We finally caught this guy. Black Locust was overjoyed. The three woodpath Gu immortals looked at each other, showing expressions of joy. Xiao Hejian was very happy now, because Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch lost to Niequan Feng earlier, while he defeated the latter. Comparing the two, it allowed Xiao Hejian to suppress Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. But at this moment, Niequan Feng's aura started to become quite peculiar and strange. The vines had already turned into a huge ball, but Niequan Feng's voice could still be heard from within. I am going to demonize. Every time I fall into a desperate predicament, I will demonize. I don't want to undergo demonization. Because once I demonize, I will lose my consciousness until I destroy and kill everyone and everything in the world that I am in. But you guys force me, you force my hand. Ah! Chapter 2173. Perish with the wind! Ah! Niequan Feng shouted loudly, the louder its voice, the stronger its aura. It soon reached a shocking and unprecedented level. Boom! With a loud sound, the vines were torn into countless pieces. Niequan Feng regained its freedom. But currently it was not a deep green tornado, it had turned into a reddish-brown demonic wind. Intense winds blew, it instantly crossed several thousand steps of distance, arriving before Green Forest Great Sage. Green Forest Great Sage had already used his defensive killer move, but after the reddish-brown demonic wind devoured him, his aura quickly weakened before completely dying after a few breaths of time. The demonic wind stopped for a moment. It was like a shark that could smell blood as it charged towards Black Locust, who was nearby. Be careful! Xiao Hejian quickly moved to help. But after a few rounds, the demonic wind still managed to kill Black Locust. The demonic wind finally targeted Xiao Hejian. Xiao Hejian could not match Niequan Feng, he had to retreat as he fought. After a few rounds of combat, his tiny face showed a grim expression, his forehead was covered in sweat. The aura of defeat and death was getting denser. Rumble! Lightning tribulations continued to strike, but Niequan Feng did not care about them. It was terrifyingly strong. Elsewhere. Stop! Lu Weiyin shouted. But Butian Kong's fist still landed, smashing Steel Rush Warrior's skull into mush. Thereafter, Butian Kong growled, Steel Rush Warrior's soul was shattered. Steel Rush Warrior could not be more dead. His headless corpse fell from the sky like a broken rag doll. Be it his body or immortal aperture, they were absorbed by the great world as nutrients. Who else? Butian Kong raised its head and roared. It was overflowing with fighting spirit, rivaling the 9 heavens and resounding in the world. At this point, the 4 rank 8 Gu immortals attacking it were all dead. They were mercilessly killed in a horrific manner. Lu Weiyin sighed as he flew towards the rock monkey. The rock monkey stared at him fiercely. Are you the next one? Very good, I will kill you, even if you are Yellow Earth Great World Sage. Lu Weiyin shook his head. I am no sage. Butian Kong, your killing intent is too overbearing. Lu Weiyin had to take action against Butian Kong personally. Butian Kong killed too many Gu Immortals. If it was not stopped, the overall situation of this Gu Immortal battle would be affected. Boom boom boom. Lu Weiyin and Butian Kong exchanged blows. This time, Butian Kong was finally suppressed. Even though it was strong and could kill many rank 8 Gu Immortals, it was still not pseudo-venerable level. In contrast, even though Lu Weiyin lacked offense, his defense was firmly in the realm of pseudo-venerable level. Lu Weiyin endured Butian Kong's fierce attacks with much energy to spare. You are not a sage, yet you are so strong already? Good, very good. Come and attack me, try and kill me. I have not sensed any fatal killing intent against me for some time already. Why are you not attacking? Why do you only defend yourself? Are your attacks so weak and useless? You are too disappointing. The rock monkey continued to shout as it moved rapidly like lightning in the sky. Its attacks were like furious lightning bolts from heaven. Its power was rising endlessly. But Lu Weiyin got distracted. Because he heard that Fan Yuan had already left for thieving Heaven's true inheritance space at the center. Oh no! Lord Fan Yuan, please stop. Even though that small world might contain thieving Heaven's true inheritance, it will be targeted by Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven together. Heavenly Court has already sent their main troops. There are many immortal Gu houses and Gu immortals. Longevity Heaven has also sent Calamity Luck Altar. Now is not the time for a climactic battle. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacks Paradise Earth's tomb while you are away, what will we do? Lu Weiyin transmitted time and again, but Fan Yuan did not even respond to it. Lu Weiyin gritted his teeth, his expression turning unsightly. No matter how strong Fan Yuan is, he is still just a pseudo-venerable. He is not a true venerable. I need to help him. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shows up and kills him, who will protect Paradise Earth's tomb? Who will stall for the crucial time? While thinking of this, Lu Weiyin's vision suddenly turned dark. Bam! At the next moment, Rock Monkey Butian Kong's fist landed squarely on Lu Weiyin's face. You dare to be distracted? You are looking down on me, you will pay a terrible price. Butian Kong shouted. Butian Kong flew towards Lu Weiyin as they got closer again. Lu Weiyin was forced to retreat. He quickly used his killer move. It started to rain. Tribulation rain fell on Butian Kong's body, greatly slowing it down while also corroding its defenses. At the same time, Lu Weiyin's killer move showed effect. Yellowish-brown dust started to appear below Butian Kong. They moved around and gradually sealed it. Get lost, get lost! Butian Kong shouted, using killer moves in a frenzy, trying to sweep away all of the rain and dust surrounding it. But the rain and dust gathered together increasingly, eventually sealing it entirely. A lump of soil that trapped Butian Kong fell from the sky. After landing on the ground, it turned into a huge soil mountain. Just stay put here. Lu Weiyin immediately flew towards thieving Heaven's space. No! I won't give in, these things cannot hold me down! Roar! Butian Kong shouted, its voice resounding like thunder as it reverberated in the battlefield. With a loud sound, the mountain was shattered, dust clouds emerged. From within the broken rocks, it flew out again. What? Lu Weiyin was stunned. Butian Kong's performance was out of his expectation. How could it escape so quickly? Butian Kong resisted the tribulations while flying to catch up to Lu Weiyin. Boom! The two exchanged killer moves again, while Lu Weiyin was held back this time. This monkey's killer moves are getting stronger, so that's it. Lu Weiyin understood at this moment. The tribulations were aiding Butian Kong all along. As long as it was not killed, it would continue to undergo tribulations and gain more down marks. That was why Butian Kong got increasingly stronger as it fought. I want this heaven to no longer shroud my vision. Butian Kong shouted as it used a move that shot out a rainbow, sweeping away the dark clouds of the surrounding 500 li. I want this earth to no longer bury my heart. Butian Kong shouted as it stomped on the ground. Mountains collapsed, as Lu Weiyin, who had his defensive method broken through, watched in surprise. Butian Kong was already in a state of insanity. It found Fan Yuan, who was not far away. It abandoned Lu Weiyin and went for Fan Yuan instead. Be careful. Lu Weiyin quickly advised. This monkey is not simple. Fan Yuan did not turn around. It was as if he heard nothing, he only looked at the subspace in front of him. Butian Kong moved rapidly and seemingly teleported behind Fan Yuan. I want all life to understand my intention. I want this sage to perish with the wind, Butian Kong shouted, activating the strongest killer move it had used in its life. Winds, clouds, and thunder roared, the world changed colors at this moment. Fan Yuan turned around slightly, waving his hand lightly towards the back. At the next moment, Butian Kong fell like a comet, crossing the entire battlefield and slamming into several mountains. After a chain of loud explosions, it created a huge gorge of several kilometers on the ground. Finally it lay on the ground, its eyes were wide open but it did not move at all. It was dead. The unceasing chaotic battles and heated battlefields turned silent at this moment. Nye Kwang Fong, who was unstoppable and killing everything in its path, froze in its reddish-brown demonic wind state. Fan Yuan cast his glance upon it. Nye Kwang Fong shuddered immediately. At the next moment, endless fear filled its mind and body. I will die, I will die, I am going to die. It went out of its demonized state, immediately gaining clarity. Escape. It quickly flew away, ignoring its opponent, Xiao Hejian. Xiao Hejian was heavily injured and was on the verge of death. He had no way to fight back. With just one attack, he would die. He stared with a dumbfounded look as Nye Kwang Fong escaped from the battlefield in a crazed state. Fan Yuan turned around again, looking at Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space with a calm expression. He turned to look at Heavenly Court's army. Divine Empress City and Demon Judgment Board were arriving soon. He looked at the other side. Longevity Heaven's Calamity Luck Altar shined with a golden aurora. It was arriving too. A cold and ruthless light flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes for a moment. He turned into a white ray of light as he entered Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Charge, we will fight inside. Fairy Yu Xiu immediately ordered. Once Heavenly Court's immortal goo houses arrived, they also entered Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. They could not use their full strength outside. If they went past the limit, they would face Limitless Demon Venerable's retaliative method. At the same time, it was easier to destroy Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space from the inside. Fan Yuan's vision changed rapidly. When he regained his sight, he was already in this true inheritance space. Every true inheritance space that Thieving Heaven left behind could be considered in.